This is Surrey County Cricket Club. Born in a tavern in 1845. The symbol of Kennington, we've seen London grow around us. Cricket's original champions, as Charles Alcock brought his vision to life and we cemented a reputation as a place of firsts. International football, FA Cup finals, international rugby, test matches, as well as where English pride came to die, before a great rivalry was born from its ashes. We share our feathers with royalty and pass on the honour of the brown cap through generations. We've seen England's best spend their careers with us.
Well, that's Jack Hobbs. Head and shoulders, yes, over all other living batsmen.
And the game's best finish under our gasometer. We've won 7 in a row thanks to Surridge, May, Barrington, Locke, Laker and the Bedser twins. In fact, we're well known for our famous siblings, but there's always been one family who've stood out. We saw the West Indies grip a nation on our doorstep, and a pioneer set records galore in the women's game. The end of the century brought a fresh take on Ik Dien, as Holyoake and his England teammates transformed us on the pitch. The changing of the oval skyline brought the greatest of finales.
There it is. England have regained the Ashes.
And an era of final test triumphs.
Alistair Cook has done it. A century in his last. Well played.
On our way to our own red ball century. We're one half of the game's oldest rivalry and its only London derby.
Can you clear the pavilion?
Local players are always the lifeblood of our side. But the world's best are attracted to us too. We've come through tragedies. Now we're home to world champions and cricketers of the year. 175 years have passed. There's much more to come. This is Surrey County Cricket Club, heart of London, pride of the county, the grandest stage in world cricket.
Good morning, welcome to the Kia Oval for the second day of this championship match between Surrey and Lancashire. Fascinating first day's play, and we'll see the highlights of that first day's play in just a moment. Surrey 70 for 4 in reply to Lancashire's 274 all out. Enough in the pitch for the bowlers, so a test for Surrey's batters this morning. Jamie Smith not out, but Ben Foakes dismissed in the final over yesterday. The weather a bit different at the Oval today. It's overcast. It's much cooler and a big challenge ahead for Surrey's middle and lower order. Okay, live action coming up very shortly. Let's have a look back at what happened yesterday. Oh, got him low down. Very nicely pouched. Dom Sibley. A new approach from Worrell round the wicket, and Jennings plays a magnificent shot. Well, that's very strong, Keaton Jennings, where a lot of left-handers are strong. It's short and wide.
Good shot from Jennings, pulled away for 4. That was really on top of that delivery that he's written. That could be close. That's first ball from Jordan Clark, and it's an LBW.
Well, that's a good shout. That's a very good shout. Yeah, Jennings got him. Sean Abbott's been excellent. Edge 4. It was in the gap. Helped on its way, and the two fielders on the leg side boundary was looking to see where that went, but it's a short boundary out there, and he's helped it on his way for 6. Oh, well, that really is sketchy. He's got a bonus boundary there. Wow. Well, that's Mitchell going after Sam Curran. And it's gone away for 6. No one at home at deep third. That's going to be 4. A bit wide from Laws. Edge caught. Well, he's got rid of Vilas, and it's a 3rd wicket for Abbott. Oh, he's got him. Excellent full delivery to knock over Mitchell.
And Salt squirts it square of the wicket for his first runs. Another boundary to Phil Salt. That's a more authentic shot. That was a really good shot. Oh, just lucky to get away with that, Phil Salt, looking to turn that to leg. 4 more. It's going like that, isn't it?
And it's gone past Jacks in that gully area away to his right hand side, flashed away by Salt for 4. But he's followed up with an outside edge. Bowlers has had a look at the square leg umpire to see whether that is carried, and it has.
This is Hitchin, and it's going to be caught at mid-on, and Jordan Clark gets his 2nd wicket here. Tom Bailey skies it. That's pulled away off the front foot by Phil Salt. They're looking for 2, who's been sent back. Ooh, 50 of 69.
So Abbott bowling and getting a wicket as well. Salt driving at it, and he's nicked it through.
So I don't really know. That's going to be 4. So one that Sean Abbott didn't quite get right. It's cricket. As we see a spinner encounter get flayed for another boundary. That's a 6 that time by Blatherwick. What a shot. Out is it? Straight to the man at extra cover. Oh dear, what a tame end to quite an enterprising innings. And he's gone this time. Well, that's great bowling actually. Really good, sustained, hostile bowling from Jordan Clark. And that's...
This one's worked off the hips really stylishly by Rory Burns. And it makes its way to the boundary, and it brings up the first boundary for Surrey. Oh, and this one, what a grab here from Phil Salt with the gloves, diving to his left. And this one has been caught by Phil Salt again. That's more like it. That's probably the gap he was actually looking to play as it runs down to the 3rd man boundary.
Oh, I got him this time. No doubt about that one.
Oh gosh.
Well, Folks goes, played on. And what a strike for Lancashire right at the end of the day's play. So that's the state of the game after one day. It's advanced quite a lot on that first day. The umpires are coming down the steps at the far end of the ground. The Lancashire side, they're nice and keen. They're already by the boundary edge. They're ready to go. And I'm not surprised as well after that excellent little spell for them towards the close of play, picking up that 4th wicket of Ben Folks. So here we go, Michael Goff and Michael Burns are the 2 umpires on their way. And Will Jacks is going to join Jamie Smith this morning. Ben Folks out in the final over last night, playing on to Blatherwick. It was the first ball of the final over. You felt if Surrey could get through at 70 for 3, then that would have been a reasonable job done after some early wickets. They were 27 for 3 when Latham was caught at 2nd slip. Smith and Folks are beginning the rebuild, as we saw in the Lancashire innings as well. But that wicket of Folks was a really significant blow struck by Lancashire. So a lot to do for Surrey today, and that was the way of it in their last championship match against Kent, where they were behind on first innings. Felix White is alongside me. A remarkable win, I suppose. They might well have to come from behind again to try and defeat Lancashire.
Yeah, Well, it's nicely poised, isn't it? And yeah, that's exactly what I was imagining. That just as you were talking about it, Simon, is that's going to be in every other team's heads, isn't it? Playing Surrey, but they can get out any jam at the moment. They chased 500, was it, for free?
501 in that last game against Kent. So it is going to be Jack Blatherwick to bowl, and Will Jacks on strike. Jacks, who was held back for a long time yesterday on what you thought might be a day in which he would have bowled, because it was very hot, but there's some green in the pitch. Surrey got the 5 seamers and they just wheeled away with them yesterday and tried to wear Lancashire down, and to a large extent it worked. 274 all out. Very different day today. It is overcast. It's bright. It's not heavy overcast. And here's Blatherwick with the first ball. Not far away as well.
You say the seamers are involved, Simon. All the talk back here has been the Kookaburra ball for 2 rounds of county championship games. So it's very interesting to me.
That was so close to off stump. Fine lead from Jacks.
But the Kookaburra, how did that react yesterday? Because it was interesting to be looking at the scores. I wasn't at the game, but the Australians took the wickets.
Yeah, well, they I don't know, enjoy bowling it. I'm not sure they necessarily enjoy bowling it. I'm not sure anyone does, really. Nicely struck by Jacks, but he finds mid-on, and there's no run. What you normally expect with the Kookaburra is for there to be something there for the first 10, 15, 20 overs, and then gradually gets softer. That doesn't have such a pronounced seam, and then the batters can cash in. And there was a bit of that yesterday. Phil Salt got in, but it was one of those days when players got in and got out. Surrey, that relentless 5-man attack of theirs, and then you thought, possibly they can make progress in that evening session, but they too lost early wickets to the Kookaburra, so now they've got to rebuild as well. So I think that the test will come today, really. See off the initial overs, which is only the 20th over with the new ball. Try to get it to the 40, 50th over without too much damage, and then see if you can profit, and then turn 111 for 4 or 120 for 4 into a big score. That will be their goal anyway. And they've got the talent in the middle and lower order. There's plenty of batting to come, but someone's got to put their hand up and make it count.
They've definitely got the batting. Tom Laws is batting 10. And everyone's talking about him as a sort of 7-8 bowling all-rounder. What's the logic behind the Kookaburra being used just for 2 county rounds?
To try to replicate the conditions that England will find when they go overseas, notably to Australia. Nicely struck by Jacks, but straight at cover, and picked up by Will Williams. So that completes the over. It ends up being a wicket maiden from Jack Blatherwick, and Surrey 70 for 4. So now we can start the official day proper with 96 overs to be bowled. It took them a long time to bowl them yesterday, play finishing at 7 o'clock. So every chance we'll have something similar today, providing the light holds. I mentioned the overcast conditions. I mean, the clouds are very high, and it's not a bad day to watch cricket. In many ways, it's probably a nicer day to watch cricket today than it was yesterday for the spectators who turned up, because it was brutal yesterday, around about 30, 31 degrees. Some were braving it in the open spaces.
Not many out yesterday because of the weather. It was intense, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a reasonable crowd. I think the crowd yesterday was better than the one today, and you'd expect that, being a weekend, Sunday. Right, this is Tom Bailey from the Vauxhall end. Not too far away from mid-wicket. Yeah, the Kookaburra ball tried to get potential England bowlers used to bowling with a Kookaburra ball and the problems it creates. Interesting dynamic yesterday is that Surrey were the only team to put the opposition in.
Oh, really?
Around the country, whereas everyone else batted first. Didn't work for everyone, mind you. Doesn't always, despite the fact it's hot and dry.
Do you think that's sound logic? Getting English bowlers prepared for Australian conditions in England?
So, I think it's one of those who knows, really. I think one of the things the Strauss Review tried to address was the idea of trying to make England more competitive when they go to places like India and to Australia. Surrey still looking for their first run of the morning. Smith played some nice shots yesterday. He was also dropped late on as well. That first slip by Darryl Mitchell. That felt like it was a big mistake from Lancashire, but they made up for it with the wicket of Ben Folkes in the final over. Is 2 rounds of Kookaburra ball enough to get bowlers used to it? It's not very much, and I don't think the coaches and the bowlers particularly like using the Kookaburra ball. But what do you do to try to make England more competitive when they go to Australia and India? Obviously, the obvious thing with going to India is the English game needs to try to produce some quality spinners.
Yeah.
And one way of doing that is playing the county championship in the warmer months when it's drier. That didn't really go through very much. We saw this in the World Test Championship final actually, and we saw it yesterday. Well, there was some bounce yesterday, but that one dribbled through. So we did see some uneven bounce.
It's been a theme of a Test summer so far actually, hasn't it? Ball's not carrying. The first Test there wasn't any catch taken slip apart from Root off Mo, I think. Don't think any slip catches to seam in the first Test, unbelievably.
Yeah, there was the low catch to Cameron Green off Duckett. Whether you call that a slip catch, I'm not sure. It's more of a gully catch, really.
I think we make exceptions for Cameron Green as well.
Yeah, not many would have caught that. Right, this is a tidy start from Lancashire this morning. Surrey is looking to get in, and a maiden over from Bailey as well to follow the completion of an unblemished over from Blatherwick at the pavilion end of the ground.
Simon, Will Jacks is in at the moment. There's a lot of talk about he might be the person to fill that role, batting at 8 and bowling spin. Did you have an opinion on that? Do you think it's slightly too early? Does he maybe offer not as much of a frontline spin option as you'd like?
Well, I think this is the problem we're talking about with thinking about trying to produce bowlers that can go and win Test matches overseas. The cupboard is quite bare, and Will Jacks, I'm sure he'd admit it himself. Okay, he got a Test match in Rawalpindi in which he took wickets and he was knocked around a bit, but England scored so quickly they were able to give themselves the option of bowling him a lot.
Yeah.
Let's watch Blatherwick and Jacks.
This is Williams already in the attack.
It's Williams, yeah, it is Williams, yeah. They won over at Blatherwick, and Williams has come on, picked up a couple of wickets last night. So Blatherwick just bowled a wicket maiden, and immediately Williams is into the attack. Yeah, off you go.
I guess he was completing his over, wasn't he?
Yes, he was, yeah.
And then your strike bowler takes the ball again.
Yeah, and there's plenty of logic in that. Got rid of Burns and Sibley yesterday.
I've got a vested interest in Williams with the ball because he's in my fantasy draft team, Simon.
Well, he bowled well yesterday. I've never understood how fantasy cricket works.
It's so good.
Is it?
As the first year I'm doing it, and do you know what? It's a great way of staying on top of all the games because you really have a reason to be going across the grounds every day.
So, with fantasy cricket, I feel like where do we want to go?
I want to go real.
Should we deal with the spin first and then move on to fantasy cricket?
Let's do real cricket first.
Okay. Well, just on the fact they didn't pick Will Jacks for the Test match, I think shows they wanted to go with and this is their mantra, go with the aggressive option, which is to play the leg spin. Well, he's not really a leg spinner, he's really a googly bowler, Rehan Ahmed. He's a wrist spinner, but he bowls lots of googlies.
Yeah.
So they've gone with the aggressive option there, I think. They looked at both of them last winter and both took wickets, first and third Test matches. But the fact they didn't go to them initially, nicely on target from Williams. The fact that they went to a man who'd retired from Test cricket, I think showed that they didn't have full confidence in either. And Will Jacks is just developing his off spin. He's a young, talented cricketer, and Rehan Ahmed also even younger, 18 years of age. So England do have huge problems in their spin department. what they would do for a lock or a laker. We were talking about them at lunchtime yesterday, at tea time yesterday.
Or dare I say it, a Sophie Eccleston. Took 10 for this week in the game.
Yeah, England are crying out for. I mean, no, you don't just want one or two. You want 10, don't you, to pick from? Really, you want every county to have a spinner that you can think about calling on. In an ideal world, anyway. Certainly in the first division, I think you want those options, but they aren't really there.
Is the received wisdom then that Ahmed's going to play?
That we don't know.
We don't know. I thought, as a man in the know,
no, not yet. I think they'll look at the pitch and the conditions of the week. Spinners have not generally done very well at Lords, but that's because the conditions have been very seam dominated in Lords Test matches recently, and seam bowlers have held sway. So there's no real need to go for your spinner.
Yeah.
Surrey yet to score a run this morning, so it's good tight bowling from Lancashire, and often tight bowling creates a mistake. So we've seen 2 maiden overs and a completed over yet to yield a run. And Smith and Jacks, whose natural method is to attack, just rein themselves in. Well, there is the first run. Edge through third slip. It was down. No chance of a catch. James couldn't get away to his right hand side. So first runs of the day. Played with soft enough hands.
Yeah, he is. As you know, Simon, I do a show with Jimmy Anderson, Tailenders, and he talks about Bailey quite a lot, saying this guy can really bowl. And that's your classic county champ line and length, isn't it? Just offering to do a touch.
Yeah, and he's got a very good record as well. Well over 300 first-class wickets. Fuller that time. Drawing Smith into the drive.
It's really struck me actually, Simon, this year. There are so many high-quality cricketers across the country in county championship cricket. I've really enjoyed it this year. Is that something that you... I can tell by looking face, maybe don't necessarily.
No. I think that there are, but there are too many of one and not enough of another. Well, short. So testing out the middle of the pitch. Smith, there is a man back on the deep square leg boundary and a fine leg as well. Smith not to be tempted. It's not easy to take a ball from outside the off stump and to pull it with control.
So what you're referring to there is maybe we've got a lot of Jamie Porters and Baileys and Cooks and seam bowlers that could fit in as that third, fourth seamer for England, but not other options. Is that
well, not extreme pace, or spin. That's beautifully played. Fine shot. There were 2 men on that onside trap for a lofted clip, a mid-on and a short mid-wicket. He's played it wonderfully well between 2 of them. Smith goes to 32 with the best stroke of the day so far, and this is a young man who's a lot of people are looking at as well.
Yeah,
Jamie Smith, and the English game has, I think, got quite a few attacking middle order players.
Yeah,
there are a lot of seamers. Yeah, right arm, fast medium seamers.
Yes, absolutely.
Just an initial hesitation there, but single, easily gathered. The opening batting has been a position that's been a big problem for England.
I've noticed that, yeah.
So there's that issue.
Yeah.
I always think it's fascinating with cricket is, and it's probably true in all sports, is that there are a lot of players. It's so weird. It's rare that you have 11 really talented players in all the positions that you want them.
Yeah.
You often have a glut in certain areas.
Yep.
And that's probably one of the things that are holding England back. Although, of course, they've had a very good year. And let's not forget that.
That just made me think of the England football team's golden generation and not having a left-sided midfielder, and that being a huge problem.
when you do solve that problem, you tend to dominate. Like the great Australian side, they had all those options, didn't they? They had class top order players, they had class middle order players, they had a world class spinner, they had world class pace bowler, and they also had an amazing wicket-keeper batter as well. So it's not often, I think, in sport that you get every piece of the jigsaw.
Well, this is why Graham Swan was such an important part of that England team, wasn't it, 10 years or so ago? And that's maybe what we're missing now, that spinner like you're talking about, Ahmed and Jax.
Yeah, they're rookies, aren't they? And they're being asked to do an experienced bowler's job, really. And that's one of the problems that England have had. And Australia, of course, have got that covered off. Here's Williams. Just in that corridor. It's a feeling that Lancashire yesterday might have bowled a bit better than Surrey. They got the ball in the right place a bit more often, but today's a new day. And so Australia have got that covered off with Nathan Lyon. You were watching Nathan Lyon in action yesterday when you weren't watching cricket yesterday. You were watching sort of American cricket.
It would be very offended to hear you call it that.
Who will be? The Americans?
The Americans.
Okay, I'll call it American cricket again then. Oh, that's nice. That really is good from Williams.
Beauty. Yeah, I was doing the baseball this weekend, or the American cricket, as I like to call it.
Oh, that's a really nice delivery. Yeah, did he have to play at that? Drew him into the shot.
Maybe he did.
Just a fraction wide. But there's always that temptation as well when there's no one at home at deep third to run it down, dab it into the offside. So you were watching the American cricket at the London Arena?
At the London Stadium.
London Stadium.
Correct.
The West Ham ground.
That's the areas.
And Nathan Lyon and Jimmy Anderson were?
Yeah, so the first pitch in American cricket, the first pitch is often thrown by a celebrity or a personality to set it off. And topically, it was a crazy atmosphere. It was full, sold out. I mean, I don't know how many people that is, 60 to 80,000 people.
Yeah, it's about that, yeah.
The first pitch thrown was by Jimmy Anderson and Nathan Lyon simultaneously. So it was quite a tense moment when they both walked up to the mound.
And did they have a batter there to try and whack it? Down the pitch, and a shout, Rob. He's a long way down there, though.
He's trying to negate that movement, isn't he? Walking down the pitch. Right. So what they do, they have a catcher from the teams. So Jimmy was pitching for the Cubs.
So no one's trying to whack it.
No one's trying to hit it. No, it's more a ceremonial type thing.
Like the American president does.
Exactly. So the famous George Bush first pitch, which was a statement, and he apparently practiced that for months. But he probably should have been doing other things. But anyway, Jimmy hasn't been practicing that for months. Shot, but there was a clear tension between him and Nathan Lyon as they walked up there. They sort of eyeballed each other as they walked to the mound in quite high pressure.
That wasn't just for show. It wasn't like a sort of...
No, I don't think it was. I could be reading between the lines, but I know for a fact when Jimmy's in a sort of test summer, because I've walked past Virat Kohli with Jimmy, and I know that the niceties are off even in your social life when the series is ongoing.
Well, that's an excellent over from Will Williams, the New Zealander, right on target and causing problems for the Surrey batters this morning, just keeping them honest. Surrey inching forward, 79 for 4, still 195 runs behind. It's a fascinating contest building up.
It is.
You feel there will be an outright in this game. 14 wickets fall on the first day.
Yeah.
The chances of it being a draw are significantly reduced, but we shall see. Let's let the game play out. Anyway, so back to...
Well, to conclude the fascinating contest that I saw on Saturday of a different sort, Jimmy zinged it, basically. And it was clear to me, even from afar, that he needed to throw that ball quicker and harder than Nathan Lyon did. So much so that after they threw it, in a sort of submissive gesture, Nathan Lyon pointed at Jimmy and was like, fair play, you win there. So in my mind, that means we're going into the second test 1-1.
Wow.
Psychological point, Simon, in an Ashes summer.
Using his feet there, Jack still yet to get off the mark. Being bunged up by this opening attack from Lancashire this morning. We saw this yesterday. Dane Villas was happy to use his feet.
Yeah.
If only that were true, Felix.
If we're going in 1-1.
Yeah. Well, I'll be hoping that will be the case for Headingley in a week's time. Wide of the crease from Bailey.
Let me ask you, does it do things to you at an Ashes summer, Simon? Like, sort of, do you find it hard yourself to switch off from it? Does it matter in the same way that it might have mattered in the past watching Ashes cricket?
Oh, it's always fascinating, the Ashes summer. I think this one particularly because of the clash of cultures between the two sides, and I think that's the point. I think the last series in Australia was what did Stuart Broad call it? Void. And it sort of felt like it in a way. It felt like a no contest.
Oh, you subscribe to that view, do you?
No, not really. No. Well, there he goes. He's underway. Nice, crisp shot. So beautifully put away by Jacks. Great way to get off the mark. Confidence boosting stroke. Eased away, not looking to hit it too hard.
He has to go through the gears a bit, Will Jacks, because he had a huge knock in the T20 here.
Yeah, Thursday
last
night.
Week. So it's impressive actually to go back in your shell, not from 15, and then find the ball.
Yeah, there's one over, he just went 6 mad.
He's got it in his arsenal, doesn't he?
I do find it funny just watching all the verbal jousts that are going on. Just sit back, and you sometimes see that. Is it a meme on social media where people are eating popcorn and just you're just watching it going on?
Yeah,
who's going to say what next?
Totally.
Who's going to make a pork chop of themselves?
Well, I think that's been interesting as Jack hits out, not where he intended. It's mid-on. I think that's been interesting actually, because in the build-up to the series I felt like there's a collective responsibility here for Test cricket where we want this just to be entertaining, and obviously given the change in shifting sands of cricket at the moment, we just want to have a good advert for Test cricket. But it's become intense so quickly, hasn't it, that we've forgotten about that, and which is a positive thing. We just slipped into the jousting, haven't we? I'm worried for myself and my own sanity because I can hardly sleep thinking about it.
Well, I hope Australia don't win at Lords then. 2-0 with 3 to play. I mean,
well, I can probably sleep then because we'll know it's over.
Yeah, you feel it just about will be if that happens. Williams bang on target again. So Jimmy threw the fastest pitch, and he liked that. And did he get the sense that he, after what happened at Edgbaston, preferred to be a baseball pitcher than a bowler?
Well, it's interesting you say that. Because he was definitely messaging me afterwards saying that he might have chosen the wrong profession. Given his, he didn't say this implicitly, but given his captain's request for flat pitches, it might be a difficult summer for him at 40, trying to extract anything out of those wickets. I'm hoping Lords is going to offer a little bit more, but we won't stay with baseball for too long. But I will also say, in the England ranks, Harry Brooks is a very promising baseball player, apparently.
So I've heard, didn't he? He went to America after the Pakistan series, down the pitch, smithing in. These two trying to use their feet from time to time.
He did, and the Cardinals, apparently, like in the clubhouse, for the first time anyone's ever done this, they all walked over to this person having a go, and they were genuinely inquiring and are inquiring does he want to do this, attempt to do it, because his hand-eye coordination was so good. And that kind of makes sense when you watch him back, doesn't it? It makes me think about Kevin Peterson. It being fascinating that cricketers have never tried that before in the past, because it's sort of see-ball, hit-ball cricketers we've got now.
And you don't have to put up with that annoying thing of the ball bouncing and doing awkward things.
Right, exactly. That's your second slight in 15 minutes towards baseball, Simon. 3 strikes, you're out.
You don't have to worry about Nathan Lyon fizzing one down.
Right.
You got variation, haven't you? I know there are different types of ball in baseball as well.
But you are right. I think there was an alleviation for Harry. Probably it's like, oh right, it's just getting thrown at me, and I'm just
whacking
connecting with it. Yeah.
Eased away, probably be 2. Let's normally go very quickly across the practice pitches in the square here at the Oval, but they're quite green on that right-hand side of the ground, the Harleyford Road side of the ground, Archbishop Tennyson School side. Surrey, so far so good, 25 minutes this morning. But it's also been good from Lancashire. It's been really engrossing cricket.
Yeah, it's tended to be generally, I found, this year. But it's always going to be in opposing minds when playing Surrey, but they always find that moment to get away. Even the first game against Hampshire, it was dead square until the 4th day, and Ollie Pope scored 130 in a couple of sessions.
Well, he's not got all of that, but he's got enough of it. It wasn't cleanly struck. There is a man out there on the deep square leg boundary. That will do. Williams dropping short for the first time today. It was pretty well played. It didn't come right up out of the middle of the bat, but strong man and decent enough timing. Surrey beginning to make a bit of progress now. 185 behind. Still plenty of batting to come. Sam Curran presumably in next. Clark, Abbott, Laws and Worrell. Curran, who was being touted by the former national selector Ed Smith yesterday in his newspaper column as England's number 8 for this Ashes series.
Interesting.
So keep a bit low, that one.
That's an interesting idea. For what reasons was Ed saying this? That he might offer a point of difference?
Yeah.
Maybe.
And also he's one of those cricketers that is in the game and
yeah.
He's aggressive, score lower order runs. There's a fine stroke from Jacks, so he's hit 2 nice ones now.
That's a beautiful shot. That's my shot of the day, Simon, I'd say.
There have been a few of them already. The one he plays square with the wicket was a nice shot to get off the mark as well. He's perfectly down the ground.
It's a scary production line at the moment at Surrey. As I mentioned, Ollie Pope obviously came through it. Jacks, Smith, all these bowling all-rounders we've got.
And pinch a single there. Williams could do nothing about that. Yeah, the ones to really keep an eye on, seems to me, for an independent eye, are these two, Jack Smith and Laws.
Yeah.
See how they progress.
I know people like Gus Atkinson as well.
And talking about the production line here at Surrey, Director of Cricket Alex Stewart is going to join us at lunchtime.
Oh, brilliant.
That was nicely played as well. There is a man back. It's a big boundary out there. And so 2 runs the upshot. Yeah, Alex Stewart alongside Jack Russell at lunchtime.
Oh. Dream.
So 2 former England wicket keepers together.
Brilliant.
And it is at the moment quite an apposite conversation with what's happening. I suppose lots of We've had a discussion in this box this morning before we came on air about the Folkes versus Bairstow situation. Another short ball. Well, they are testing them out with men back.
Very timely to get those two, because they're coming up a lot, aren't they, with the Bairstow Folkes conversation. You won't go an hour's play without someone mentioning Stuart Russell and the conundrum back in the day.
Yep. Yeah, it's a similar situation back then. Jack, high-class wicket-keeper, and a very useful lower-order batter as well.
Yeah.
He got his runs.
South Africa with Affers.
But Alec was often picked ahead of him because of his superior batting skills.
Balance.
Yeah. So there are similarities with the present situation.
Well, tell me if I've imagined this, but I remember us trying to balance it so much so that there was a period of time when we were asking Alex Stewart to captain, wicket-keep and open the batting in Test cricket.
Yeah, and make the tees and roll the pitch and do the laundry for the players as well. Mind you, Alec would have done that. He loved everything being nice and precise.
Yeah, I've always loved those stories about him. I love that contradiction between Alex Stewart and Affers, who prioritised his cricket over the rest of his life. I always admired that about Atherton. The room's a mess, but the batting's in order.
You move from Williams. Who has been the pick of the Lancashire bowlers so far. Surrey have had a good half an hour here. They've scored 27 runs, almost a run a minute.
Yeah.
And you're right, there's always that nagging doubt for opponents of Surrey. Yeah, they're just beginning to
pull the trigger,
get back in the game, take it away from us, reverse the pressure on us.
Looking at this batting lineup, I would be terrified. So we've still got Curran to bat next. Jordan Clark has scored runs this year. Sean Abbott scored a T20 century. I think maybe, I might be wrong, but it's the quickest T20 century of some description, Vitality Blast. Tom Laws can really bat. We're talking about him as a Wokes-ish all-rounder. Feels like they bowled well though, Lancashire, this morning. They'll be relatively happy, won't they?
It's interesting they've gone to the short stuff, because the ball in the corridor was working for them, and there we go again. Played slightly uncertainly by Smith. He was closing in on a half century. He was the man that really transformed that Surrey chase in that game against Kent, that belligerent 100.
Is it you talking to Alex Stewart and Jack Russell?
It is,
on lunch break?
Yeah. That's the plan.
What an honour.
Not for them or for me.
For them. Tell me afterwards, do you sense any animosity still between them from their competitive playing years?
No, I don't think so. I don't know.
Do they get asked that question ever?
I'll ask them, but I doubt it. I very much doubt it.
See if you see it in Jack's eyes when you're talking to Alec. You stole 40 tests off me.
Well, perhaps you could do the interview then. That could be the first question. That's a magnificent shot from Smith. And trying to hit it too hard. Wonderfully timed. It was dropped last night. Trying to make them pay. That was full and drilled back past the bowler.
It's just a beautiful cricket strike, isn't it?
Seen some high quality timing this morning from these two. Going to be one. I think that's all it will be. That's a short boundary out there. It's the young slow left armour Morley, Jack Morley, haven't seen him in action yet with the ball. Saw him back yesterday. Out for 2 to Jordan Clark. So 102 for 4. That boundary bringing up Surrey's 100, and they're continuing to make good progress this morning. Felix White has departed, and Guy Swindells alongside me.
Morning, Simon.
Good morning. That's been another really interesting passage of play.
It really was. And I like the way Surrey went about it too, waiting and seeing off what was a very good first spell with the ball.
Looking for that deep third boundary there. Tempter.
Williams and Bailey have both bowled pretty well, but if they've been slightly off at all, it's been superb to watch.
You can see the temptation for Jamie Smith, that last one. He was looking for his half century down to deep third. It was a fraction wide. They guide it away. Another short ball. Gone straight to fine legs, only a single.
Yeah, he's having a terrific season, isn't he, Jamie Smith? He's coming into this, he was averaging just under 50 and 100, 350s already. Heading for 500 runs this season, or I think he needs 68 this afternoon in this innings to get to 500 for the season.
Great to see a talented young England player. He's only 22 years of age. It's good to see someone you can get excited about. You felt that last summer about Harry Brook.
Yes.
There's that feeling of that there's something here, and Brook has not disappointed so far.
He is such a special talent, Harry Brook. But Jamie Smith is coming up on the rails. And of course he's a decent wicket keeper as well.
And the only problem is, where do you fit them all in? Not to the Surrey side, but if
yes,
inevitably you look further ahead, don't you? As a player, you want to play, you want to get into your county second team to start with, then your county first team, and then if things go really well, you want to play for your country.
Well, if he's 22, there will be a few players in their mid-30s by the time he's 25. It could all work.
Yep. And that's 4 more. Will Jacks has already experienced playing at international level. He's another one.
Yes, it was interesting. He must have been in the mix when both when Leach was injured and when Moeen Ali was struggling. He must have been in the mix after his 6 for against Pakistan, and the fact he bats beautifully.
Yeah, it's one or the other. You'd think, wouldn't you? You'd think the way England go about it, consistency of selection. They were the last 2 in, Rehan Ahmed and Will Jacks.
But Rehan Ahmed's another fascinating young talent, and he can bat.
The one spinner who's not been mentioned a great way has been mentioned is Liam Dawson at Hampshire, who he must be thinking,
what have I got to do?
What have I got to do? Yeah.
No, I saw him in a T20 against Middlesex, and I know it's it's a T20. It's a very different form of the game, but he was turning it square at times, and you're just thinking, well, actually that could be quite handy. And then he scored 111 yesterday, I think, for Hampshire when they were in trouble. They were something like not very many for 4, and
128.
Yeah. And in a 190 partnership that's turned the game around. So yes, he's
not a bad time to score 100.
No,
as well.
Exactly. So I don't remember many times in my life when England have been so spoilt for choice. And possibly openers we could do with one or two more.
Now where's this going? It's a potential catch, and it's really well taken. Jamie Smith holding out. Well, we talked him up, and he went for a big shot that would have taken him to his half century. But that's a very good catch.
It really was a terrific catch. You could see what he was trying to do, though. That was the short boundary. I don't think it was quite as short as he thought it was, so he actually had to put a little too much bottom hand in it, and was picked out in the deep.
Jamie Smith caught by Morley off the bowling of Lambeth for 48.
Left arm spinner Morley's taken the catch there. He really kept his cool. Short arm jab of a pull, and one of those really frustrating dismissals for Jamie Smith.
I've seen a few of those in Test match and county cricket recently, with players playing beautifully into their 40s and then managing to not go on. But he will be disappointed. But a chance for Sam Curran, another player who will mind getting back in the Test team, I am sure.
Game takes another twist though. These two just beginning to unfurl some fine strokes and forge a partnership. Another wicket falls. It's been in keeping with the game so far. Players getting in and getting out. Highest score of the match, Phil Salt's 56 yesterday.
Blatherwick, who scored decent runs and now picking up an important wicket.
Is there anything you would say there about Smith's strokes against a first ball of a new bowler?
Yeah, exactly. That maybe have a little look first.
Right, Sam Curran, who's seen a lot of the white ball, it's fair to say, in the last 2 or 3 months. Full season with the Punjab Kings in the IPL, into pretty much a full blast season with Surrey.
And this is his first county match this season, isn't it?
First championship match, yeah.
Yes, sorry, county championship match.
Blatherwick's picked up 2 for 15.
Yeah, the last time he played a red ball match for Surrey was almost exactly a year ago, 26th to 29th of June against Kent, so he's had a bit of a wait.
It's a familiar theme for quite a lot of talented white ball players. Tested out early on with a short ball.
Some decent pace going, isn't he, too, Blatherwick?
The feeling is he's the quickest of the Lancashire bowlers. Not necessarily the most accurate, but the quickest.
Yes, Cricinfo call him fast medium rather than medium fast, which is usually a high praise as far as they're concerned.
Well, that's slightly uppish from Curran. Got away with it. Miscue to mid-on. Far away from being 2 in the over for Blatherwick.
He's looking to attack though, isn't he, Curran? Immediately trying to wrest back the initiative. Just practices the shot again afterwards, trying to whip it through mid-wicket area, of which there are quite a lot of spaces. You can see why he's aiming that way. That's a large expanse as we look at the ground.
6-3 offside field, 3 slips. But Hammond was nearly in action there at mid-on that previous delivery.
Now I know Surrey are getting used to chasing very big totals to win matches, but you can't do it every time. 167 runs still behind. Yes, they bat a long way down, but they need someone to stay in, you feel, at the moment.
Bohannon again. Aggression from Curran. Bohannon equal to it. So wicket maiden from Jack Blatherwick. His first full over of the morning. He bowled 5 balls and then was taken off after completing an elongated wicket maiden. So that's 2 from Blatherwick now. 2 successive wicket maidens, I make that.
Yes, after going for 15 in his first 2, so...
Change of bowling at the Vauxhall end, George Balderson.
George Balderson is going to bowl, who is... Well, he came on as first change, but he's, in terms of perhaps pace and threat, he is the 4th seamer effectively in this Lancashire side.
Yeah, he's got 11 wickets so far this season. That's a nice shot.
Really well put away by Jacks. Well, it was a full half volley.
Yeah, steady figures really this season. Was it 11 wickets at just over 42, 3 for 21 at Notts, being his best score, his best figures. I like the way Jack's been going about his business. He's playing a lot of very correct cricket shots, but he just hits the ball very hard, and real pleasure to watch.
That was his 4th boundary on the ball before.
Yes, he's not running as much, as not bothering to run too much at the moment.
There's a man back at deep forward square leg. He had a quick look over his shoulder there to check where he was. No ball signalled by umpire Burns. Every little helps.
Better delivery. Slightly mistimed indeed from Jacks that time.
Straight at Will Williams. You're right, the ball is pinging off Jacks's bat.
It was 15 balls he went without scoring, and took his time. First thing this morning.
More runs there, short boundary, eased away. One of those that on a bigger boundary, fielder might have chased it and caught up with it. And he's giving it a chance there, Balderson. Got 2 slips in, pitching it up. Just a hint of away movement, but covered nicely by Jacks.
So that's 20 in boundaries from his 21 now. Yep.
More runs. Touch and go, it'll go for 4. Again, a short boundary down there. It's unforgiving for the fielding side. No more than an open face push at it there from Will Jacks. Dane Villas, well, he got those 38-year-old legs going, but not easy to stop them down there once it's past you. Not much ground to work with as a fielder.
No, goodness me, he did. You feel for him. He gave it the very best Coleridge try, having just seen the replay.
So Surrey scored 51 runs in 50 minutes.
Yeah, run rate just under 4.
Yeah, the dive. Well, it looks like he probably has on that dive. That's sometimes the problem, isn't it?
Holding a wrist, isn't it?
He's still sitting down in front of the Galladari stand on the far side of the ground. Oh, Curran extravagant, trying to whack that away on the up.
Nicely bowled in the corridor.
One feature of this oval pitch, there is the bounce.
Yes.
That's what makes it a good cricket pitch. It's been a really interesting game, this. Bowler's always in it.
Well, when you look on paper, these are two very well matched sides, both of whom have young players coming through, a spine of experience.
Friendly warning there from Michael Gough to Blatherwick. They might be getting close to that front line.
Yeah.
Switch for the umpires. If you umpire in Test cricket, and you go into county matches where you don't have the fail-safe of the third umpire deciding on the no balls. Oh, extravagant from Curran. Take a bit of that.
He'd been practicing it, hadn't he? But had the width on that particular occasion, and Curran clambered in.
Went to the boundary in about 0.001 of a second. It was thrashed away. He sort of made the width himself, though, by backing away.
Absolutely.
Wasn't the worst ball that he's bowled.
No, it was absolutely right, Simon. It was very clever batting. It was very similar delivery to the one before, but because he'd stepped outside leg stump and given himself that extra foot or so.
Well, this is going to be a good contest. 5 for onside field now, 2 men back. Luke Wells there at mid-wicket picking that one up. We've got deep forward square leg and fine leg. Immediate change in the field after that stroke from Sam Curran.
Yes, having been pretty religious at keeping the 3 slips in so far, we are now down to 2.
That was the short ball. It was just too high, really. Easy for Curran to get underneath. Well, he's been down there a long time. Physio's finally got over to have a chat with him.
He's laughing, which is a decent sign. I thought it was his wrist. I think it's his knee, isn't it?
Let's watch how that one develops. A good ball from Blatherwick. Curran just about kept it down. Well, biding his time, Sankar won a really aggressive shot in that over. And it looks as if Dane Bias is coming back onto the ground, which is good to see.
Yep. Has a little rest, Jones. He jumped on. Now take a breather again.
Right, another tactical change here from Lancashire is that Phil Salt's going to stand up to Balderson. Now, some seamers hate the keeper standing up.
But we're seeing it more and more, particularly in county cricket, with more and more batters looking to try and step outside their crease.
Thickish inside edge. Single. To Jacks. Now what's he going to do for Curran? He's going back.
Yep.
Curran, a bristling cricketer. He's the sort of person that you imagine if you played him at chess, he'd be aggressive.
Interesting though, that ball to Jacks, he looked so much more hurried because he was having to sit back in the crease rather than being able to stride purposefully forward. Ball rather squirting out.
Oh, that's glorious. On the up. An hour of Sam Curran and this game could take on a completely different complexion.
Really was a good shot, wasn't it? Wasn't that bad a delivery at all, but he's just creating that space for himself outside off stump.
The shot more thrilling in a way because of the element of risk in it. You can nick those, can't you? To second slip.
Now got someone out sweeping for that shot. Oh no.
He's bob each way, isn't he? Deep backward point, so half covering deep third, half covering deep cover.
Nice response from the bowler.
Inside the hour for Surrey. It's been a really watchable hour's cricket.
You're absolutely right, and when you put it like that, maybe you'd think that the bowling hadn't been that good, but Surrey have attacked and attacked well against good bowling, and I think Jack's innings pretty much sums it up. What is it, 6 boundaries and 2 singles in his 34 balls. He's faced 6 balls that he could hit, and the rest have really tucked him up. So it's been an excellent battle throughout.
Sam Curran's made the running on his 2 boundaries as well. An intriguing contest building up between the teams that finished high up last season, first and second, and Lancashire and Surrey both unbeaten this season.
It's poor old Lancashire. It was 1 win and 5 draws, isn't it?
They're actually 55 points behind Surrey, Lancashire in the table. But yet to be beaten this season, and the teams did compete for a very hard fought draw in the opening match of the season at Old Trafford.
Yeah, it does seem to be tough that you're standing 6th in the table when you haven't lost a match, but
do have a game in hand.
Yes.
There'll be a lot of other teams, Warwickshire, Hampshire, Essex, looking on and hoping that Lancashire can do them a favour really in the next 2 or 3 days. Another Surrey victory, and really will be taking a firm grip at the top of the table. Oh, that's a wide one. That's extravagant shot. You can see why Jacks went for it. It felt a nice tempter wide of the off stump. Not quite in control of it.
No, you can see his eyes lit up, but to describe the foot movement as minimal would be rather almost overdoing it. It was.
Yeah, can easily have nicked that one. Lesson learned, you could say.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Blatherwick saying, go on, have another go then.
Will Jacks, I think, just needs a couple more for his highest score this season.
To be one of them.
He's now equalled it. That was against Middlesex. It hasn't really got going with the bat so far this season. Sorry, could do with that changing today.
I wonder whether that had something to do with Rehan Ahmed's selection over him. Lords, I don't know how much they go on county performances. Rehan Ahmed has not had a great time of it with the ball. Neither have taken many wickets, have they?
No,
Rehan Ahmed's scored more runs.
Yeah, no, Will Jack's only got a couple of wickets. So actually hasn't bowled that much.
Well, that was the problem he had yesterday. Well, and when you have a seam-heavy attack that's successful, you're not going to get much of a look in.
No, exactly. Certainly not first innings.
One to Curran. That man back on the deep forward square leg boundary. Still got that stiff breeze blowing across the ground, the same direction the wind was coming from yesterday, so left to right as you look at your screen.
Westerly, I think.
Well, half stop. Bohannon's going to tidy things up. Again, firmly struck by Jacks.
Yes, he really did time that. It was brave of Blatherwick to put the hand in the way of that, but he saves his side 3 runs, so well done. But Jacks timed that beautifully again. His driving is really a pleasure to watch.
Do anything to stop them off your own bowling.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, there's Curran going again. Side away for 4 more. He got the man back at deep backward point, but it flashed away to his right hand side.
Yes, you wonder, a bowler possibly with a little more experience might try and follow Curran when he is moving outside leg stump to give himself some space outside off, but that was beautifully timed again.
And again, it wasn't
a wide ball.
It wasn't a rank ball, was it, really? Just Curran made all the running, gave himself some room. There's a bowler there, you hope the batter miscues, slices one to a fielder. That's why players like Curran down the order can be so dangerous.
Yes.
Because they are good hitters, but they're also prepared to take a chance. Keeper standing up, as you can see, for Will Jacks to keep him back in the crease.
Yeah, considering seems to have been around for some time now, Simon Curran. I know he's only 25, but this is only his 80th first-class match, and 24 of those have been Test matches. So he hasn't played an awful lot of county cricket compared to some of the other players in this match.
He's been playing at this level for 9 years now. He made his debut at 16.
Yes.
So he's only 25. A lot of players have got a lot of their career ahead of them at 25. Might not have even broken into the England side by 25. Well, it is about the age you do it, don't you? If you're going to have a successful career, it's 24, 25. But Sam Curran has already played 24 tests, 23 one-dayers, 38 T20s.
Yeah, extraordinary how much.
So over 80 times for England.
At 25.
25 start of June.
Yes, and was the most expensive player in the IPL this season as well.
And the other thing about his IPL experience this season was that he got to captain Punjab Kings as well, a couple of matches, while their regular captain was out injured. So that might be worth keeping an eye on as time goes on.
The average is, yes. Nicely punched for nothing, that. He is an interesting one, Sam Curran. It's interesting you mentioned the captaincy as well, because his figures would sort of back that up. A really useful all-rounder. I think in first-class cricket he averages 30 both with ball and with bat. So. While he is predominantly white balling these days, we mustn't forget his red ball qualities. He certainly played nicely after a couple of false shots earlier this morning.
The interesting one with how his career develops is what is he going to be? What is he going to concentrate on?
And that's what so many players are now having to concentrate on, particularly if the IPL continues to take over more and more cricket around the world, and people are actually signing for IPL franchises rather than their domestic team.
But also, what do you concentrate on as a player?
Yep.
Are you a bowler that bats? Are you a genuine all-rounder? Are you a player whose batting takes over from your bowling?
I think he's got the potential to be a genuine all-rounder. But Simon, sorry, I interrupted.
Latherwick to continue. Curran will get a single towards deep third. They've got two men back now, Lancashire, behind square on the offside for that scything cut from Curran. Orthodox third and a deep backward point.
Where do you think his future lies?
Well, it's difficult. It's a difficult one. I know that they were someone like Alex Stewart. I think, what is he going to become eventually? Is he, I'm thinking 2 or 3 years back, is he going to become a bowler that bats or a batter that bowls?
On the bat, yeah. Happy problem to have, isn't it?
But also, in what form of the game is he going to be a Test cricketer? Is he really going to be predominantly a white ball cricketer? I mean, for Surrey, of course, you definitely want him playing red ball cricket. You want him playing as much cricket as you possibly can. Of course, you do.
I was delighted to see that he was in the team for this match. It's just to refresh himself after a year out of red ball cricket for his county.
Gave that everything.
Oh, I love that. That's where you take that's the statue on the top of the car, isn't it? That is that beautiful cover drive.
Dispatched, hammered away.
Oh, timing. Now he does play the traditional shots so well, Will Jacks. Aesthetically very, very pleasing to watch when he's in this kind of form. And this is now his highest score this season.
Surrey over halfway now to overhauling that Lancashire total. Good response. A single though to mid-off.
Yeah,
saw Law's bowler Yorker yesterday. Picked up a wicket, get rid of Daryl Mitchell. It was a fine delivery, and Blatherwick almost doing something similar there. Well played by Jacks.
This is a good angle to see it. Oh, that was the cover drive.
Yeah, that was the cover. It was a good angle to see the cover drive as
Wasn't
well.
it just, yes. Hold the pose, hold the pose.
Yeah, that's the sort of thing you would just frame and put up on your wall.
Exactly.
I could play, you know. Should only be a single. Morley onto it, to that good catch to get rid of Jamie Smith with 48. He'll be sitting up there in the dressing room at the moment, just feeling he's missed out today. Batting so nicely.
He really was batting well, wasn't he? And then just... Oh, there we
Yorker,
go. There's the Yorker. And he played it very well, but it was a terrific delivery. Now, we were talking earlier in the season about we don't see the Yorker possibly as much as we should, and as you rightly pointed out, we've seen a couple of good examples so far in this match.
So we've got an hour and 10 of pace this morning from Lancashire. It's all we've seen from them. It's pretty much all we saw from Surrey yesterday on this greenish pitch with a bit of bounce in it. I wonder when they feel compelled to go to the slow left armour.
774 for 1 this morning, so
Surrey might have taken that at the start.
So yes, I wonder whether a change of style of bowling might be worth a gamble, particularly with, as you've still got a pretty decent lead, what, 130.
Balderson continuing. He's bowling steady. Curran batting out of his crease, putting the bat there and getting a single.
Yes, might be seeing the wicket. Phil Salt might be considering coming back up to the stumps if that continues.
Talking about Lancashire's bowling options, there is the slow left armour Morley, but it looks to me as though Daryl Mitchell's going to have a bowl fairly soon. He's going through his action at first slip.
Well, he's taken 5 wickets at 15 and a bit this season, so useful man to have.
So the 5-seamer approach from Lancashire as well, potentially.
Yes.
And you're tempted to conclude, you wonder why England are not producing that many spinners at the moment.
Yeah, that they're not given a chance to put in the hard yards they need.
Skiddy from Balderson. Jack's forced back as well by keeper standing up. Phil Salt took an excellent catch yesterday to get rid of Rory Burns.
Yes, wicket-keeper batsman, that's an interesting role. You and I were having the debate before we went on air this morning about the role of wicket-keeper batsman. It is interesting, isn't it? With the keeper that's standing up, though, Will Jack certainly looks less expansive. He's having to just rein himself in a tad.
Just a reminder, talking about wicket-keeper batsman, Alex Stewart and Jack Russell will be joining me at lunchtime to talk about that and many other things.
Oh,
a fine shot off the bat of Jacks. It comes out very nicely. It makes a nice sound.
It was over-pitched ever so slightly, but it must have been slightly disturbing for the bowler in his follow-through to see that rocket coming back at him.
Yes, it came back quicker than it went down. It's fair to say.
Nicely played.
It hit so hard that Balderson couldn't react in time to get down. It's easy if you're off your own bowling. It's so crisply by Will Jacks. He's largely been dealing in boundaries. Right, it is going to be Daryl Mitchell to bowl.
Just took 3 for 32 against Somerset and 2 for 5 against Hampshire. So that's where his 5 wickets have come from so far this season.
96 first-class games in all, 96 first-class wickets.
Oh yes, decent average. Again, just at around 30, isn't it? Same bowling average as Sam Curran, who you'd have as a better bowler, possibly.
Well, it's going to be Mitchell to Curran. Testing out the middle of the pitch straight away.
Didn't time that.
No. I think teams feel that that is one area in which they can target Sam Curran. Bang it in short.
Yes, because he will take it on.
At the field with Mitchell bowling, there is a deep backward point. There's also a gully, so there are a couple in that corridor, and also 2 back as well. What's Mitchell going to go for this time? Wow. Just a fraction of width outside the off stump, and that was dismissed again by Curran. Dead-eyed dispatching of the ball. It was a bit too wide from Mitchell.
Yeah, particularly to a left-hander in the short side of the ground. That was never going to be anything other than 4 runs.
Yeah, bowl to me there all day. 150 up.
Run rate's now over 4. It was hovering under for a long time, just under. But Curran 20 off 25 now. Yes, he's enjoying himself.
Still only one player in the match made a half century so far. Who's going to make the score that's going to make the difference in this game?
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because so many players from both sides have made really good starts, and it was Phil Salt's the only man who's gone on to crack that 50 barrier so far.
So we've seen 18 batters so far. Only 3 of them have been dismissed in single figures. Curran goes again. Same result. And he's enjoying himself, and so the Surrey supporters who've turned up today at the Oval, relishing this attacking batting from Curran and Jacks, and that brings up the 50 partnership. And it feels as if it's come up in about 10 minutes.
It really does, doesn't it? Well, between them, they're largely dealing in boundaries. If Curran's 24, he's hit 5 fours, and of Will Jacks 37, he's hit 8. So a very high percentage is in boundaries.
Round the wicket now, Mitchell. Trying to tuck Curran up. Well, Jamie Smith's wicket went down in the 30th over. We're now in the 38th over. So yeah, that 50 partnership has come up in good time, just 8 overs.
Yeah, run a ball.
And you'd say, in a way, it's felt like a counter-attack, but it's from Jack's point of view, it's been authentic cricket strokes. and Curran's has played the way he plays, that aggression, especially outside the off stump.
Yes, if there's been a hint of width, he has been on it so quickly.
Right, end of the over, 157 for 5. You're going to be joined by Andrew Sampson.
Thank you very much, Simon. Yes, Andrew Sampson, the wizard of the figures, is going to be joining us here. Surrey against Lancashire. So if you have any anything statistical you wish to know about this match, get in touch, because we now have the man who can probably answer them. Absolutely right. Simon Mann has told me definitely be able to answer them. Andrew, good of you to join us, because and that spat, and there was an edge. Second slip would have been interesting there, but there was only one, and they can trot through for a single. We haven't seen many edges this morning. Well bowled. Really did square Jacks up on that occasion. So it was brilliant of you to join us, because you haven't been terribly well recently, have you, Andrew?
No, I've just had a bout of pneumonia.
Okay.
You can probably still hear a little bit in the voice, but
I don't know. It has
it
has a sort of Barry White cadence to it.
Barry White cadence.
Sort of really nice, and, low. And no, it sounds good.
Okay, jolly good. I'm not going to start singing though. I can promise you that.
Thickish inside edge. It's Balderson is causing some mis-hitting from both batters at the moment, but they've survived. Square Jacks up in this over, and an edge evaded the slip fielders, and on that occasion it was Curran who was not able to middle. And that is sumptuous again from Jacks. He has played the cover drive beautifully this morning.
Pretty substantial partnership this now, isn't it? It's threatening to take the game away a bit from Lancashire.
Well, Surrey needed it.
Yep.
107 for 5 they were. Now 163 for 5. Punching off the back foot now is Jacks.
And they're going into run a ball, as Simon was saying as well. So it's been a good contest up till now, though, hasn't it?
Enjoyed it.
I didn't see yesterday. I was at the baseball. So
over
I didn't see what happened.
Over at the West Ham ground.
The West Ham ground, yes, the London Stadium.
Sorry, the London Stadium, isn't it? Flicked into the leg side and fielded. Who won?
Well, yesterday the Cardinals beat the Cubs 7-5.
Okay.
After the Cubs scored 4 in the top of the first inning.
Oh, a fine fight back.
Slowly faded away.
Looks as if it was a sellout.
Pretty much.
And of course, we did have the cricketers, didn't we? I heard Felix White talking earlier about Jimmy Anderson and Nathan Lyon were pitching first balls.
Yes, it was on the Saturday.
Oh, I'm sorry, there's been another game.
So there was on Saturday the Cubs won 9-1.
Okay.
And then yesterday Cardinals came back. So I missed Jimmy and Nathan throwing out them.
You had to actually just
pitches.
be
So I had to watch some actual baseball players.
Baseball purist.
Dexter Fowler and Albert Pujols throughout the ceremonial first pitches yesterday.
Very good.
So there you go. Kind of legends of their own respective clubs playing in that game. How did the Kookaburra go? What's the comments on the Kookaburra?
We need to get sort of more from the players. There's been plenty of bounce. But yes, we need to find out more from what the players feel. We will talk to Alex Stewart at lunchtime about that.
Of course, yes.
Nicely placed for a single. Sam Curran now playing very nicely.
Got 100 in his last first-class innings, didn't he?
Was that a year ago?
A year ago, exactly,
a year
yeah.
ago.
After 22 50s before his first 100 in first-class cricket.
Nice. Andrew, please continue to stat us up in this fashion. And now, having only dealt in boundaries, these two racing through for singles as well, which is a left-right combination, is always a wise thing to do if you can.
Yep, messes with the bowlers a bit, so yep. Yeah, there was a missing thing from Curran's CV, wasn't it? First class 100, because everyone always knew he was good enough to do that. He just kept getting out and before getting to the 100.
Oh, that's a shot. That really is a shot. And enjoyed by the increasing crowd that is joining us here at the Oval this morning.
Yeah, there's a decent number in, isn't there?
That's really well placed, punched off the back foot.
He is looking, well, I'm not into commentators' curses and things, but Curran's looking pretty good this morning, isn't he?
Absolutely. Yes, these two looking increasingly comfortable. Balderson has hurried them both up a little bit, but Daryl Mitchell at the moment looking a little eaten, that's left outside off stump, but it's been meat and drink so far to these two batters. He's rather gentler medium pace than we've seen so far.
I mean, I think you were talking about his numbers earlier just before I came on, but he's got a decent record as a bowler.
He really has.
But he's been found out a bit as a bowler in Test cricket, although his batting has been extraordinary in his Test career so far.
Yes, he's got, what is his Test match cricket? He's got, I think it's 3 wickets to 110.
Sounds right, yes. He's kind of well, he's sort of replaced Colin de Grandhomme in the New Zealand team, hasn't he? But he's definitely, he's probably, or certainly so far in his Test career, with an average of 57 with a bat, he's outdone de Grandhomme with the bat. De Grandhomme has been
better with the ball.
Much better with the ball.
Yeah, no, I agree. But Mitchell as a Test batsman has been something of a revelation, and coming to it quite late as well.
Yep.
He's 32 now.
Yep.
He's busy playing catch up.
And easy catching up, that's for sure.
Yeah, that 190 against England was a decent knock.
Well, he had a great tour all round last year. All round,
He did, didn't he? He broke the record for the most runs in a 3-match Test series. Yeah, I think that's right.
For New Zealand, yeah.
For New Zealand, yes.
Which is not, that's the kind of thing you expect a Kane Williamson or Martin Crowe going back in the days, or even a McCullum or something to do. Really put him in that category. Change of bowling at this end.
Yes.
Williams might be a little bit more effective.
Another person with...
What did Balderston end up there for that spell? 8 overs for 45. Well, not the spell, but he's bowling in the innings so far.
So we've got Kiwis at both ends.
Yep.
With Will Williams. And just hurries Curran up a little bit. Curran was looking for that expansive shot outside the off stump. Will Williams just that yard quicker.
He's done well for Lancashire in the couple of years he's been there, hasn't he? Williams.
Yes.
His county championship career, he's got 55 wickets at 18.7 before today, so nothing wrong with that.
No, and he's started this season well as well.
Yep.
19 before he came into this, so he's up to 21 now. Forcing a very respectful forward defensive from Sam Curran, who hasn't had to play many of them so far, or hasn't wanted to play many of them so far in this innings.
Yep, a really spotted forward defensive in this innings, but we did it all very solidly as well. So I wonder how many players have got hundreds in consecutive innings a year apart.
We'll be speaking in a minute or two while you look that up, Andrew Simpson, and that is a glorious shot through the covers.
That one's to the long boundary as well. Seems to be needing a few of those to the shorter boundary, which is obviously shorter and easier. It gets there quicker, but that's the long boundary.
Yeah, just a little too much width, and Curran is so quick on anything. Outside that off stump. Really is enjoying himself there so far this morning. That's where the majority of his runs have come.
Probably shouldn't be speculating about hundreds a year apart, because I almost forgot that I'd be the guy you'd ask.
I'm really sorry, Andrew. You kind of rather set yourself up for that.
I did, yes, but anyway.
And that is one of the better balls we have seen this morning. Really
genuine play and miss, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Beat him all ends up.
Yeah, pace, bounce, lovely delivery from Williams. The line absolutely bang on. Respectfully played up to mid-off on this occasion. A really good battle that. The one loose ball was crashed away for 4. We saw the outside edge beaten. A couple of very respectful forward defences. So good battle between Curran and Williams. Williams now with the figures of 2 for 37.
Bad news from Nottingham. Australia have just won by 89 runs. Those last 3 wickets must have gone pretty quickly. There was 7 down when I last looked a few minutes ago.
Who took the wickets, Andrew?
Don't know.
I'll leave you to.
I'll have a quick look.
Have a quick look. Let's find out what's going on elsewhere in the championship as well.
Actually, that's pretty spectacular. That's 8 for 66 for Ash Gardner.
Okay.
And those last 3, let me just see, they must have fallen for about 1 run.
Yes.
3.
England did so well for first innings parity.
Yep.
And that's a better length than line from Mitchell. Jacks on this occasion is forced to play nicely.
Yeah, England were 175 for 7, so I mean they were losing probably, but still had an outside chance with Sophie Eccleston still going strong with along with Danny Wyatt. They lost their last 3 wickets for 3 in just over 2 overs.
Yeah, I was really surprised that it was Danny Wyatt's Test
debut. So was I.
Oh, and that's well bowled again, and certainly not middled as the ball squirts out into the offside.
Right, well, now I need to look up where 8 for 66 falls, second best ever in a women's test match.
If you want to know what is going on elsewhere, Essex 457 all out against Warwickshire, who are 13 without loss in response. Again, it's a thickish inside edge that goes out to the boundary. Got quite a lot of the bat on it, but not the bit he was actually intending to use. But they take another single, and this has been a much better over from Daryl Mitchell. Hampshire 347 for 7. They've just lost their 7th wicket against Middlesex. Northants 237 all out. Kent 212 for 1. So 25 runs behind with 9 wickets in hand and heading for a rather large first innings lead. Somerset and Notts are having a gritty low-scoring match. Somerset 163 all out, Notts 186 all out. Somerset 18 without loss in their 2nd innings. Still 5 runs behind. And Mitchell's going to come round the wicket to the left-handed Curran. Who steps outside leg and has a swish and a miss.
8 for 66, second best bowling figures ever in a women's test match. Ash Gardner today.
We've had some, it's been a good one, wasn't it? Because Tammy Beaumont's was the biggest ever score for a woman in a
England,
test match.
for England, yeah.
England in a test match.
First double hundred for...
Was it highest since 1935 or something? Did I read something peculiar like that?
She broke us. Well, highest total or the highest?
For a single score. Maybe I misread it. Oh, and that's nicely helped round the corner, just straying down the leg side. There is a man at fine leg, so it will just be the single.
Yes, so Betty Snowball, who held the previous record for England, the 189.
For England, yes.
It was in February 1935, yeah. Neetu David holds the record for the best bowling figures in a women's test, 8 for 53. India against England in Jamshedpur in 1995.
And that is, again, interests the fielders on that occasion, but decent over that from Darryl Mitchell.
Two off it, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, 2 off it, much more on the money. Several false shots, but Jacks and Curran continue on their merry way.
Yeah, they've been going about 4.5 this morning, haven't you?
Yeah, and then that's 69 they've now added.
Mary Duggan. Mary Duggan?
Go on.
Jonathan Agnew's cousin. Has now got the 3rd best bowling figures in a women's test match, having had the 2nd best when she took 7 for 6 against Australia in Melbourne in 1958. 7 for 6, proper bowling figures those are. So she's just been knocked into 3rd place overall by Ash Gardner.
Seems harsh, doesn't it? 7 for 6. You should, if you've taken more wickets than conceded runs, that should count. But it is only in stats. It's the wickets.
Yeah, wickets and then runs. I mean, I wouldn't call it an anomaly. It's just, I suppose 7 for 6 probably is better than 8 for 66. But statistically,
the
8 wickets go ahead, because where else would you do the cut-off?
Exactly.
I mean,
I'm not.
Yeah, that's kind of, is 8 for 20 better than 7 for 6, or 8 for 30 better than 7 for 6? And that's where the argument comes in, doesn't it?
And that is something else from Curran. He's almost treated Williams like a spin bowler, and he's smashed him back over his head for 6. What a shot that was from Curran.
It was, wasn't it? It looked like he was giving us catching practice for a second. Just went to the left, yeah.
And that's extraordinary. The first straight shot is hit, and he came down the wicket and absolutely nailed it. What a shot that was. Curran, who is now looking as if he'll overtake Jacks fairly smartish, and he gave him a good 20-ball start.
There's not many people who've overtaken Jacks in his career, I can tell you that.
And Williams, I don't think can quite believe what happened to him on that occasion, but Curran just came down the wicket and was almost disdainful with that shot.
What does Williams come back with?
Well, on or around the money. And on this occasion, Curran is happy just to push the ball out into the covers and trot through for a single, having played the champagne shot first up.
Yeah, well, definitely the champagne shot of the day.
Yes, I think that's the first 6 of the Surrey innings.
I still find sixes quite fun in first-class cricket.
I know, they still seem something...
2020, oh, there's another one.
Oh yeah, you get used to it.
You know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean.
Coming down the pitch randomly in the middle of a game and just whacking him out the park is not what you'd expect, I suppose.
This time it's Jacks who's out of his crease looking to take the ball early, but on this occasion can only force the ball up to mid-off. That was sharp. Jacks thought about it. The ball was almost past him before he could play the attempted hook pull shot to that sharpish short delivery. Played it well in the end. Sharp single, but well taken. He was home. The fielder must have thought that he had, for a moment, got a chance. Jacks timed it well. The running has been very good between these two when they haven't been hitting boundaries.
Yes, which hasn't been all that often.
No, exactly.
But again, they've been taking the singles nicely as well, haven't they? So it's really ticked along very well for Surrey this morning. Also, this partnership certainly.
Rare dot ball at the moment, and that will be the end of a pretty decent over by Williams, despite being smashed over his head with the first ball for 6. Yeah, no, we've got 2 more players in this match who have reached 40 so far, though only one has reached 50.
Yep, so we're in dangerous territory there. Jeff Miller, you'll remember Jeff Miller.
I remember.
You're of an age.
Dusty, yes.
Dusty Miller. And I mean, Curran was never going to get anywhere near his record of most 50s before a first 100. Curran 22 50s before he got that 100 last year.
How many 50s for Jeff Miller before his?
Have a guess.
I'm going to go 50 something.
Good guess, yeah. 56. 56 50s before he got his first 100. And there's nobody who'll ever get close to that. He finished up with 272 50s in his first class career.
Yeah, as a conversion rate, that's not high, is it?
No, it's very low.
That's a lovely, lovely shot from Jacks. He kept the fielder interested for a little bit, but he moves up to 49 and he's in big danger of becoming the second man to get to 50 in this match. However, we've already seen this morning Jamie Smith on 48 trying to bring up the half century with the big shot and being caught very well on the boundary by Morley off the bowling of Blatherwick. Not tempted into doing the same on that particular occasion. Plays the ball back down the wicket. What's the best conversion rate for 50s to 100s?
Oh, that's definitely Bradman.
Oh yes, everything goes back to Bradman eventually, doesn't it?
In Test cricket, Bradman had 29 50s and 2900s and 13 50s.
Unbelievable. Oh, and it's an edge! I think it might have hit the ground first before it hit Keaton Jennings' outstretched right hand, so the 50 comes up for Jacks, but not without risk, shall we say. Jacks will be delighted, having not got out of the 20s before this season. And this is his 5th match. Will Jacks brings up his first half century with the red ball in 2023. Nicely played. Keaton Jennings is still rather clutching his fingers in the slip department. Stung a little. Big LB shout. Looked pretty close, but nothing is given, and Daryl Mitchell is giving the stare.
He'd be doing the old T if there was a reviews available, isn't there?
Yeah, Michael Goff, I think, the umpire who decided it wasn't.
Michael Goff very rarely gets much wrong.
Let's have another look. You can see why Mitchell was interested, but you can also see why Goff didn't give it. It might have been sliding down leg, just.
Yeah. Yeah, well, Jack's high score of 27 before this in 6 innings and an average of 18, which is probably below par for him.
Yes, he'll hoping he needs to start knocking on the test team door once again, so a few runs would be very handy.
I imagine he was mentioned quite a lot during the discussions of who to replace Moeen with.
That is the shot that we have so enjoyed this morning from Will Jacks. An absolutely glorious cover drive. 4 or 5 of those we've seen in this innings of 57 so far, and that was probably the best of the lot of them.
Yeah, that was good, wasn't it? Yet another champagne shot.
Yep. On the knee, beautifully played. Let's just watch it again.
Yeah, let's watch it again. Look at that.
There was some
wish I
width.
could do that.
Oh, I know.
Anyway, Bradman in first-class cricket. So, I mean, everyone knows Bradman averaged 99.94 in Test cricket. Well, maybe not everyone, but most people in cricket do. But his first-class stats are slightly lesser known.
Go on.
28,067 runs at an average of 95.14, which is still 25 runs better than anyone else in the history of first-class cricket. And his conversion rate in first-class cricket, 117 hundreds and 69 50s.
Oh, that is just extraordinary.
It's really extraordinary, yeah.
50 was never enough.
Yeah.
Nicely dabbed on this occasion by Sam Curran. And that, I think, I can't remember another 2 this morning. We've had singles and boundaries. I think that might be the first 2 we've had so far. What has been a much better morning as far as Surrey are concerned.
Yeah. I mean, they lost the 5th wicket relatively early on, but they're running away now, aren't they?
Yeah, 91 these 2 have now added.
Just the 37 of those 117 hundreds that went on to double hundreds as well. Bradman. So.
Oh, and it's played up in the air, but hit far too well for the fielders to get close to it. And Curran moves on to 49 now. The 200 comes up. And suddenly, that lead of Lancashire's, which should look quite intimidating for most of the morning, is now just down to 78. I'm sorry, 74. And this is altogether more healthy as far as Surrey are concerned after running into some problems last night. 70 for 4, losing Ben Folkes with the last ball of the day. So we have to wait for the ball to be recovered from that thumping shot. I think it would have gone underneath the covers here below us in the commentary box at the Vauxhall end. Punched in away into the covers, and that will be Sam Curran's 50. Well, he's halfway to making Andrew Sampson have to look up the biggest gap between back-to-back hundreds.
Oh dear. Get out. No. Very good innings, hasn't he? He just looked so much in control, hit the ball hard. Cleanly, beautiful innings. Fifth time in a row he's got to 50 in first-class cricket.
That's
although, as we know, it was a while ago when he played those other innings in the 2022 season. And sixth time in 7 innings that he's got past 50 as well.
46 balls, 8 fours and a 6. Just really beginning to look to. They were bowling along nicely at the thick end of a runner ball anyway, but you get the feeling these two are both looking to accelerate if they can currently. 10 odd minutes to lunch. They won't want to go too mad. Oh, and Will Jacks is stood up on that delivery. He gets a thick edge, and it's a fine save out on the boundary by Keaton Jennings. But after our first 2 of the morning, we've now got our first 3 of the morning.
It's all happening. 2, 4, 1, 0, 3 in this over. We're just waiting for a 5 or a 6, I suppose.
5 would make it interesting. Then we'd have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
There you go. Could be. You never know. Fives are pretty rare, though.
Yeah. Let's go for a quick single. 4 overthrows.
Yeah, it happens.
5 no balls. No ball hit for 4.
5 wides.
5 wides.
Well, no ball hit for 4 would be 6 in the championship, of course.
Nicely dabbed down, but straight to the fielder.
Just a boring old dot. ruins the over.
206 for 5. 100 partnership came up as well in that 3 that they scampered through for. Jack 60 not out, Curran 50 not out.
99 the partnership.
I thought they came to. Oh, you're right, 107. I got the figure wrong. It was 107 for 5, not 105 for. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Absolutely right, 99.
So there we go.
See if they can bring up the 100 partnership. After I went a little bit early in the last test, in the last over from Daryl Mitchell. We got 3 overs left before lunch.
Yeah.
We haven't had any spin, so
might only be 2.
Might only be 2.
There it is.
And that will be the 100 partnership, and it will be yet another 4 for Will Jacks, who now has 13 of them in his 64.
100 partnership,
100%. Exactly 16 overs. So more than a run a ball. I think the 50 partnership was a 51 ball, so slightly accelerated a bit.
Short, and it's smashed away, but it's straight to the fielder. It was well taken, because it was hit pretty hard, but Danny Villas was there for that exact shot, and again Surrey lose a wicket just before the break, and Will Jacks will be disappointed. He'd done the hard work really. It's outside off stump. He got cramped for room, didn't he? And he could never really free his arms. And the plans of Lancashire work on this occasion. And Will Jacks, well, he'll be slightly disappointed. 64 very, very good runs. 100 partnership just up, a couple of overs before lunch. And Lancashire made the breakthrough, 210 for 6, and suddenly their first innings total of 274 is looking pretty good again.
Yeah, sharp catch from Villas, as you'd expect from a man who kept wicket for most of his career. They don't play for lunch like they used to either.
No,
as they did in our day.
No, quite. But they would have
exactly.
had a lot
2
of
hours to lunch. Let's make sure
very
we don't
dead
lose
batting. Yeah.
But
Mitchell bowled that. I was impressed with Mitchell's bowling on that occasion. He saw that they were looking to attack him, cramped up room, and coming out now is Clark to join the fun.
Sorry, batting lineup just doesn't stop though, does it?
No, Jordan Clark is.
Clark's a pretty good number 8,
isn't he? He's
still got Abbott and Laws can bat as well.
165 runs already this season.
Yeah.
Pretty decent average, just 27 for a man coming in at number 8. But even though he did get out Will Jacks, that was a welcome return to batting form for him. 64 off 77 balls and 13 fours. He was out 6 minutes before lunch. That will almost certainly ensure we only have one more over after this one.
Yep.
Oh, and it's catching practice. And that was poor from Clark.
Action replay of the last ball, extraordinary.
It really was, wasn't it? Exactly the same. Cramped for room, tried to pull straight to exactly the same man, and Jordan Clark goes for a golden duck. Dane Villas takes a second catch, and we now have Daryl Mitchell on a hat-trick.
Oh, that would be interesting. I've been Surrey, that big partnership had almost put them on top in the game end, and now all of a sudden we're back to evens.
And again, not playing for lunch particularly, Mr. Clark, on that occasion.
Or not even bothering to play himself in either.
No.
Just having a full go at the first ball and doing exactly the same as what Jacks did the previous one.
So I'm guessing it'll be Sean Abbott in next.
You'd think so. He can't possibly hit it straight to Villas as well.
Sean Abbott.
That would be a hat-trick to remember.
Well, 2 for 2. The number 9 coming in. If Daryl Mitchell wants a hat-trick, this is as good a chance as he's ever likely to get.
Yeah.
But Surrey have been bowling along so nicely this morning. Suddenly seeing that advantage chiselled away very quickly. It's the old cliche, isn't it, that add 2 wickets to the score at any time, and suddenly 210 for 5, which looked pretty decent, becomes 210 for 7.
Surrey have certainly obliged in adding the 2 wickets, haven't they?
They have. Daryl Mitchell will certainly claim that it was a plan as far as he was concerned when he was bowling, but he did get a large degree of help from the 2 Surrey batters. Well, unsurprisingly, Villas is staying in position at short mid-wicket. There are a couple of slips.
He's moving now. Where's Villas going? Oh, they're still moving someone else back into short mid-wicket there.
Yes.
But that does take out the Court Villas bowled Mitchell hat-trick.
Well, unless
Court Villas bowled Mitchell at short mid-wicket.
At short mid-wicket hat-trick. Now they'll need. He'll now have to flick it to leg slip if it's going to be all 3 courts. So Mitchell. Oh, and it was a decent Yorker too. And Abbott did pretty well to dig it out. The old traditional hat-trick delivery.
Yeah, he should have stuck with the long hop.
The long hop outside off stump.
Did to short mid-wicket, didn't he?
Yeah. Oh well.
Stick with what's working.
I know. Stop bowling the good stuff. Yeah. Mitchell is in once again. Abbott avoiding the hat-trick ball. Oh, and that's short. and swung away. And for a while, Fine Leg was interested, but it beats him. And so this over has gone 4, wicket, dugout Yorker 4.
It's not been short of action this over. Which, when we started, we were speculating about 3 overs before lunch, and it looks like it might be. This is it, just the one over.
It might be, yes. Just looking at the clock on the pavilion. You're right, 12:59. We might get one more in. And that was helped around into shortish mid-wicket area, but under control on this time from Abbott, and they take a single. And Lancashire are heading off, so are the batters. It is the lunch interval here at the Kia Oval, and well, what a fascinating morning it's been. We saw a very early wicket after batting very nicely indeed. Jamie Smith picked out Morley off the bowling of Blatherwick to fall for 48. That made it 107 for 5. We then saw a century partnership between Will Jacks, who made an excellent 64, and Sam Curran. As we now head into our lunch break, where we'll be having guests, and rather splendid ones too. We've got Jack Russell and Alex Stewart. Simon Mann will be leading the way. We'll just continue to just go through that scorecard because it was fascinating. Poor Sam Curran then lost the strike towards the end of play, and we thought we were going to have 3 overs. We ended up only having 1 from the excellent Daryl Mitchell, who took 2 wickets in 2 balls in an identical fashion. First it was Will Jacks, then Jordan Clark. Both cramped for room trying to play the short shot, and they both picked out short mid-wicket, and Villas took 2 catches. Sean Abbott managed to avoid the hat-trick delivery, which was a decent Yorker. He then played a top-edged pull for 4 that fell safe, but all of that means that at lunch 215 for 7 Surrey, and they are still 59 runs behind, but they still have Sam Curran there on 50 not out. Simon Mann is now ready to begin our lunchtime chat with the big names of cricket that we always bring us here. I can see a very splendid Alex Stewart and Jack Russell coming in to take over on the hot seat. I shall leave you with Simon.
Thank you very much, Guy. Yeah, well, they've just had a lovely sort of reunion at the back of the box. Yeah, Alex Stewart and Jack Russell. And we're going to be speaking to them very shortly. In fact, Jack is putting on his headphones now.
There was a reunion there, briefly.
When was the last time?
There was a big hug.
When was the last time you saw Alec then? It looks like you haven't seen him for about 5-10 years.
I haven't. Pre-COVID, pandemic. I was probably painting here and I waved to him and he waved to me, so that was probably it. A few years ago. Yeah, it's been ages. It's been wild. He looks well, doesn't he? And he fit.
It's been a long time, isn't it? When did I last see you?
I think I popped over to
Guildford.
Yeah, Guildford. You were selling them because you actually took the book. You took the book and started.
I should be on commission.
You didn't get your commission, did you?
No, I didn't.
Because he was actually.
You said the check's in the post and nothing's turned up.
Yeah, and well, you picked up one of the books up and started walking around the ground with it, doing like a tour and telling them you must buy this book.
And we sold it, didn't we?
You did. We sold out. I think we sold out thanks to you.
Well, it's great to get you together. Am I allowed to call you 2 old wicket keepers?
Yeah.
2 old wicket keeper batters.
Old.
Yeah.
Well, you are both very similar age. We're all about the same age, aren't we? The same vintage. And I saw a lot of your careers, and you saw a lot of each other's careers.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
Jack, you probably wanted to play a bit more than Alec let you.
On and off the field, we saw. Yeah, I would like to, but I'm not blaming Alec. No, it would have been good, but we still played a lot. We still. You know, people said, "Oh, you should have played more tests." And this. I said, "Well, I played 2 more than Bradman, so it's like I'm not going to complain." So, you know, it was a great journey. And if I wasn't playing, I was normally carrying Alex's drinks. So it was all good fun. It was great fun. Wouldn't have missed it for a minute.
It was all the talk about. I kept Jack out. I didn't keep Jack out the side. Jack I was already in the team, wasn't I? I used to opener batting or bat 3, and Jack was keeping, and then the selectors decided to then leave poor Jack out and bring someone else in, and then I'd have to keep wicket. So it was. Well,
it was Angus.
The best keeper going.
It started at Adelaide with Angus because he had a bad hit from Melbourne.
Angus
Fraser. He bowled all those overs, and at Melbourne, that flat wicket, he got 6 for or something, and he was still struggling when we went to Adelaide, and then I think they brought Staffy de Freitas in, and it was the first time I'd ever been dropped from a cricket team in my life. So it was a bit of a downer, but the silver lining for me was that I was obviously doing 12th man and carrying drinks, etc. But Don Bradman was coming to the ground, and I knew he was coming, and he would come quietly and sit somewhere. And I knew the guy at South Australia Cricket Association, and I said to him, look, Bradman signed a load of prints for me a few years ago. So we posted a load of prints at him. He signed 250, and he posted them back. I mean, what sort of, that is a legend, isn't it?
He paid for a postage because you wouldn't have done, would you?
No, we sorted the postage out, and got it sponsored, and. So I thought I've got to speak to him just to say hello. I've got to thank him. So, but then the lads found out that I was going to meet Bradman one lunchtime, and of course they said, "Well, get him to sign this. Can you take that?" And so I went in with this trolley load of stuff. So I'd already got 250 signatures, and I've got. At first I said, "Look, I apologise. I really apologise. This is for the lads in the chain." He said, "Yeah, no problem. Sign." I had 15 minutes with him in a dark room in Adelaide. Windows were in an office somewhere, curtains were up, and we just talked cricket for about 15 minutes. And it was the most amazing 15 minutes of my life, because he didn't talk about the old days. He was right clued up to date, and the batters are doing this and back this for this, and they're doing unbelievable. So that was a silver lining to that cloud. But I don't hold it against Alex one little bit. But people used to think we used to fight and argue. But when we played Gloucester and Surrey a few times, we would deliberately have a bit of a shouting match, wouldn't we? We'd barrack each other and swear, and everyone thought we were having a big fight. We was just
best of roommates as well.
Roommates,
weren't we?
yeah, that was
that
was a bit difficult. Rooming was a bit for me because Alec is so tidy, and you know what he's like, and the room has to be precise and all tidy and all squared up and everything laid out properly. My side, bomb site. Building site, just chuck all the kit in.
You'd have to have the bed nearest the window away from the door, or so I couldn't get to my bed.
Yeah, and the other thing is, Alec he said, look, he put, there was one rule, right? He said, he put this long piece of white physio strip of tape down the middle of the room. He says, anything comes my side of the room, right, at any stage, it's out the window, right? So as long as I kept everything my side of the room, it didn't matter what it looked like.
You put
yeah.
We had ground rules.
Yeah, ground rules. Yeah.
So he could do whatever he wanted his side.
It's called living together, basically.
And he also, hope there's no one offended, but he'd also wash certain garments of his, which he wouldn't send to hotel laundry.
Too risky I couldn't afford
undergarments.
Yeah,
he'd wash them themselves, and then he'd dry them by putting them on your bedside light. So a few times I did wake up in the morning, turn the light on, look up, and see some underpants.
I did rent your lamp from your side of the room, didn't I, at various times to drop me kit.
Price.
Yeah, we did.
So when you met Don Bradman, you didn't tell him I'm playing 2 more Test matches. You probably hadn't played them all.
I hadn't. But I never. I played 54. I mean, that's from a little kid from a council house. How can I complain? It's like it was a magic journey. Even the bits where you're not playing, it's all part of the process.
And what about your 50th, the one you should have played in Jamaica?
Oh, what about And
you had to kill him.
Tell the story, Jack.
I wasn't very well. And I'd never been ill. I don't get ill. And on tour, I don't get ill because I normally have my own. We normally used to have our own food, shipped in, and. But in the West Indies, it's normally fine. We were in Jamaica, wasn't it? Pegasus Hotel. And day before, I'd do an Alex Stewart. I'll have chicken and chips. It's not a problem. It should be absolutely fine. And in the middle of the night, I was so ill, and I had to get Wayne Morton, the physio, up about 3 o'clock in the morning. I could not get off the bathroom floor. It was coming out everywhere, and I tried my best to. Be fit and I actually went out to try to warm up, but I actually couldn't stand up, and I was on my knees, and others were saying, Mike Atherton was saying, are you fit, Jack, or not? Are you fit or not? And I couldn't answer him, and he just cleared off. He said, no, you're not playing, that's no good. So I went back to the change room and then went back to the hotel, and then I go to sleep because I'm absolutely exhausted, and I put the radio on after an hour or two, a couple of hours. There's no cricket. I what's going on here? There's no cricket going on. I thought,
I reckon you'd seen the pitch and you'd thought,
That was the abandoned test.
Yeah, that was the abandoned game. So I
6 minutes.
So I didn't miss out in the end after all. But we got to 50 in the end. But I mean, playing with this guy is just he was so encouraging. You know, he understands the job obviously, and in the West Indies, it's not the easiest place to keep wicket. And
because
the wickets are a bit up and down. You've got to stand a lot closer. The surface between the stumps and it can often be a bit rough as well. And we played at Montego Bay. I had a long stop.
That was me. I was a long stop. And you had a helmet on.
And I stood back with a helmet on. And I never wore a helmet. It's the only time I ever wore a helmet because I didn't want it. It was a game before the test, and I didn't want to get hit in the face because I got a long barrier and the bleeding thing would go over my head. And so they actually they had to put a long stop in. Can you believe that?
I can't.
It's a true story,
wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a football
outfield.
Yeah, Montego Bay. We'll never forget it. But but this guy he's been. I mean, people used to think we argue a lot, but we never. I don't ever remember arguing with you at all about anything. Maybe football a little bit, but apart from that, because you're Chelsea, I'm Spurs. But the support, and also on tour, you've only got yourself to. There were no wicket keeping coaches then. Particularly, Notty used to ring up occasionally. Alan Knott might help out in England a little bit, but basically we helped each other.
But that's where, from my point of view, Jack was so good. So by choice, you've heard me say, I'd rather just open a batting for England, but I had to keep because of they tried to almost strengthen a weakness but actually weakened a strength with me not opening with Athers or Graham Gooch. But he was brilliant for me because obviously he wanted to play, and quite rightly so. But when he wasn't playing, the support he gave me was second to none. He'd hit balls at me, talk technically about because I learned on the job. I didn't really keep as a kid. I think I kept more for England than any other side I played for. So I was learning on the job, which isn't ideal.
How did that come about then, Alan? How did you go from being a batter to a wicketkeeper?
So I couldn't really bowl. I got 3 first-class wickets, but I couldn't bowl really. So my first winter away, and I'd signed here as a batsman who could possibly keep. I'd kept a little bit my last year at school and a little bit at the club side, Malden Wanderers. And then I went to play grey cricket at Midland Guildford, and they needed a keeper. So I said, well, that's a club to go
in Australia.
In Australia, in Perth. And that's where I started to keep. And then Jack Richards was the keeper here, so I was always second to him, not because I was still a top order batter batting at 3. And then I went on my first tour, which was the West Indies in 89-90 when Jack was the number 1 keeper as a reserve keeper. But I don't reckon I'd have kept in, I'm guessing, 20 first-class games at that stage. So I was learning on the job, and therefore to have Jack alongside me to help and coach was fantastic.
The rivalry goes back to when we were about 14 or 15 because we used to have trials like south of England, west of England, and there were other National Cricket Association, AYC and all those. So we would come up against each other at trial matches. So Alec was keeping a little bit then. So the rivalry goes all the way back for, 40 odd years.
I don't call it rivalry, I call it friendship.
Yeah, it was a friendship.
He's more aggressive.
But But it'd be like the same for me because, I mean, I remember sometimes in the West Indies we couldn't get net bowlers and things. Alec would stay and Alec would bowl to me. We'd be the last at practice, and it'd be Alec bowling at me for an hour at the end of practice just to get my batting up to scratch, and he used to help me with my batting. So it was a two-way. It's not a rivalry, you're right. It was a journey together. It was great fun though. It didn't always work out how we wanted for each other, but in terms of the results and things. But I mean, I wouldn't have missed any of it for the world.
Yeah. What you said you helped him, and Alec, you said that Jack helped you. What was the biggest tip that you gave him, do you think, or that you can remember that Jack passed on to you as a wicketkeeper?
Take the tension out your body. Really, he always spoke about if you're
from here
with
down.
The gloves.
Yeah.
When you have the gloves on, if you're tense, everything is rock hard and the ball can bounce out. So just drop your arms, relax your shoulders, forearms down, as though the gloves are almost falling off your hands, so that you're very cushioned, very soft, very relaxed.
And you have to be aggressive because you need the speed. So there's got to be determination in there. But I always used to say, if you keep your thumbs loose and keep these lower part of your arms loose, then you take the tension out, and that helps a lot. Because especially in England, when the ball used to wobble around quite a lot, we used to do a lot of work with the wobbling ball. And if you get tense, suddenly it just bounces out. So you have to go with it. You almost have to be a bit jelly-like and go with it. So, yeah. And Alec used to help me with my batting. Him and Alan Knott used to help me quite a lot. And
And what was your best tip to Jack about batting then?
Well, he should have batted right-handed to begin with. No, I was big on always making the ball is there to be hit first. If you go the other way of, am I going to defend the ball or let the ball go? By the time you realise the ball is there to actually score off, the ball has gone past you. So it was always have that intent, score first, then work out if you can't, you're going to defend or let go.
But also I was a great player off the back foot in Test cricket. You do a lot of that, if you're especially in the West Indies. That's basically what you're doing for 2 or 3 months. So I used to watch him play and look at his trigger movements and think, right, certain positions you need to get into to play that type of bowling. So I
You're doing that right-handed, Jack, aren't you?
Well, there you go.
So he did listen, he just didn't.
There you go. So eventually, I used to just watch Alec play. I mean that game in Barbados where you got 200s was it was just unbelievable, just brilliant. So I used to I used to just watch him closely and in the nets, just watch him. Yeah, stood from behind and. Yeah,
but it's also sounding silly we're talking about, but that's what you want nowadays. We've all done a bit of coaching, but you actually want players to self-coach and coach each other. So you'll see that in training session that the coaches are side-arming and throwing all the time to a player, which is fine. But if other players are watching as well, so when you're in a partnership, batting out in the middle, you can actually talk about things that are going well. If you're slightly off sync, Athers was brilliant for me. He knew my game inside out. And if he says, oh, your head's just falling across to the offside a little bit, or this is happening or that, you can self-correct. But if you're only ever reliant on the coach and not thinking of yourself or your teammate isn't helping you, it's a little bit one-sided.
And good teams do that. If you've got a good coach that encourages that and is not
so it's like player ownership.
Yeah, that's quite important. Yeah, but we used to do it because there were no coaches on tour, were there? There were no other.
No, you should.
We had a manager and an administrative manager, and that was it.
And the scorer.
Yeah. And that was it. Basically, we coached ourselves. Even when we started playing county cricket, I mean, I didn't see myself on TV till about 1986. On John Player League on a Sunday afternoon on BBC, watching it on the telly, videotape it and go and have a look, because we didn't have computers or anything, so you couldn't analyse.
And what did you think when you saw yourself for the first time on TV?
Oh dear, no. I wasn't. I thought I was. There were one or two things I think that I didn't think I was doing that like that.
Yeah.
So that was good. But these days with the computers and everything, you can overanalyse a little bit too much. You've got to be really careful, don't get bogged down with it. But I remember in earlier than that. Cut a long story short. I was HTV West Sports Personality of the West, right? In
Of course you were, Jack.
1903.
Did you vote for him?
Almost certainly.
You know HTV West very well.
Sure.
Anyway, cut a long story short, the winning prize was a cruise, you see, to some, I don't know, America or New York or something. I said to my wife, we're not going on that. She said, why not? I said, because the second prize is a camera with VHS tapes, and you put in it. It was like this biggest thing you've ever seen.
All the years you're away from home, Jack.
I know. This biggest thing. And I used to set that up at the county ground at Bristol on the top there and get one of the 12th man or somebody to. I'm a 12th man's nightmare, as you know, but get him to. When I'm batting, between. Switch it on, switch it off, because the tape would only run for batteries only run. That's the only thing we had, to actually self-analyse. Or in those early days, people like Andy Brassington or the senior keepers at the club that were with you, they're the only keeping coaches you had. So we learned. It was great, though, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, it's brilliant.
Did your wife not speak to you for a couple of weeks after you went for the second prize rather than the first prize?
No. Look, I don't know. I got like a million other things. I don't know. I got away with that either. It's a long list of things I've got away with over 40 years.
Well, you certainly sound you got away with that. Who had the best chat behind the stumps then? Wicket keepers are always talking, aren't they? You've got to keep the team going. You've got to get in the batter's head.
Gloucester, sort of, you were the central focal point, weren't you? In that good one-day Gloucester side, you were. He'd get in the way of the batsman and that type of thing, and they'd throw the ball.
We'd take the ball in front of the face.
Until they came up against us in the final at Lords when we'd had So they did. They used to ping the ball to try and intimidate.
I used to catch it. So
and then follow
there'd be
through.
A big clap, and I used to smack the ball into it, because I used to be soft hands. I used to smack it to make a loud noise in the batsman's ear. I'd be going like growling or doing something. And then in the final, you're going to tell the story with Wardy.
So we'd had a team talk that we know what they're going to do. They're going to throw the ball at us, basically, but Jack would just get in front. So he said, we're just going to stand there. But if the ball hits us and deflects off, we're going to run, because they've thrown it to upset their mindset. So was it first? I think it's first over of the game.
It was early.
Ian Ward's opening the batting. and whoever it was, I don't know if it was
Chris
Mark
Taylor
Lane or Chris Taylor, who's now our academy director, hurled the ball in, and Wardy has just gone. He thought he was going to get a glancing blow on the helmet and then run, but he didn't. It made him straight on the ball, straight dented the helmet.
The biggest dent you've ever seen in the helmet in your life.
And the ball just dropped down.
Yeah.
But they didn't know what to do.
Well, it was annoying.
And we just
messing our rhythm.
It messed up their rhythm. So we just kept getting in the way, and Nick just getting out of the way at the last minute, so he could still catch it. But it affected him. And we went on to win.
Yeah, I was going to say you're the only team that beat us.
I was going to say there weren't many, were there, Jack?
That was the only
in
final
that
we
sequence.
lost. Yeah, it's
we got in their face.
You did, but to answer your question about the chat, I only used to chat a lot later in my career. People didn't used to do it from the start, and they're trying to get kids and youngsters to be vocal and do it. It wasn't until later I got the confidence to actually do it, and I didn't. I mean, obviously, if in test matches you do a little bit, you pick your person. You didn't say anything to Lara, and those talks, or Viv, or any of those guys. You didn't do that. And people at Surrey, I wouldn't say anything to Thorpe. You see, wouldn't say a thing to Thorpe because you knew he would benefit from it. And batsmen used to
become more determined.
Yeah, you wake people up.
Yeah.
You could wake people up as such and get them in the fight. Steve Waugh was the same. He wanted to engage in a battle.
Yeah.
So we just said, say absolutely nothing.
And our keepers say to me, "Come on, Jack, have a go." And I go,
No, not him.
People like Lehman and those guys and Stewie Law and those types, because they wanted the.
But you don't have to be verbal either. You know, talk about, and I say go back to James Foster, even Chris Reid, two wonderful wicket keepers, and it was said, Chris Reid perhaps doesn't dominate, isn't noisy enough. You don't have to be. If you're catching every ball and missing nothing, that is high value.
Yeah.
But you can still create energy and buzz just through your own actions. So it doesn't have to be verbal and noisy all the time. You're still going to do what is natural to you.
You've just got to transmit to the opposition that actually that you're in charge. We used to try and strangle the batsman. We used to try to separate.
You try and suffocate them.
You try and separate the batsman mentally by lots of things happening. But a lot of that is to do with body language and the fielders and everything. It's not just the keeper. The fielders in the ring in particular. If the keeper can't do it on his own, you've got to have those ring fielders actually with people like Chris Taylor, great fielders, with the energy, and so you squeeze that we used to call it that way. That's how we used to do it.
And pinging the ball around,
pinging the ball,
always getting it back into the keeper, just looking busy. Somerset do it brilliantly now and have done in all formats. They're probably the best of the current counties. But in T20, something here at Surrey we try to do and aim to do. But Gloucester set the
we did, but we even got Mike Smith saving a singlet mid-off. Now that might sound a bit, but Smudge was just wandering, Yeah. In the end, because if you gave away 2 at third man of final, you got the biggest rocket. You have, the coach he'd rocket me because I was head of department fielding, so I'd get it in the neck. So I made sure they did the job. And we even got Smithy saving. He wasn't doing it any quicker. It was just body language. It was just a bit.
And it can save you 5 or 6 runs as well, which in a one-day game is massive.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was all good fun.
I've got lots of questions, but one I want to ask you, and I'm sure a lot of people will be interested in, just bring, in a way, the subject that we talked about at the start, up to date, really. Ben Folkes, Johnny Bairstow. Thoughts really. It's so difficult for Ben. It must be difficult for Ben Folkes not to be in that England side because he's worth his place in the side. Everyone knows that. Even the selectors. I'm sure even Brendan McCullum knows that Ben Folkes is worth his place in the side. But it's a question. It's the whole thing, is it? How do you fit together the jigsaw?
And that is so. Johnny Bairstow, the batsman, walks into any Test match side, and what he did last year and previously to that, world class, absolutely high class. Then sadly had that broken leg, so he went out to set up. But Ben Folkes came in and has shown why I said, 5-6 years ago, he's the best in the world. And he's proven that. But then to fit everyone in, I get the problem. I'm sat here with my Surrey shirt on. I'd pick Ben Folkes. But then you say, how do you get him in? You're going to have to change something up top. That was the problem. And if they weren't going to change anything up top at the top of the order, you couldn't get both Bairstow and Folkes in, so they had to go one way or the other. And they've chosen to go with a more attacking, aggressive batsman, and a proven Test match batsman because he is a wonderful player, and a lesser quality keeper. And it's trying to get that balance right. Now he's had a tough game, in that first one at Edgbaston, and a really tough game.
Did you have games like that as well? Do you know what he's gone through?
You're always going to make errors.
Yeah, we've all had games like that. Yeah. It goes with the territory. It's like the goalkeeper always lets a few in every so often, and you make mistakes because it's easy. It's such a fine line. But I feel for Ben because I was in that same position, And I'm not blaming anybody or having a go at Stokes or McCullum or anything. It's a conundrum that's had to be, and they decided to go that route. And I'm not going to sit here and have a go at those two guys because they've decided to go that route, and I'll back them on it because I don't want to give the Aussies anything to be shouting about. So we're going to get behind it. But I always think you pick your best keeper because it's the Ashes. It's the Ashes, and you've got to understand that there's Test cricket, and then there's Ashes above that because the.
And don't forget Ben Folkes can bat.
Yes, exactly.
He's got Test
so
match hundreds.
it's not a, you know, it's such a difficult situation, and I do feel for him because it was, as we said earlier, I've been through that, and he's been playing so well, so it makes it even more difficult. And when he did play, he played well, so he's done nothing wrong. It's just that they've gone that route, and it's what the thing that I hope we've not lost sight of is that the Ashes is a different level. And I mean, Johnny could catch everything. Johnny, more often, Johnny's a good keeper. You know, he's a brilliant cricketer. So I'm not having a go at him. But the Ashes is something.
It's another level up.
It's a different level because of the weight that's on you. And you can say whatever you like. I'm just catching another ball, and that's what you try and do. And we've all tried to do that. There is still that tension that comes in and that expectancy. And you've only got to hear the crowd at Edgbaston to know what it means to people. And so it's been difficult all round.
And when you miss a chance, again going back to what we were speaking about, taking the tension out of your body, it's easier said than done.
Yeah.
But that's gone, you can't change it. So it is the next ball that counts. And if I've got any sympathies for Johnny, one is obviously he hasn't kept a lot since his broken leg. I think he only kept once, did he? Possibly twice for Yorkshire. But I don't think, and apologies if I've got this wrong, I don't think England have a wicket-keeping coach at the games now. Leading into it. Now, you can say Brendan McCullum has kept wicket, but he's not a specialist wicket-keeping coach, whereas we were lucky enough to have had Alan Knott. And then in more recent times, Bruce French has been brilliant for Ben Folkes, Matt Pryor and whoever else. I don't think they have the wicket-keeping coach there now. Certainly didn't in the winter, because I know Ben Folkes struggled to have somebody who could work with him all the time. So when you have, and it's not just the work you do on the training ground, it's when you come in at a break, you just need to, if you've done something slightly wrong, you just want to keep or your coach who you trust. It's just to say your alignment might have been a little bit wrong, or do you realise you're just coming a little bit early, or a little tip that just clears your mind. You're probably just reconfirming what you're thinking, but when it comes from a coach who you've worked with and alongside, it gives you that little bit more confidence.
But also, Alec will know, you can see things happening. He's going to miss one here in a minute because the wicket's doing this, or this bowler's doing that, or he's got slightly wrong-footed occasionally, and something's going to happen over here, or you know, like the wicket's doing this now, so you chat about that. Well, the wicket's doing a bit more of that now, and then it just
it's where you stand,
and you refocus that person to think, oh, okay, I'll just be aware of that after tea or something because it's going to go through the gate and that sort of thing.
So even your alignment, the simple thing is where you're lined up. You know, certain keepers will stand very tight to the stumps.
What do you mean by that?
So if your left foot, if you're keeping to a right-hander, your left foot a lot of the time will be somewhere around middle stump, so that you're really tight. So you'll see a lot of keepers, if they stand a little bit too wide, as in close to the first slip, the angle of the ball that is bowled at the bowler's end forces you to the leg side, if that makes sense.
Yep.
So straight away you'll put your weight on your left foot and take a step towards the leg side. And then if there's an outside edge, because all your weight is on your left foot and left leg, to then push back to dive to your right is really difficult. And it's just little things like that. So that catch he caught one-handed, yes, it was a good catch, but I would still say if his alignment had been better, it was a comfortable catch. And
it's all about timing as well, because sometimes you think, and the other thing is sometimes you think you're concentrating and you're not enough. And that's what the Ashes does to you.
Oh, explain that, Jack. That's an interesting
because
idea.
It's the intensity of it.
It's like batting.
It's the intensity of it. You think, I'm watching the ball, but am I really watching the ball? Right? Am I just watching a space? Am I watching a round thing? Or am I actually looking for a mark on the ball or the seam or something? Which side is little things like that intensify it. And I used to find later in the day I got more angrier and more because I'd had a good day and I didn't want to mess it up at 6:15. You know, with 15 minutes to go because I wanted to have a good day all round. So the intensity of it, the focus, it's hard to explain it. And Luke Sutton actually I did a piece with Luke. He wrote a really good book on keeping. Yeah. We had a long chat about it. It's a really good book. I recommend it to anyone. I tried to explain it a little bit there, but it's just a focus. I'm right, Simon. I'm looking at you, right. So I'm concentrating on you. Now I'm concentrating on you, right?
Yeah.
See what I mean? Like
greater intensity.
See what I mean?
Yeah,
so there's that edge to it, and So you're forgetting everything, but actually even more now. I'm really. So there's that, and you learn.
But it's switching on and switching off.
But you have to learn to do that to go out to in, out back in again.
So when you're batting, same when you're keeping, especially say reverse swing or even spin, when you're out of form, you're looking at an area. When the bowler lets go, you're not looking at the ball. You're looking at an area. When you're playing reasonably well, you're probably looking at the hand. When you're playing nicely, you're looking at the ball. But when you're really on top of your game, you're seeing the seam and the rough side and the shiny side.
And bits on it, marks on the ball.
So just those things that when you're really in tune, it's the same when you keep. And when you keep, you have that little bit longer to react. So really focus and it becomes a lot easier.
And the other thing I found coaching keepers is a lot of, between the batsmen, if they're stood up, between the batsman and them, their eyes don't work hard enough. They might lose the ball, so you've got to search hard. And you think, again, you're getting lazy, you think you're watching it, and it's a bit peripheral, instead of really expecting it through the gate or leg side or what it is.
So a lot of the time, they always say every ball is coming to you as a keeper. And then if you look, but it's on a TV screen or a photo, is as the player has played the shot, say as a cover drive, is the keeper's head looking at where he thinks the ball is going, i.e. extra cover, or is he still picturing him missing the ball and the ball is going into his hands? And that's the difference.
And Alan Knott used to say to me, they hit the ball over there, just stay here, you're in the right position. So it made you, I learned
focus.
That in the early, and really, because the rest is irrelevant, it's because it's you and the ball. And I used to have I never painted the picture, but I should have done it. My visual was a ball on a black canvas, and the ball, and as soon as the bowler came round and started coming into bowling, that was my world. And on top of that, it was me against the ball. The determination to get, because that ball's trying to mess my day up, right, and make me unhappy. So I'm going to catch wherever it goes, I am getting that ball.
And there are times, aren't there, when you don't see the ball. They'll play over the top of one.
Yeah.
And you lose it, and then you've got to refocus and see it. Whereas if you're guessing or not concentrating, the ball's hit you.
If you're not expecting it, that's sorry, go
How
on.
exhausting is a day's keeping in a test match? Is it absolutely shattered when you come off?
Right, we're going back to your point about Alec being and captain at the same time, opening the bat and keeping captain. What's going on? That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever.
So you can't.
I
was talking to Phil Salt actually.
Did they make you do the laundry as well, Alec?
No, I did. He didn't do it very well from memory, but no, it's one day cricket you can do all that, but in Test match cricket you can't.
And you've got
the highest a keeper should bat or could bat, I'd say, is 4. I wanted to bat as high as I could because that's what I was, a top order batter. Realistically, it's 5 or 6.
And if you've got Ashes, it's more draining.
Yeah.
Because of everything that goes with it. So it's and that's where you need your keeping coach there to make sure. Actually, you're staying.
Make the job easier. Support.
And it's just, and sometimes you haven't got to do anything. You're just there, and and it might be just a word. It might be just Have I painted you or not? You should be painted. I should paint you. I did a sketch of you a few years ago, didn't I?
You did do a sketch. I've still got it in the study.
Just explain why you're here today. You're in London.
I mean,
you've got an exhibition on, haven't you?
It's our 60th year this year, both of us. And I've got an exhibition of 60 paintings in Chris Beatles Gallery in the centre, in Ryder Street. It is in St James's, and I had the idea a couple of years ago I thought, well, they asked me to do an exhibition for my 60th. I'll do 60 paintings. Not really realising how long it would take. But I was here at the Oval last year, thanks to John Surtees here at the Oval. I was up at the Peter May stand, the new bit, and up in the top corner. And I painted this amazing sunset for one of the T20 games. So that's it. That picture's in there. And I also did a picture of Jardine, which is the connection here as well. So that was good fun. But it's not all cricket as well. It's like the gallery.
Military stuff have you got?
There's no military, but there's landscapes.
Landscapes, yeah.
And various other stuff that I love painting. So it's not all cricket. So that's why I'm in town. So yeah, John said come in. I said, well, if Stu is here, I'll do it.
See, he's in here. It's perfect.
We're in.
He's got to come round and do my front room as well. He said he'd paint the
Well, I promised you about 30 years ago. We haven't quite got round to it yet. So that's great. And it's going well with this on. It opens this week. Wednesday. I'll be there Wednesday morning if anyone wants to come in, pop into Ryder Street in St James's.
And are you selling them, or is it exhibition
well,
to be sold?
It's been online for about a week, so they're selling quite quickly, which is always nice. But it's it's more. Yeah, there is that to it, but it's more. I get a kick out. I get a buzz out of it. Obviously, it pays the bills and it's a living. It's mine. It's the only skill I've got left, basically. So I know it's a business, and the art world is quite a serious business. So you have to get it right. But I get such a kick when somebody says, I want to put that picture on my wall at home. That is just, I get as big a kick of that as I did walking out in a test match or playing for Gloucester. They were taking a catch or a stomach. The actual buzz from that is really, and I love the energy of that. So we've sold a few.
What about your moment of victory?
Yeah. Well, I was there, wasn't I?
That was it.
We were there.
I've still got it.
Yeah,
Jamaica, my debut
1990.
test.
Yeah, my first major cricket print that was.
Set you on the way, didn't it?
Yeah. Well, we won, didn't we? So I owed it to all the lads really, because.
Do you still get the same buzz, Alec, as a director of cricket, seeing your team win, or has nothing replaced that feeling of, well...
It's the closest you'll get. Once you finish playing, that's what you miss, the adrenaline rush and everything else. But having come back into this role, you don't feel it quite as much as a player, but it's not far off. Because you want your team, but you want your players to go and succeed, because you see the hard work they put in. But no, this is a great job. I'm very fortunate to be doing it.
What was the win like against Kent in the last game? To chase 500 and win?
Incredible. Because it was the flattest pitch going, and we'd probably not done ourselves justice in the first 2 days. And then Dom Sibley does what Dom Sibley does. He just battered and battered and battered. Jamie Smith got it on the way with that 70-ball 100. And then the way Ben Folkes played the next day was incredible. But to chase down 501, I know Brian Lara did it on his own, but we needed a few more. But an unbelievable win. I don't care how flat the service was, to chase down that number was huge. And a big moment as well to get that win. Because at one stage we could have lost. Then, can we bat for a draw? But to get the win, especially with such a big difference between the 5 points for a draw this year and 16 for the win, from a league table point of view, it had a big impact.
Some people there said, not obviously right at the end, but well before the end, it almost felt inevitable. A bit like actually watching Brian Lara rack up his... I mean, I was there for his 400 in Antigua, and when he had 130, you thought, he's going to do it again here. And that was, he still had another 230 odd to go.
But the belief within the dressing room, when it was 501, and again, credit to our captain, Rory Burns, it was, we're going to do this. We've got a good batting lineup, a long batting lineup, and the pitch was flat, and they just went out and did it.
And as long as you stick in the process, I think that's the way you get set about it. You don't get too far ahead with 501, whatever. Even when you're chasing any total, you just... It's ball by ball and build it in bits. And if you can do that, then the total takes care of itself. Great win, that.
I've had the 5-minute bell. I mean, we could talk all afternoon. I think you're staying on for a little bit, Jack, aren't you? I think you are. Anyway, but Alec, you probably got to go back to the other side. But just a couple of final thoughts, just going back to England. What do you think of Bazball? And has it... There was that coach's sort of chat with Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum earlier in the season. I don't know if you were involved in that. It might have been the head coach here rather than director of cricket. Has it sort of got through to the players? I mean, I've seen Sam Curran going out there and smacking it this morning, but that's the way he plays. Will Jacks, ditto, but that's the way he plays.
But that's the important thing. Each individual needs to play their way within what the team environment calls for. So, why would you ask... Come back to England. Ollie Pope and Joe Root, I think, have similar types of players, similar tempos. Why would you ask those two to try and play like, whether it's a Zach Crawley, whether it's a Ben Stokes, when play to your own strengths? And that's where it goes back to our conversations when the ball's there to be hit, strike it for 4, but be in control of what you're doing. So always be positive, have positive intent, but don't be reckless. And whatever you do, don't take the mickey out of the game.
See, just going back to that game at Edgbaston, I think we missed a trick in the middle. We've done all Bazball, and I haven't got a problem with it, but I'd just like us to be a bit more ruthless with it and be a bit more, use a bit more of this with it, because if we add this and the ruthlessness, then we are going to be difficult to beat, and we will probably win the series if we can do it. But there was a bit in the middle where I think Rooty was batting with 1 or 2 others, and if they'd have just knocked it around for 10 overs at 6 or 8 and over, you didn't have to there'd been another 60 or 80 runs instead of guys running down and
when Joe Root was stumped for the first time ever in his professional career.
So be positive, and if you're going to go one way or the other, always take the positive option.
Yeah.
But that word reckless, take that out of the vocabulary.
And that means that's the ruthless bit, because actually you could just say, I'll milk this for 10 overs, and then we really got them, and they're going to be even more down, because if you've got your foot on their throat, you need to squeeze a bit harder, and we didn't do that.
Yeah, and I get winning and losing doesn't matter. They're trying to take that out of the team. Well, winning does matter.
Do you think they really think that?
I think it's their way of trying to say play with freedom,
but
still play with responsibility. And even when Ben Stokes came in England's second innings, he get 3 off the first 20 odd balls. So he's an intelligent, smart cricketer, Ben Stokes. So they're selling a great PR story to the media and to the public, and everyone's brought into that. But winning is what you'll be judged
if we can just add those couple of other bits, I think we will win. I think we got a great chance, because they did knock them back a bit, but they just give it credit to the Aussies. They hung in there, didn't they?
Australia will just do what they do.
Yeah.
So England still have to play their strengths. That's crucial. But play within what you can do, not what you can't do effectively.
Don't push. Pushing the boat's great, but just sometimes you lose. You lose your
the
paddle.
situation.
Would you have declared at 393 for?
I understand
8?
why you did it. I wouldn't have done, because I would have wanted to get a few more. I would definitely wouldn't have done. I can see why.
Imagine someone declaring you on news, John, at 118.
I'll give you the tip. I wouldn't have looked at the dressing room. but that was the thing. And listen, it's not even hindsight, because at the time, again, 20 minutes. If they'd got 2 wickets, everyone gone. What a great attacking. To me, first innings runs are so important. If Joe Root wasn't at the crease and it was just Robinson and Broad, yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
But when you got Robinson, who didn't look in trouble, and Root playing as well as he did, first inning runs are crucial. But anyway, they made that decision. Perhaps if the chances had gone their way, the declaration wouldn't even be a discussion.
We missed chances, and we didn't quite push home the advantage. We didn't quite get enough with the run, so that's where the game was lost, but we can talk about that forever, can't we?
Bounce back at Lords.
Got to bounce back.
Well, they have to. Otherwise, if Australia win at Lords, 2-0 with 3 to play, and
I think we will lose another game, actually. I think somewhere, because there's not going to be a draw, is there, anyway?
You wouldn't think
Unless
so.
the weather intervenes, I can't see a draw. So we're going to need to win at least 2, probably 3.
Mind you, the weather intervened in the last game. There wasn't a draw.
Yeah,
so, the game moves on quickly, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Talking about moving on quickly, this lunch interval has moved on very quickly, and the players are out there for the afternoon session. Thanks very much for coming over, Alec. Great to see you.
Pleasure.
Really nice to see you.
Great to see you, buddy.
And I think Jack's going to stay for a short while.
If you'll have me, I'll stay.
Yeah, and commentate on the cricket. It's going to
unfold. I'll look out the commentary box window. I don't know about commentary. I'm not sure. I'm so out of touch these days. I'm not actually sure what's going on. But it's an interesting game. I've been here about an hour, so it's been fascinating stuff to watch. Definitely, yeah. It's been very interesting. Game being played at pace as well, which is not a dull moment at any stage since I've been here in the last hour or two. It's fascinating.
Well, Sean Abbott has come out. Surrey lost a couple of quick wickets before lunch. The game right in the balance. This has been talk about the Edgbaston Test match being fascinating. This has been a really fascinating game as well. Who knows which way it is going? Guy Swindells is going to join you, Jack, for this session after lunch.
Lovely. Nice to meet you, Guy.
Nice to meet you, Jack. I've watched you a lot, but I haven't met you before.
So I hope I don't disappoint you.
I'm sure you won't.
And you must forgive my commentating skills. I'm a bit rusty these days. I just put paint on canvas now, guys, so I don't watch a great deal of cricket, but it's nice to be at the Oval. It's such a great ground.
And how is we'll talk about the brush on canvas a bit as well. Haven't you got a rather big exhibition coming up?
Yeah, that's the reason I'm back in London for a few days. We've got an exhibition. It's my 60th birthday.
So youngster.
Yeah. So I've got a 60th birthday exhibition at Chris Beatles Gallery in the centre of London in Ryder Street, and being a wicketkeeper, I opened my big mouth. I'll do 60 paintings.
You're kidding.
Not really realising how long it was going to take me to do it, but it's about a year and a half's work. But it's been great fun. Really good.
Williamson is in. And that isn't what Abbott meant to do, but they will. I'm sorry, it isn't what Curran meant to do, but he gets a single for it, and he moves on to 51.
And one of the pictures, John Surtees managed to get me up on the top of the new Peter May stand last year, and I did a lovely sunset, amazing skyline of London in the background. One of the T20s, unbelievable. And so that's part of the exhibition. So that was the last time I was at the Oval, was last year. But it's great to be back because it's one of my favourite grounds. I love it. Love it here. Great stage.
Always has been I like. There are several grounds I love watching cricket from, but this is very high up indeed.
Playing for Gloucestershire, I don't think we always did that well, but I used to enjoy it. I don't know, maybe it was contest with Alec and our rivalry. But I used to get on well with a lot of quite a few of the Surrey guys were in the same England team as me. So Thorpe and Bicknell and all those guys, Alec of course. So I used to enjoy coming here. It's a good challenge.
Well, this is a challenge for Surrey currently at the moment, and it's swung away by Abbott, who will pick up another single as they look to rebuild after that mini collapse before lunch.
Yeah, I saw that. I thought, and when the second wicket of those 2 wickets went down, I thought it was a replay on the TV. It was
me too.
Was that the same wicket? I thought, is that a different wicket? And it was. Yeah.
By the time we'd seen the replays for both, we'd watched about 6 times.
Yeah. But survived the hat trick, which was good for Surrey.
punched away. It was interesting, Alec mentioned during the chat that the win is so much more important than the draw now. I was just saying how earlier today that poor Lancashire haven't lost a match yet, but because they've drawn 5, they're 6th and about 50 points behind, whereas last season they'd have been a lot closer.
We used to have a period when I was playing that there were points for the draw came in. They were quite heavy points, you know. It was quite a bit, because I think teams were playing on sporty wickets, and there was always going to be a result. You know, you played like teams like Essex used to have juicy wickets and or result wickets, and so they would, what were they? They would win 9 and lose 9, and then probably win the championship. So I think it was brought in because teams were spicing the wickets up a bit to make sure there were results every game. So I remember that coming in. It must have been in maybe 80s, 90s. But nowadays it's it's you've got to win, haven't you? You've got to win. You've got to win to keep the momentum going and stay and push for the top. But I've got to say I've been impressed with Surrey the last few years. Alex done a unbelievable. What an impressive side they are now. It's incredible.
And the way they bring kids through as well. Oh, and that's bunted straight up in the air. And that will be another wicket, and Sam Curran hasn't built on what had been an excellent morning's work. 52 from 50 deliveries, 52 from the 51st, and it is just one pull shot too many. It was too high up in the air, and he just bunts it to mid-on.
My first thought was it was a bit like a tennis shot, wasn't it? I think it would have been a wide, actually, if it had gone over his head. It's certainly way above head height, so he couldn't get any control on it, and somehow he's got it to mid-on. And I was just going to praise young Sam as well, because I've been watching him for the last hour or two, and what an amazing player he's become. Also his brother Tom, and I knew his father very well.
Of course,
Kevin Curran. He played at Gloucestershire with us for quite a lot of years. Brilliant all-rounder, quick bowler, batted in the middle order, aggressive player, and he was a key player in us. So then he went off to play at Northants. Which is where young Sam was born, Northampton way, and his father was, and I can see his father in those two lads quite a lot.
Interesting.
No, definitely the way they go about their cricket. It was Kevin was a little bit ahead of his time, and he played for us in the 80s, and he was, you know, I was chatting to a couple of people earlier, and we once played on a wicket that was unprepared. He said, well, let's just go for it. Let's play Somerset. Let's not prepare the wicket. We'll just go out and smash it. And we'll win the game, because they won't want to like playing on it, and we're just, let's do it. And we did it, but our batters, their minds blew, because they knew it was a minefield before they even got out there, and so we'd lost the game before it even started, because our batters didn't like that. But that's the sort of person Kevin was, always positive, always trying to be aggressive and take the game to another level, and he was, what a brilliant cricketer he was. When we did well in the 80s, we should have won the championship actually a couple of years, mid-80s, because we had Walsh, David Lawrence and Kevin Curran were our seam attack. David Graveney, left arm spin, very good, should have played for England. Phil Bainbridge would bowl at medium pace, and Jeremy Lloyd's, you know, had a really good attack, and we were at the top end of the table for a couple of years, but we just we blew it. We were 50 points ahead at Cheltenham one year with about 5 games to go.
No.
We blew it.
Well, it's Bailey in again, and
it was the batsman. I checked the records, and nobody averaged. They all averaged about 20 from then on.
So fantastic attack.
Yeah, but the batters didn't put enough runs on the board, and that cost us that. We should have won the title. It's the only medal I haven't got is a championship medal. I've got all the other ones, so it still rankles with me a little bit. But
I can tell.
I blame the batsman. You see, and when I see him, I tell him as well.
I hear that. It's good to hear it from a wicketkeeper as well, because I hear that a lot from bowlers.
Yeah, that's right. Well, there is that batting ball, but the only guy who did really well and did his job was Jeremy Lloyd's, the late Jeremy Lloyd, who we lost recently. He was a good first slip of mine at Gloucestershire. He came to join us from Somerset, and he was the only batsman in that period from when we were 50 points clear to the end of the season that did really well with the bat. Yeah. It doesn't. It's not bothering me. Have you noticed?
No, you don't. It's no longer part of your life. I can see you've moved on.
But there's 2 opportunities missed. But yeah.
God, sport is unforgiving like that, isn't it? You don't get many.
No, you don't, and you've got to take your opportunities, whatever sport, isn't it? Really, if you get chances, you've got to take them, and the best teams take them, which Surrey have done in the last recent years. They've been very consistent at being a really strong team. And a lot of that's down to Alec in the way he's run the club, I think.
Yep.
He was a tough cookie on his. Sorry, I'll let you describe that.
It was a really, really nice clip off his legs by Laws. And now Tom Laws, who's come in at number 10, he's got a decent record with the bat. He averages just under 20. So
bat a long way down, Surrey,
don't they just?
Fantastic.
They're two very evenly matched teams, these two. Oh, and that's a possible strangle down the leg side for a minute, but it isn't. But the big wicket has fallen in Bailey's 13th over. They've got rid of Sam Curran. 2 for 45, Bailey's figures now.
But I'm not surprised Surrey are playing the way they are, because Alec was always an uncompromising, aggressive, in your face a bit, standing. He was that type of player, he was. He's a strong player. He was a strong cricketer all round. But believed in what he did. He had a good mindset, positive. You knew there's a bit of that. Even the way he walked to the wicket and the way he conducted himself. There was always that positive element to him, and he doesn't stand any messing either.
No, absolutely right. And he and Gareth Batty are a pretty formidable team between them.
Yeah.
Neither suffer fools lightly. But will give you a chance.
Yes, that's the other. It's getting the balance right between not strangling or stifling a player's ability, but making sure that they know that they have to do the business. You have to come up with the goods. But that's always been Alec. I think it's always been like that.
But it's the way they'll also bring so many young players through. Goodness me, the conveyor belt down here now.
Yeah.
And that's allowed to go outside of stump by Laws.
He's always had a good eye. Alec, and he was telling me years ago, this Ben Folkes kid, look out for this kid Folkes. And I think he was pretty new on the scene. I hadn't seen anything of him. He kept saying to me, "You watch this boy here," and
you rate him, Ben Folkes?
Oh yeah. He's the most natural keeper, natural glove man out there.
That's good to hear, because because you were the best wicket. Sorry, I could be over complimenting, but. You were easily the best wicket-keeper of your generation. I loved watching you because...
Very kind, thank you.
But and that's why I wanted your impression on...
And we've always... A bit biased, but we've always had good keepers in this country. You could go... there's 3 or 4... There's probably half a dozen keepers at least that could play for England and do a good job. But Ben's the most natural. And I did a thing on Radio 2 with him a few years ago. We ended up taking over the radio station because I'll let you describe it.
That's short and it's pulled away. Fielder is out there and it's to the long part of the ground, so in the end they have to just settle for a couple.
It was TMS, like Tuffers was on or something else, but we ended up just chatting. We were chatting about wicket keeping, and they let us roll for minutes, and it was good fun. And that's probably the longest chat I've ever had. I've said hello to him a few times, so I don't really know him that well, but just chatting to him, you could tell that he's quite an uncomplicated wicket keeper mentally, and it's all natural. He's just got a natural gift. And it's brilliant to see.
Well, growing up in the age of Bob Taylor and yourself,
my heroes, Bob Taylor. Yeah. Beautiful.
I always came round to the pick a wicket keeper.
Yeah, and I had Alan Knott as well as my own hero, and you couldn't copy Alan Knott. He had his own style, I tried to copy Bob Taylor because he was so neat and pure, and he had no webbing in between his thumb and his finger. He was just literally the old-fashioned, pure wicket-keeping gloves and ability, just beautiful.
It was the way he made everything look effortless.
Oh, and I did try to copy him a lot in the early days, and then I realised I had to be myself. But his technique was a sound technique to try and copy. In fact, Ian Gould, one day at Sussex, he said, "Listen, you're another Bob Taylor, aren't you?"
Oh, and I just, how high is that?
And I just thought he was having to go a little bit about saying, "Don't copy, be yourself." but I took it as a big compliment to say, "Wow, and that gave me a big." I was only young then. We're talking mid-80s, and that gave me a big lift, But Bob used to work for Mitre Sports, and when he wasn't playing, and so I signed for Mitre Sports with my kit at one point. So Bob was looking after me with my gloves.
Oh, wow.
So that was like magic. So. That was good fun. And
did he work with you then and sort of give you advice?
He did, but he also... I'd always go for him advice during the season. And the thing about... I'll just mention the gloves quickly, but I had a pair of gloves off him 3 batches of gloves, 3 pairs in the 80s, and I basically used 2 pairs the rest of my career because they were that. Even though I put Kookaburra stickers on and they looked different advertising. Basically, those gloves got me through to the end of my career.
In once again. There's an appeal for caught down the leg side that nobody apart from the wicket-keeper and slightly the bowler are interested in, so we'll move swiftly on.
But in those days, the fixtures some teams you would play them twice, and the first fixtures I would look at were how often we playing Kent, because Alan Knott was there, and how often would we playing Derby, because I would be on the dressing room door at the end of every day's play, badgering them and just picking their brains. And Alan Knott was such a slow changer. He would still be there at 8 o'clock.
And that's punched really nicely away on the offside, but to that wide open space, but they tropped through for a couple.
So I would just pick his brains for all that time while he was getting ready to go home. And Bob Taylor was the same. I would speak to those guys as much as I could. We didn't have wicket-keeping coaches in those days. All you did, you made a beeline for the opposition keeper.
Yeah.
Because you would, because basically we're the only people that understood us anyway. So there was nobody else that was going to really want. Everyone thought we were crazy anyway and crackers. So it was the only sort of on the same level conversation that you could have with him. It was within the opposition keeper. So it was like a bit of a union. There's that keepers union. Shot.
And that is driven nicely. It was ever so slightly over pitched, but he was on it very quickly, Abbott, who's scored big runs in T20 and a very handy man to have coming in at 9. He's already got batting at number 9. He's already got 2 50s this season.
That's brilliant.
High score of 78, and his average is just under 50. And that's nicely played, but nicely fielded in his follow-through.
This feels like quite an even game-ish. Am I reading that right? I mean, you won't want to be... If you're Surrey, you'd like to have some sort of lead if you can. But you certainly wouldn't want to be too far behind. And obviously, Lancs are thinking the opposite. But it looks a decent pitch.
It does. But no one... What's the top score we've had was the 60-odd from earlier from Will Jacks, and we've had a couple of other 50s, but no one's really gone on. But half of that is because the attacking shots.
I was going to say, is that down to the bowling, or is that the positive intent that's giving the bowlers a bit of a chance? That's because that seems to be with Bazball flying around.
Exactly.
That seems to be the way the game's going. Also, a lot of these guys play so much one-day cricket now. Sam's come in and he's hardly played any.
The last time he played was exactly a year ago.
Well, there you go. So he's in that mode anyway. So you'd be wrong to expect players to go into their shell too much. They might as well play their natural. As Alex Stewart was saying at lunchtime, we were chatting. You've got to play to your strengths. So there's no problem with doing that and sticking to that. And that's the entertaining, positive way the game's being played at the moment. So I might have bored a few out, Guy, over the way I used to block it.
I remember there was an innings with Mike Atherton was it in South Africa, when you batted for several days for 26. Big LBW shout and he's gone. Law, and that's very well bowled. Williams takes his 3rd wicket. Laws goes for 6.
It looked quite straight, didn't it? I don't know if it came back a little bit in question whether it was. I don't think it was 2 leg side, whether it was going over the top or not. I think it just came back a bit off the pitch, just a little bit.
Straightened a bit as well,
yeah,
I think.
That's why he's missed it. It's whether it would have. We'll see from the angle from behind.
I think that's pretty close.
It's close. It is close. It looked.
And
close,
the fact that he wasn't playing it on the leg side.
No, that looked straightish to me. Yeah, unfortunate.
We do get
another twist in this game. Then it's
absolutely, and they keep coming. And at the moment, because I know Lancashire will want the biggest lead they can, because we've seen Surrey chase down 500 runs in a match recently, and they do bat all the way down. But at the moment they've got a 44-run lead, just the 1 wicket to go, so it'd be handy.
And looking at the side angle from that LBW, it didn't look like it was going over the top.
No.
So I think that's a fair decision. A very good decision.
No, I do remember that innings with you, Mike Atherton. That was. Did
I send you to sleep?
Heroic.
Did I say?
No, I can't. much as I love baseball, I can watch a Dom Sibley innings and really
I love
enjoy
Dom
it.
Sibley. I enjoy it. And it's funny, there's two things I get asked a lot about. One is, have I still got the hat, which I have, because it's always in a safe place, and if I don't know where it is 24 hours a day, I have a panic attack. So I've got to know where it is all the time. And the other thing they always mention is that the innings with Mike Atherton at Johannesburg.
Yeah. Sorry, it's
no, that's great. No, don't get me wrong. I thoroughly enjoy it. Keep asking, because it was such a. It was, and it's been on Sky. I've had it on in the past a little bit, and it was nice to relive it. And it was. I loved it though. It was like
digging in.
It was like a war, It was like real battle. It was.
And Alan Donald at his quickest.
Oh, it was great. Yeah, I think I've still got a couple of the bruises. But interestingly enough, I think because Dominic Hawke said on Twitter, he said he thought I was Michael Caine in Zulu at Rorke's Drift. And the funny thing was, I'd actually been to Rorke's Drift, and Rana about a week before that. So in between the test matches, I would go out painting the battlefields.
Yes, of course.
And so I'd actually been at Rorke's Drift, and that might have been subconsciously
fed into you. Fed into you.
I'm not as tall as Michael Caine, but I thought I was him.
And that's nicely played by Worrell. Now, you have to go, don't you, Jack?
I do have to shoot at 2, but it's been great to talk to you.
Where are your pictures on show again?
We're this week. We're opening on Wednesday. It's open to the public. Chris Beatles Gallery in Ryder Street, St James's. I'll be there on Wednesday morning for a few hours. I'm hoping to nip off to the test match in the afternoon. So if anybody wants to come along, great. It's online anyway, chrisbeatles.com. So you can see all the pictures online, and everybody's welcome to come and tap me on the shoulder and say hello.
60 pictures for Jack's 60th birthday. It's been a pleasure. Thank you for your time.
Great to talk to you. Thanks for having me on.
And the great Jack Russell leaves us, and the equally great Felix White heads towards the commentary box. I'll just make sure he can put his coffee down. 1 wicket remaining.
Hi, Guy.
Hi, Felix.
How you doing?
I'm good.
What a joy that was to have Jack with us.
It's terrible when you... Anyway. Well, that's just... Hello. Abbott has just clambered into this for the most enormous 6.
Wow.
Goodness me.
Well, we talked about Surrey have a lot of batting. We're down to the 10th wicket, and Dan Worrell was maybe the one Surrey player that Sean Abbott just thought, you know what, I'm just going to have a go now.
But he's averaging nearly 50 this season, batting at 9.
I think he got, crazy, isn't it? I think he got the quickest, I might be wrong, it might be the quickest 100 in T20 cricket.
Yes.
A week or two ago.
Exact 30 something balls.
Exhilarating innings.
And he came in with them in trouble.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you don't want to play against Surrey at the moment. It is scary. That was really, can I just say, that was really beautiful to sit here and listen to Jack speak for an hour or so, wasn't it?
Oh, it's just a joy.
Because growing up, cricket was on terrestrial television when I was growing up, and I think it was characters like Jack that were responsible for me really falling in love with the game. That kind of idea. Obviously, as you were right to point out, he was the greatest glovesman of his generation. But just that idea that eccentric characters like that could make the game work for them really fed into my imagination. Do you know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean.
The fantasy of what cricket was.
Yeah.
And I hope young kids still feel the same way about cricket. But I often think without people like Jack being there in front of me every day, it wouldn't have been sold to me in the same way.
I know that ability to be different.
Yes.
And wear your tatty hat.
Exactly.
And not worry about
completely
looking as it like you should do, but also just being blindingly good at your job. Slower ball. Abbott spotted it, and they go through for a 6.
You're exactly right. It's that sort of, I mean, everyone watching this will be aware of this because you're watching this, so you'll subscribe to the same opinion. But that thing that cricket does where whatever your characteristics, you just have to be good at one thing and you make this work for you, and that's what sets it apart from most other sports. Obviously that's becoming less and less true with people becoming more athletic and stuff like that, but that I could see it with you talking to him as well. Like as you speak to Jack, you're having a sort of flashback of your own life because you've watched him so much. You know what
agree.
I mean?
Absolutely.
So it's quite a nostalgic experience being in his company.
No, and you've just reminded me of players like, it might be a bit before your time, but Eddie Hemmings.
Right,
who was, if the ball was near him by the boundary, everybody now slides through about 10 yards.
Why did he kick
this
it?
would have been waved across. As he put his cigarette out. Oh, and that's a lovely delivery, and Abbott is beaten outside the off stump.
I mean, it's great that cricket's evolved, but there is still a part of me that misses that.
But then I'm really enjoying this cricket here today, right now, and the way both of these teams have gone about their business. And Surrey, just because wickets have fallen, Abbott's not going to hold back. He needs Worrell to stay with him for a bit. Ooh. And a slower bouncer just deceives Abbott on that occasion.
You're right, and most of the county championship games I've seen or been involved with this year have been a bit like this, like real arm wrestles, real tussles, really close session by session. Surrey have found a way to win games.
I really loved the county championship this season. It's been gripping.
Me too.
And that's down the leg side and won't trouble, but you've got a number 11 coming in, Daniel Worrell, the Australian. He's averaging 18 and got a high score of 35 this season.
Right, I did him a disservice.
And
what's his high score this year, did you say?
35.
Yeah, so
to go with his 28 wickets.
Yeah, I mean, I can't wait to see him bowl a bit later.
Sorry, that was 28 before the first innings. Yeah. And that is played nicely away for a single.
Yeah, we've got a brilliant mix this year in the county championship, which is what it's so great at. Is you've got your season pros, you've got Abbas, until recently Kemar Roach here. You've had your Labershanes, your big names, your older cricketers, and then people that are young on the production line. So maybe in Surrey's case, it might be a Tom Laws or those kinds of cricketers, and that blend of that all happening, especially at the Oval. When the grounds have been relatively full, actually, it's pretty good attendance today.
It was fantastic. I was sort of arrived. Bore you in a minute, and that goes over his head. I arrived sort of about 9:30 this morning, and there were people.
It was cute, wasn't there?
They were getting their coffee, having breakfast. They'd all agreed to meet up. They were all coming here. Not quite as many as a test match, but this is a really healthy crowd for a Monday.
Incredible. It's hard to know whether does the cricket being good feed into that, or is it because it's an Ashes, because cricket's around a lot, do those things?
I think the word is getting out that the county championship's pretty good this season, yes, and I think that the test team do trigger people's interest in cricket, so they do want to think, I can't get into the test match, what can I go? Let's go and see. Sorry, they're leading top of the table, let's go and see them.
I think that is happening a little bit, isn't it? It's been really interesting to me talking about cricket speaking to the outside world. The day after the Edgbaston test, I did some stuff with Chance to Shine, and there were lots of kids there that had obviously clearly watched it, and they were all trying to play Joe Root's reverse ramp. So it's really fascinating because we often talk about that, don't we? Like how it's inspiring and kids, we do all of the sort of platitudes of it. But to actually see kids watching it and being like, I want to do that, was really amazing. To put that tangible thing of like, that is working actually.
No, I just remember. I think you can find, and the other great thing is this: we're on YouTube, we're on Surrey's site. People can watch cricket for free.
Yeah.
When I was growing, I remember when I was 7 and discovered cricket and not moving for an entire summer. Basically, I just sat in front of the small black and white television and watched Test cricket for the entire summer. And after that, I was completely and utterly addicted.
Was it one particular summer, or was it just because it just happened to be there?
It was 68. John Hampshire scored a century on his debut for England, and I'm trying to remember who it's against. It could have been the West Indies, but yeah. Brilliant. But there were moments like that, and I just thought, this is good.
That's so great.
When did you realise you caught the bug?
It's a really good question. Like a lot of people, it gets handed down in some way. And my granddad was really into it, and he taught me how to play with a lot of enthusiasm.
"1969, I got the year wrong. It was against the West Indies. I was 8.
I
was 8. I was ancient."
But yeah, my granddad taught it to me, and I didn't know what I did. And this sort of feeds into that idea we're talking about eccentric characters making the game work for them. And at cricket, at school, they had a sort of cricket lunchtime, and my granddad had taught it to me, so I thought, I'll have a go at that. And I didn't know what I bowled.
And that is nicely played defensively out into the onside.
So I didn't know what I bowled or what I was going to do. And I ran up with the ball to the stumps and I let it go, and it went so high, so slowly, so loopy, I can't even tell you. And the batter at the other end just stopped it and just whacked it across the school hall. But as I walked back to my mark, slightly humiliated, the coach said to me, "That's lovely loopy stuff, you're a left arm spinner." And I felt this swell of identity in me.
Yep. Oh, there's a big shout. I think it was missing leg. Yeah, absolutely.
And from that point on, I've identified as a slow left arm spinner in more ways than one. At that time, Phil Tufner was bowling a lot.
Oh,
and he was
how cool is that?
He was scared of a ball, couldn't bat. These things that I had as well. We smoked a lot, was asleep a lot, and I thought, oh, that's a bit of me.
Yes. Really irritating me. When I started bowling, and again I had 2 granddads who loved their cricket, I was a natural leg spinner.
Oh, right.
When I was 7.
You just picked it up and just
started turning it that way.
Wow.
By the time I was 9, I couldn't do it.
No way.
Which was really irritating.
So for what? For a couple of years?
Just for a couple of years when I was a kid.
Really?
That was the natural way I was bowled, and then I probably had a teacher try and teach me how to bowl properly. And
God, we could do a 7year-old you now.
I know.
Can we?
We've got Rehan Ahmed, who's about the same age.
The same, yeah.
Yeah. So.
Wow, so interesting. And what happened?
I don't really know. I started wanting to bowl fast, I think.
Right. Yeah.
And then I couldn't go back because fast was cool.
Yeah. Okay.
Talking of fast, the pace continues here, and that is flicked around the corner just for a single. Laurel continuing to frustrate. They're chipping away. The lead now just 30.
We've got ourselves a really good game here, haven't we?
We have.
It's set up almost perfectly.
Parity after first innings.
Exactly.
Here we go, shootout time.
I can't tell you what the pitch is going to do in the 4th innings. It feels like it's flattened out a little bit, if anything. Teams have chased runs
here. Yeah.
So Lancashire going to have to bat well.
It's flicked away nicely into the leg side. They race through for 2. Good running. Abbott continuing to enjoy himself out there.
I'd be interested to know what Sean Abbott's average is. I'm going to look that up because he's batted really well this year.
Before this match, it was 49.7.
Was it his batting average?
His batting average. He's been not out a few times, but he's got a high score of 78 against Kent.
Sort of didn't play the line there.
No, that was quite a good delivery from Bailey, who's bowled pretty well. As we just watch it again. Oh,
beauty.
It was straight, wrong line. I was expecting the ball to move away a bit and kept coming. He's bowled well in this little spell again since lunch, Bailey. Slightly squares Abbott up, but he manages to play it defensively pretty well in the end.
He's your really sort of atypical modern cricketer, Sean Abbott. He does everything, he feels well, he can pull the trigger when he's batting, really exciting to watch bowl, can go through the gears in the different formats. It's a real massive part of the Surrey team actually, especially as you say, batting 9 averaging 48, I mean that's the stuff of champions.
Just silly, isn't it? and plays nicely, as we've just seen from that shot. And making sure that while Worrell is no mug, he should keep the strike for the next over. I'm sure Worrell is aware that if he can just keep his man company for a while, that lead of Lancashire's will continue to just dwindle.
Yeah. Well, they score naturally, don't they, so quickly. But you only have to bat for 20 minutes, really.
While I do like watching a Dom Sibley innings, I do also like the fact that games race on a bit as well these days.
Yeah.
That this run rate is over 4.5.
Yeah, there's a sort of satisfying tempo, isn't there, generally to county cricket, which is, I don't know if that's directly from Bazball. I think there was a lot of talk about that before the season started, that the template has been set, and if you want to have anything to do with this England team, you're going to have to bat at that tempo.
It was interesting that Will Jacks and Sam Curran probably batted quicker than anybody else.
Well, exactly. Yeah. And like they all do things now, like Will Jacks in the T20 the other day, they don't hype the crowd. Will that get their attention?
That's pulled away nicely by Abbott, but he'll only get a single, which means Worrell will have 5 balls to face from Blatherwick.
I'm amazed that the Lancashire team aren't all fielding in bucket hats, also to get the selectors' attention. It's that kind of thing. But my point I was going to make was actually that there has still been that sort of old school batting. I mean, Jack was talking, well, you were talking about Dom Sibley with Jack earlier. He batted slowly for a couple of days to win that game.
Oh, the slowest ever century.
Yeah, and I admired that.
But you need a base. Oh, and that's a combination of bat and pad that falls safe. I think there was certainly a clump. But that's what while I love Bazball, I think there is room for an anchor in a team like that to allow everyone else. And I know Joe Root can play that role, but every so often he seems to get caught up in the general excitement. But this has been what's interesting about this Surrey side, is they have players for every occasion pretty much.
Yeah. Oh.
I think we can safely say that's not where he meant to hit it. But 4 runs are the result, and the lead is now just 22.
See, it happens so quickly, doesn't it?
Big inside edge. Not frustrating at all if you're a bowler. That is a really nice shot. It's funny, he only gets 1 for that. Got 4 for the big inside edge, but the glorious punch out into the covers is just a single.
That's cricket for you.
Yep.
You were talking with Jack about his innings in Johannesburg with Mike Atherton. Jack was too humble to say it on air, but I believe that's the only picture Mike Atherton has in his house of himself. The one that Jack Russell's famous image when he goes to congratulate Mike on his haunches. He painted an image of it.
Oh, and that's played on the up, but way too firmly for Blatherwick to get anywhere near it, or indeed want to get anywhere near it. 4 more for Abbott, who races on to 29. Leads now less than 20. Yes, umpire and other batter would be pleased that that went between them. Short, flicked away. Finds the man down at fine leg, but he won't mind that because it was the last ball of the over. 11 from it. 16 now the deficit.
He's such an impressive cricketer, Sean Abbott. I wonder if there was any discussion at all about him being involved in this Australian side. I mean, it's hard to fit in there as the all-rounder now of Cameron Green, but as it plays out, I wonder if they got half an eye on it with Nessa and
if there was an injury
playing
or
county cricket,
But he's never played a test. He's
Right.
only ever played. He's played 100 ODIs.
So it'd be a big ask, wouldn't it? To be
100
dropped
ODIs
in.
and 90-20 internationals.
I was surprised that no one mentioned his name because he's been playing really good long-form cricket in England.
But I suppose selectors don't look necessarily with the same degree at people playing in other countries, and that's punched away, and that will be 4 more. It's gone for 6. It's gone to the short side of the ground, and Mitchell has just been dismissed into the stands for 6.
He's such a powerful hitter. It doesn't even look like he's attempted to hit that, does it?
And we've seen other players try to get outside off stump and play across to leg and not get themselves out. We saw 2 wickets with players trying to play that shot in successive deliveries, and he made it look so easy. Mitchell was on a hat-trick after the last 2 players who tried that shot. Outside off over leg. This time Mitchell gets a measure of revenge as the thickish inside edge runs up to mid-on, but they do get another single. The lead is now less than 10.
There you go.
If these 2 can go on and actually give Surrey a lead, what a kick that would be.
Yeah.
That's the number 11, Dan Worrell.
Shot! I mean, he's punched that hard, hasn't he?
A just super shot. What a good shot that was.
Yes. Good shape, held the shape.
Darryl Mitchell coming in for... Oh, it's short, it's pulled away, and it's gone all the way.
This is unbelievable.
Surrey are in the lead. That's a 1-run lead that they now hold after that 6.
Sorry for the silence, I can't actually believe that's happened so quickly. This sort of counter-punching for the 10th wicket.
Last wicket fell at 2:30. These 2 put on 45.
Amazing.
That's the 18th run of this over, and there's another ball to come.
It is a representation of how far cricket's evolved actually in a short space of time, isn't it?
And I know the Bazball gets a lot of, but it's also, as Jack and Alec were saying at the lunch interval, it's the fact that these guys are playing yesterday they'd have been playing a T20, today they're playing a red ball match. The mindset remains as that is just smashed from here to Christmas. There's another 4
shots.
22 runs off the over.
I think
I'm going to need a rest after that, Felix.
I'll let you go. Good towel over your forehead, guy. What an unbelievable passage of play. Sean Abbott's done it a few times this season, where Surrey have been slightly on the back foot and he's just taken the game back to the opposition. Majestic hitting.
Damaging hitting, yeah, it really is good from this last wicket pair. It's been a real mixed bag from Surrey today. That stand of 100, then a clatter of wickets, and then a last wicket stand that's given them a small first innings lead. Now where's it going to go from here?
They're great to watch, aren't they?
Indeed. Here's Worrell on strike then, and Blatherwick. And that's the sort of shot as well that sometimes gets a round of applause from spectators who want this to continue. They don't want just flogging and slogging the whole time.
Absolutely.
They want to see a batter play with a bit of responsibility as well. And you think, oh well, they might extend this.
Simon, let me pick your brains because you're a man that knows this better than I do.
Well, we'll judge that once you've asked the question.
How are Lancashire trying to get them out here? I don't know if they've forgotten that they even are trying to get them out.
Oh, where's this one going? Well, that's gone away for 4 as well. Down towards the deep third boundary, skewing off the outside edge.
You know what I mean? It feels like one of those things where you're slightly shell-shocked and you're just waiting to pick up that wicket because you feel you should.
Well, they've got a conventional field for Dan Worrell, really, relatively, and now it's changing a bit. There's a deep third going in, there's a deep backward point. They've got 2 men back and they had 2 slips and they have a ring field. So they're looking to get him out quite conventionally, hoping he nicks one or edges one. Quite
you thought about it.
Extravagantly played by Worrell. Abbott's a bit different because you know he's going to take it on. To some extent, you're hoping that Abbott's going to hit one up in the air.
Yeah, I mean that's what I was getting at.
They'll want to bowl as much as they possibly can at Worrell, because he will be seen as the weaker link of the 2.
He's got 25 from 21 now.
Yeah. 3 balls left in the over. Now want to keep him on strike. Well, so what they might do, they might push the field back and say, right, take the single. But it sometimes happens.
It's a real gesture of intent that even when Dan Worrell's leaving the ball, he's leaving it while sort of shadowing to hook it. You can tell that's at the forefront of his mind. It's like Alec was saying to you actually at lunch break. He always looked to hit the ball first and then think, do you leave or block? You can see that in Dan Worrell's mindset as well.
2 balls left in the over. Plenty of gaps, leg side and offside. And there we go, there's the single. They won't mind too much about that, Lancashire, because I think they prefer to bowl at Worrell rather than Abbott. I mean, Abbott can... Yeah. Oh, they're going to get another run here. The ball's hit the stumps. Well, isn't it amazing how that happens? When things are going against you, last wicket partnership, ball disappearing everywhere, you get an overthrow.
I don't want to speak too soon, but this feels like a tipping point moment in the game actually, where Lancashire are expecting to go in maybe 30 in front. Now they're going to go in X amount behind.
This is why cricket is so much like life, because you think things are going along swimmingly and then something very frustrating happens to you.
I know.
And this is what's happening to Lancashire at the moment. Last ball the over. What does Worrell do here? Block it, you'd think. Well, not like that, down the leg side. The sensible one there, just to block it and say over to Sean Abbott, who Worrell's striking it well as well. They both are.
Doesn't seem in the mood to block it, does he?
No, although he did leave a couple in that over.
Yeah, you're right.
286 for 9 then. The last wicket partnership is now worth, well, they came together at 230. 30 off 86, that makes 56 in my book. It's hard to do 2 things at once, arithmetic and speak. I always envy those darts commentators that can do it so quickly.
Oh, but adding up while they're doing it, yeah.
While they're talking, yeah.
Do you not score while you commentate?
No.
Some people do that.
They do, yeah. Daryl Mitchell. Really nicely played by Abbott, and that's a really good cricket shot, that. I'm going to pick up 2. The other thing to think about here for Surrey is another bonus point. So they're 12 away from a bonus point.
Right.
300.
I don't know if you heard me mention to Guy earlier, Simon, but do you not think it was surprising in any form that Sean Abbott hasn't at least been in the conversation for this Australian?
Well, he's there on the fringe, isn't he? If Australia have an injury, he's one of those who they can call on, him and Michael Neser. So they're in the country.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's so sweetly struck. No run. It's gone to he's gone to deep mid off too quickly to get a run, actually. You see here, he's bowling with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 men on the boundary. So
right.
It's damage limitation. They want to bowl at Worrell.
Yeah.
And I suppose they're hoping that Abbott hits one up in the air, goes for one big shot too many.
Mm-hmm.
Or they hope he takes a single and they can bowl at Worrell. Slower ball. And they're happy to take the single because Worrell's striking as well. Just get as many as you can.
It slightly reminds me actually of the first test in the last hour, where I felt like England forgot that they were trying to get Pat Cummins out.
I always think it's a big danger in a cricket match when you just start to try to get one player out rather than two.
It happens a lot, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. Because you think the one player is inferior and you think he's more vulnerable.
But you stop thinking about what you're doing, don't you?
Psychologically tough for the bowler when they're running in. Almost, I think, well, what's the field here?
Yeah.
It's all set back. There's an easy run. It's not easy. It's that cat and mouse situation. So this is a change now from Mitchell. He's got a leg slip going in. Bringing up deep third. There we are. There's the conventional delivery. You hope he nicks it. Doesn't quite work out. You want to be bowling more at number 11 than Sean Abbott, who's struck it so well. I'm just trying to think in Australian circles whether Abbott would really be considered as an all-rounder. So, he's a bowler who bats.
Yeah.
Whereas Cameron Green is an all-rounder. He can bat and he can bowl. Although, it didn't seem much with the ball at Edgbaston. Concerned about his body. Oh, fantastic stroke from Waller. Well, Mitchell dropping it short. There is some cover on that leg side boundary, but not enough to prevent another 4.
This is extraordinary batting from number 11.
This is damaging for Lancashire. 230 for 9. It's now 293 for 9. And Surrey got not as big a lead as they would have hoped when they set out yesterday. But when they were 230 for 9, this is positive riches for them. It's the last ball of the over. Worrell happy to take the strike. Why not? He's 32 not out. And you feel enough damage has already been done now.
Yeah, exactly right.
You just take everything that's coming. Although 6 away from a bonus point, Surrey would like that. You never know how vital that point will be at the end of the season. Well, you will find out at the end of the season about how important it is. Possibly not at all. Possibly.
Surrey running away with it.
Possibly. But let's not get ahead of things because cricket can change. I remember you won't remember this, Felix, but there was a season in the 1980s when Gloucestershire had a lead of 50 points in August and didn't win the title.
Jack Russell was talking about exactly that. That was his team. Yeah,
he's mentioned that.
He mentioned that they were they went to Chelmsford
and played Essex.
50 points ahead.
Yeah.
And the batters stopped getting runs because they had a lethal attack. He was saying.
Well, they had Walsh and Lawrence.
Wow.
Yeah. And they were helping them, in theory, win their first ever modern championship. If you consider the championship started in 1890, which a lot of people do, some people don't. Right, we're going to see slow left armour. Change of approach. Jack Morley's going to bowl. That's nicely played by Worrell. So 5 away from a bonus point. The lead 21.
Yes, awful sport. You could feel that it's still chastening to Jack to this day that they didn't win that championship 30 odd years later.
Right, what's Abbott's approach going to be here to the slow left armour? Well, with that bonus point beckoning, knock the ball around. It's the first time we've seen Jack Morley with the ball in this match. He caught a good catch earlier to get rid of Jamie Smith at deep forward square leg. It's another single. Nothing Mitchell can do about that. So for now, perhaps Surrey have got their eyes on that 300 and the extra point, which seemed a long way off. Well, it was a long way off at 230 for 9.
They score naturally so quickly that all you need to do is bat for 20 odd minutes. They're also the embodiment of a modern 4-day side, this Surrey team. In that, I would make an argument from 5 down to 9 or 10, you could play those batters in any order.
Yeah, I've heard it said, yeah.
Sam Curran, Folkes, Will Jacks, Jordan Clark, Sean Abbott. You could almost bat them in any order, I reckon.
I don't think Sam Curran would be very happy at batting at number 10, though.
We might have to.
Sam, you're batting at 10 today. I don't think so.
He scored quickly today, didn't he?
Played very well. Well, there we go. The first over of slow bowling in this Surrey innings. Tidy enough, and they respected him. Field set back. I suppose the extra pace on the ball from the quicker bowlers, it flies away, whereas you've got to make the running yourself against the spinner. And it's the bonus point is something to think about.
This is starting to feel really damaging now from a Lancashire perspective, isn't it?
It's the psychology of the game, because if you said to them at the start of the innings, Surrey are going to get a lead of 20, you'd probably say,
thank you very much.
Yeah, that's not too bad. We're right in this game. We score well in our second innings. We can put some pressure on them. But when you were looking at a first innings lead of 50,
yeah,
or 40,
yeah,
I think that's a useful lead to put in our back pocket.
Mm-hmm.
But then Surrey might say, well, at one stage we were 210 for 5 and threatening a big first innings lead. So it has been one of those to and fro days that cricket produces. And it's been full of excitement at stroke play. Surrey starting at 70 for 4 with 55 minutes after lunch.
300.
There's one more there from Worrell, first ball of the over. It's quite a tight field, but single there. Square with the wicket on the offside. Keaton Jennings can't do anything about that. It's horrible for Jennings as well, the captain, because he's trying to marshal his troops out there, and he's got to go open the batting sometime when. We don't know. It could be 10 minutes time, it could be half an hour's time. If it's another half an hour, then his mind might be a bit scrambled. That suggests the ball will be disappearing here, there and everywhere. These two get another half an hour at it. They're looking for 2 at the moment. A belated appeal from the bowler. Interest from behind.
Felt like he hit it. Sounded like he might have hit it.
Sean Abbott looking for 2. No, he was looking for 6.
Yeah, tee it off.
We don't worry about the bonus points in Australia. His first innings lead, we got that already.
Will he even be aware of the bonus? Oh no, I don't know if he has hit.
Oh, that's a good shout if he hasn't.
Replay looks close.
It's not far away that if he's not got an inside edge on it.
It sounded like he hit it.
Michael Goff didn't get much wrong. Slower ball, that's good, intelligent bowling by Blatherwick. He knows that Abbott wants to play the big shot, bowl a slower ball, might miscue it. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 on the leg side boundary, 2 on the offside boundary. Teams hate this, you know, they really do. It's one of the things they hate most in cricket, is a big
this moment,
last wicket partnership that does scramble your brain. You just can't control it at all. Good contact there. It's gone away for 6. The 300 is up, and that's another bonus point. It's also a half century for Sean Abbott as well in 41 balls. There's been some merciless hitting there.
He is a really destructive cricketer, Sean Abbott. And you mentioned Keaton Jennings. He's now, as a Lancashire captain, he's now stood there, his hands and hips, ringing the outfield at first slip. I don't know. I was going to say what the plan is.
Yeah, that's just dribbled out into the leg side. It's only a single.
It's all started to get a bit ragged now, isn't it?
Just looking at Sean Abbott's first class record. Yeah, 24. I mean, that's not
a batting average.
Yeah, first class batting average 24. So that's not all-rounder status in Test cricket, but it's what it is very annoying lower order runs for a fielding side.
But I think this year his average is closer to 50.
Yeah, he's had a good summer, and he's got that licence in the Surrey side as well.
Yeah,
those players around him.
Yeah, sorry Simon, as you will know, like when you're bowling well as well, and you're a bowling all-rounder, it feeds back into your batting, doesn't it? It can do. No, he bowled very well yesterday. He has been all year.
Yeah, picked up 4 wickets yesterday, 4 for 71. And he's up to 25 wickets for the season. Clark leading the way with 32. Well, the game has been turned around in the last half an hour. 40-run lead to a 31-run lead, something of that order. And then Lancashire will have to go out and bat against that relentless Surrey attack again. Oh, nicely played by Abbott. I'm going to look for 2 here. He's coming back for it as well. Throws to the non-striker's end. It was close. It was tight for Worrell. That was good cricket from Lancashire. I think Abbott there thought, I'm running to the danger end, but Worrell had to be smart as well in his running. Get those hamstrings and calves loosened up for bowling in a short while. Well, I say a short while.
It could be tomorrow.
Here is Morley. Oh, bang. It's going out towards Cow corner. There's a fielder out there. It's Bohannon who picks it up inside the rope.
He must be such a demoralising batter to bowl to in this form, because he doesn't look like he's making any effort to hit the ball as well. He just sort of stands tall and hits it so pure.
Yeah, he was probably trying to hit that, well, he was trying to hit it to the biggest boundary on the ground. Low full toss. No damage done. Blatherwick at mid-on. Partnership now worth 78.
I can't believe that.
For the last wicket. One more run there.
It feels to me like that's happened in 10 minutes.
What, the partnership of 79?
Yeah.
Just trying to work out when they came together.
Well, I know that Jack left us at 2, Jack Russell. It's now 2:40. So it's roughly 40 minutes probably.
Oh, and dropped. Dear, oh dear, that just rubs it in. Tom Bailey with a drop catch on the reverse sweep.
That's going to really hurt. You can feel it getting ragged and slightly falling apart.
I think Abbott was walking off. And there he goes, punishing the mistake. And that is it's a huge blow. It's well over the rope at long off. It might take some finding that ball. There's been a few today where the fielders have had to go over the advertising boards and look for it.
Well, we were talking earlier about how demoralising a batter he must be to bowl to, and it doesn't get any more demoralising than that.
How are they going to get that back?
Even getting the ball back.
How are they going to get it back? He's trying to shake the fielder's trying to shake it off the sight screen. It's the sort of thing you do as kids, isn't it, when you lose your ball?
Oh, it's like the Crystal Maze.
It's coming down gradually.
I've expected a guy outside playing harmonica. Was it the Crystal Maze?
There we go.
Aztec zone.
Luke Wells has pulled it off. He's got the ball back.
Oh.
Normally it's the next door neighbour that says, no, you can't have the ball back. Stop, keep hitting it into our garden.
What a humiliating 2 minutes for Lancashire. Drop catch, hit down the ground. Have to play a bit of Crystal Maze Aztec zone to get the ball back.
Well, the lead now 41, so it's a useful lead for Surrey now. It's gone from being just a handful to 41. It might be worth a couple of wickets, that lead. Worrell on strike, and Blatherwick to bowl to him. That's a single to mid-off.
I'm always struck by Keaton Jennings' remarkable calm composure. He's always held himself in a certain way, but that's really getting tested now, isn't it?
Especially when you open the batting as well.
He's opening the batting. It's getting out of hand in the field. You've just had a drop catch. You can feel it's slightly turning into a state of panic.
That could have been all over. When it's your day. I was looking at Dan Worrell's highest first class score. He's made 150.
Yeah.
And bang on 50 is his highest score, so he's 14 away from making his highest first class score.
And his average is 14? Something around that? First class average?
Yeah, 13.17. He's gone over 1,000 first class runs in this innings though. Crunched away. Sweeper will deal with that. Dane Villas on the deep cover boundary.
You talk about it hard, like feeling hard to go out and bat after you've been fielding like this. Also, when the tail are putting runs like this, you sort of go in with adrenaline, don't you? So you come back out sort of fueled with adrenaline. So this will be for Worrell especially. He'll take the new ball, you imagine.
Well, you're nice and loose. You don't want to be too tired though. Don't bat too long. It's quite a worrying shot as far as Lancashire are concerned.
I know, I was going to say.
A solid defensive shot.
Novel.
Feel like you're in for the afternoon.
Yeah.
Well, Lancashire hoping for a mistake here. Finish it off. One extravagant shot too many. We're all holding the pose. You like that? Not a great delivery, but very well put away. Not always easy to catch up with those. Worrell into the 40s. And the partnership now, well, it's closing in on 100 for the last wicket. They came together 230 for 9, remember. Not easy to play that shot. Catch up with the ball.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like they're rattled now, Lancashire. It just needs an element of control put back into this.
So the partnership is worth 91 for the last wicket.
Oh, he's blocking and leaving now.
Starting to get fancy.
He's he wants 3 figures, isn't he? He's digging in.
And they need 47.
I've enjoyed it a lot. What an hour's cricket.
So Surrey today have scored 250 runs in 3 hours cricket.
Amazing. I mean, it's something that comes up quite a lot, Simon, but do you feel that it does have anything to do with Bazball? Do you think teams are taking their lead? Or do you think it's just naturally how cricket was evolving anyway?
I think this is how Surrey play.
Yeah, it's just sort of
the pitch, the players have got naturally aggressive players. You think the likes of Jackson, Curran and Abbott. And Worrell, who's got licence, hasn't he, really coming in at number 11. It played a few shots, got away with it.
Yeah.
And suddenly you're nearly level. You feel that's almost job done. Becomes a second innings match and then keep on going. When's Abbott going to go again against Morley? Mid on is up, long off is back. Well, he went for it. Didn't quite get it that time. No, Hannon on the deep mid-wicket boundary. See what he was looking at there.
Yeah. Doesn't leave it long, does he? It's only a few balls.
Well, if it's there, it's going to go.
Yeah.
Vaguely in his driving vicinity. It was pushed through by Morley.
Morley's playing proper cricket shots now.
Long on's going back. Last ball, the over. 2 balls left in the over rather. Happy to take the single.
Okay.
Well, we were talking just now about the 300 batting point, which is the second batting point.
Yep.
We're starting to look potentially at the third batting point at 350. 27 runs away. I'm not sure that's at the forefront of Abbott and Worrell's minds at the moment. Deftly played. It was anticipated by the fielder at deep backward square leg. They're coming back for the second. And they are home. The partnership goes to 95 for the last wicket. And it's getting so exciting for Sean Abbott, I think. A change of gloves. Well, that's always a nice thing for a lower order player to ask for, and a drink as well. So we've had 63 overs.
Oh, it's sort of heartbreaking. Sorry, go on.
To see how quickly. Well, you say something. Well, just work out when that last wicket went down. It went down in the 51st over.
Yeah.
So 12 and a bit overs. They've added 95.
Mad.
And it's been carnage.
And you just felt like Lancashire had got away with it, didn't they? When Curran and Jackson Smith were going at them, and they handed their wickets back. And you just felt like, oh, they're going to get out of jail when they get in and have a 1 innings game basically at parity. And that lead is now 50 in Surrey's favour.
And they lost 3 for 9 or 4 for 30. Sorry, 4 for 20. Those wickets going down in clusters, and then on the verge of another 100 partnership. A slightly different configuration now. Williams is going to bowl with a packed offside field, so a change of tactics here. He's got 3 on the leg side, but 6-3 offside field, so this ball's going to be outside the off stump from Williams.
Yeah.
Oh, a bit of hesitation. Throw goes to the striker's end. Mid off was deep enough for Abbott to get through.
That salt to the wounds. 4 in there, and they still run the single.
Yeah. Mitchell quite deep at mid-off. They had some hesitation. I think they weren't initially sure whether Jennings was going to get across and stop it. So 4 away from the 100 partnership for the last wicket. A cracking shot straight to Jennings though.
Do you know what I mean about his effortlessness? He stands so tall, doesn't he? And he doesn't even seem to really hit the ball. He's not lunging at it. He keeps his shape really nicely and hits the ball so hard, so cleanly, without seemingly that much effort.
You can often, you just need to listen to the sound off the bat
Exactly.
sometimes. You almost don't need to watch it. You just turn your back on the cricket and you can hear how well timed the stroke is. Now, what happened to that one? Was that a chance? Oh, a very difficult one for Keaton Jennings. It was smashed away by Abbott. Another look at this. It went so quickly.
Yeah. That's what he's put himself in there for as well. And talking of sounds, I heard that ring in his hands. He hit that so hard at him. He's got there though. He did get there. Simon.
You wonder whether that was 4 saved, really.
Yeah,
the drop catch. It would have been a magnificent catch if he'd taken it. Screamer.
Oh, God.
No ball. And they get a single as well. So the partnership now with 99.
Just looking in the back of the box, and Guy left us at 2 o'clock. And there was 9 down. Still are.
Was no ball signalled there? I thought no ball was signalled by umpire off. There we go, it's ticked over onto the board now. So 1 away from 100 partnership. Worrell on strike, 8 away from his highest first class score. Well, he knows where it's going to be, Dan Worrell. It's going to be outside the off stump. Question of what he can do with it. That packed offside field now. That's the strategy that Keaton Jennings has come up with the ball disappearing. The lead 55 now.
So he's going to hang the ball now outside off stump, aren't they, for a second?
Well, Worrell knows where it's going to go, and one option for him here is to move to the offside and try and flick it to the leg or pummel it to the leg.
Nice.
They've got a deep forward square leg in and a fine leg and a mid-on. There are lots of gaps on the leg side.
But the way they're timing it, I mean, Abbott will certainly back himself to go through that ring there.
Yeah.
Don't know if Rory will. He will.
Oh, he's gone up and over. Fielder on the cover boundary, keeps it down to 2. And there is the 100 partnership between Sean Abbott and Dan Worrell for the last wicket. And warm applause at the Oval. A few standing up. I think if I'd be out there, I'd be standing up rather than sitting down and applauding. A few are standing up. Well, what entertainment we have seen in the last 55 minutes. Lancashire have been pummeled all over the Oval.
Crazy.
By these two Australians. It's an Australian summer.
Yeah, oh, don't say that. Don't say that, Simon. Rory, though,
so far.
So far, for the last hour it's been. Rory punched the air as he did that, and if you want an encapsulation of this Surrey team, that's the last hour really, in terms of power, in terms of depth, in terms of attitude, taking the game on. It's really been breathtaking, actually, especially when you take into consideration that's number 11 and 9.
Morley, and they're in the mood for more as well. Why give it away? They can really take the game away from Lancashire here. It's getting damaging enough as it is. The lead 58.
So you say earlier that Worrell's highest score in first-class cricket was dead on 50. I just jinxed him there. Have I remembered that correctly?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Okay.
First class.
Here we go.
Highest score 50.
He's a hit away.
Highest score in T20, 62 not out. Well bowled.
I feel like he knows it as well.
Yeah, I bet he knows it. If you made one first class 50,
yeah,
you can probably remember every shot you played in it.
Yeah, that's a nervous 90s type shot.
Different game when the spinner's on, because you've got to take the initiative on the ball coming to you. Where are your scoring options, your big scoring options? Well, there are 4 men out. And, well, the bowler there just put them off going through for the single. I think there was a big one there, but they weren't quite sure whether Morley was going to field it or not. So although the mid-on fielder was very deep, he couldn't go through. Oh, pinch a leg by. Just home. Throw from Salt wide. I have to say, when I sat down for my commentary spell about 35-40 minutes ago, I thought this is going to last 2 or 3 balls and then we'll be in the break, but they just kept on going.
It's good over, actually.
Just 2 runs off it. It's a slightly different question being posed by Morley. You've got to make the work yourself.
I think Lancashire have got to identify this moment now. You know, Dan Moore is going slightly into his shell, maybe thinking about his highest first-class score. Can you get him on strike? And can you just bowl decent areas at him without thinking about what's gone on before in the last hour?
Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells, Lancashire's openers, they would have been expecting to Well, they've been expecting to be out there for about 3/4 of an hour by now.
Well, they have been out there.
But not with their pads on.
Just dropping catches.
So Worrell on 45.
Shot.
Yeah, it's very nicely struck, but Lancashire got that strong offside field now.
This is a good little moment here, isn't it? Is he going to take that little ring on the offside, Simon, as they hang it outside the off stump in search of his his highest first-class score? Would you be tempted just to have a go? I'd be letting my hands go now.
I'd be nudging singles. Moving across and nudging one into the leg side. They tried to nudge one there.
Yeah, I thought you were inside his body there, making his decisions for him.
Down towards a deep third, too close to backward point.
He's got an earpiece in.
Well, the two players out there who've got their eyes in, obviously, and they're starting to think, well, we just keep batting here, just keep them out here. We're only just after lunch on the second day. It's bags of time left in the match.
Yeah.
The only thing with lower order players is sometimes their eyes light up.
Right.
You can't resist it.
I just sense in his body language he's just starting to think, I've got to get there soon.
Having a private game at the moment. Williams, Worrell and Bohannon at backward point. It's exactly what's on Worrell's mind. He's looking to either go to deep third or get it past Bohannon to deep backward point for 4. For a moment they've stemmed the flow.
Well, they have,
Lancashire.
Yeah. Well done, Rory, just thinking about this moment.
Yeah, and he's hit that too well to get a single.
Nicely disciplined batting, actually, isn't it?
Yeah, good battle going out there.
Yeah,
out there between Jennings he's found a method at the moment that's working.
Yeah.
What he's hoping for now is a mistake. And there we go. It's going to be 2, I think. Are they going to come back for the second? Yes, they do. Morley with the return.
Simon, I'm off, but that's been absolutely brilliant. I'm going outside to soak it in.
Well, who knows how long it's going to continue for. The way they're playing. Such a frustrating session for Lancashire. Great afternoon for Surrey supporters. Come out and witness this entertainment. And they're here in good numbers on a very pleasant late June day. It's more overcast today than it was yesterday. It's quite bright, but it's warm. It's almost a perfect summer's day for watching cricket. .335 for 9.
Afternoon, Simon. How you doing?
Good afternoon. Yeah. Oh, some stunning cricket this afternoon. Well, all day actually. It's not just been this afternoon. That one's on the bounce towards extra cover.
I think an hour ago, Lancashire thinking to themselves, all right, tidy lead here at the Oval. And then this partnership builds, and then you're thinking, one innings shootout. And now Surrey have got a pretty substantial lead.
A single to long off. Yeah, and they've started to play sensibly as well, which is quite worrying for Lancashire. Lead 62. And Worrell made one first-class half-century in his career, on the verge of another. Tempter, only a single though.
It does seem like since he's realised that the milestone's in sight, he's just calmed down a slight touch. He wants to raise his bat.
Well, there's also an element here of common sense. Hold on a second, we could turn a 60 lead into a 100 lead. It's nicely played. They might get 2 here. There's a possibility of 2. Mitchell with the throw. And that was good for Mitchell because he got there quickly and got the throw away to the non-striker's end. He wasn't that far away from running Worrell out. He was dawdling a bit.
It's like they've got their eye in by just giving it a smack, and then
now play properly.
Yeah, now the realisation is, this could, we're on top. Why don't we just, put the foot down?
Another single. So the partnership for this last wicket worth 110, and that's the highest partnership of the day. Jackson Curran earlier put on 103. Then the collapse, then the recovery. Roll on 48. Make that 49. Where is this wicket coming from for Lancashire? It's not obvious at the moment. The new ball is still 13 overs away. The next bonus point for Surrey is 9 away. And Sean Abbott, he'll need a bit of help from Worrell. At 71, he's got a chance of a second first-class 100. It's a bit of a long shot from here, but the way these two are playing, and the game's come to a halt. It's one of those committee meetings. That's there getting involved.
What do you think he's saying there to Williams?
Just get me a wicket. Just get me a wicket. Get me a wicket, get off this field. So Worrell 49, strong offside field still. 6 on the off. And he nudges it into the onside, and there's his half century. It's celebrated by Sean Abbott, non-striker, as he went past. Second first class 50 for Dan Worrell. Joint highest score. 5 4s 1 6. Picked that up from Terry Blake on the PA system. 56 balls.
I hope he gets another massive ovation when he gets to his first class best with the next run he scores.
That'll need a bit of niche knowledge from the spectators, won't it? Might need a bit of encouragement from the PA. Oh, there's Abbott going leg side. He knows where the ball's going to be, basically, and he knows where the field is. It's on the offside, so why not take it leg side? 3 4 6 for 9, 4 away for another bonus point. Yeah, I wondered when that would start. It's very predictable where Williams is going to bowl because of the field. So, if you can get across, it's a free hit.
Predictable, but that was still, pretty wide outside off stump. He's done really well to fetch it. Just such a clean swing of the bat through mid-wicket.
Yeah, it was a wonderful blow, but he knows where the ball's going to land pretty much, doesn't he? Let's see what he does this time. When he gets outside the off stump again. Yeah. He's trying to make Jennings change his plans by playing like this. Okay, didn't quite get hold of that. It's only a single. Jennings for 15 minutes with Morley bowling at one end and this field at the other. He's not exactly got control of the game, but he stopped the bleeding. It might start again. 73 the lead. If you, I don't know, popped out to the shops for an hour. Oh, Surrey struggling. I'll come back in an hour, see how they're getting on, see if they've taken some new wickets with a new Kookaburra ball. See this. You missed something special. It's quite worrying for Lancashire. The Worrell's starting to play, well, showed his hand about 20 minutes ago, starting to play normally. So the question is, would you rather be batting or bowling today?
I don't know. I reckon once he advances past 51, he might give it a whack again.
Andrew Sampson has just put in front of me century partnerships for the 10th wicket by 2 Australian-born players in the county championship. The partnership is worth 117, and that equals the partnership between Stephen Crook and Trent Copeland for Northants against Essex at Northampton 2013. Ahead of them, David Hussey and Stuart McGill, who put together 120 for Notts against Durham in 2004. And then, well, they could break the record. Bruce Doolan and Alan Walker, 123 for Notts against Somerset in 1956. Right, Guy Swindells is coming back in. When I said goodbye to Guy about 3/4 an hour ago, I was sure that when he came back in, he would be commentating on not even the start of the Lancashire innings, perhaps well into the Lancashire innings, but Surrey still going.
Thank you, Simon. Yes, I wasn't expecting 3/4 of an hour ago to be talking about all these records, but Lancashire probably haven't helped their cause with a couple of drop catches, that one of which really should have been taken.
Yeah, I do feel for Jack Morley there, young left-arm spinner. Had a really simple catch dropped off that backward point a few overs ago.
Yeah, that really hurts when you're making it. It's your first match this summer, isn't it? And someone can't cling on. There is said backward point.
You obviously say you wouldn't have expected the situation, but I mean, how many county sides can call upon someone like Sean Abbott at number 9? I think he'd be number 7 or number 6 in other teams.
But he came in averaging 47 in the championship this season, and is only making that higher now. We were also discussing whether the fact that I'll just wait for this delivery. Whether the fact that the Kookaburra ball is being used, could that be helping the Australians at the moment to smash the ball to all parts? Are they more at home? So we're just having the Kookaburra ball and used instead of Dukes for I think till the end of the month, 2 games. Andrew Strauss recommended it.
I think in the case of Abbott, I think he's just riding a high with his batting at the moment.
Yeah, because he got that silly ton in the T20 as well. That was a very, very correct forward defensive from Worrell, and he just plays out 5 dot balls. I haven't seen many overs like that recently. When we started this morning, the run rate was about 3.8 for the entire innings, and now it's 5 point something. Such is the pace at which they've been rattling along today. That really was a very, very correct shot. A lead of 74. Surrey. They must. When teams are coming up against Surrey at the moment, it must be so depressing. You set them targets of 500, they get it for 5, and then you've got 1 wicket to take and a lead of 30 odd. 118 for the 10th partnership. Thought about it, but it is a wide. Harsh, but fair, probably.
having given Williams a bit of protection on the offside the last over, feels like Keaton Jennings decided to go offer a bit more protection on the leg side now. Abbott obviously picked up 4 through mid-wicket.
That's just played, and they go for the quick single, and they put pressure on the fielder and get through. Oh no, they didn't. They stopped, quite rightly. Williams has bowled pretty well, you feel, for 3 for 85 from 20. Nicely punched off the back foot again. The 350 comes up, so another batting point.
Yeah, Williams bowled fine opening spell last evening, but when you get to this stage of the innings and you really want to wrap something up, you know, this is where Lancashire would miss someone like Sakeem Mahmood, you know. Fast, at the stumps, Yorker, clean up the tail. Williams, terrific new ball bowler, but this isn't the ideal situation that you want him in.
No, there is an element of sameness about the Lancashire attack. All good bowlers, and certainly they gave Surrey some real problems higher up the order. And it's a thickish inside edge that Phil Salt does very well to grab.
Warren is playing some sort of helicopter shot there. A flourish of the bat at the end.
Well, if you scored your second ever first class 50,
But he's got to get his first class best now. He's been playing pretty responsibly the last few overs, and then out of nowhere he's gone for the big shot. Essentially eyeing up that gap at deep mid wicket.
What he needs. He needs one more run. His highest score, I think, was 50 before, 51. Anyway, I think it was 50. Nice shot for nothing. And he's not playing like a number 11 now.
He got his eye in with the big shots.
Yep.
And now he wants to play a proper innings, it looks like.
Yes, he's almost come back into himself now, hasn't he? I think I'll show the openers what they should be doing. And understandably, the skipper Keaton Jennings is having a little word with Williams, just to try and change the plan slightly, see if they can make something happen. There are no slips to the number 11 of Williams anymore. There's still 10 overs before the second new ball. Decent short pitch delivery, but Worrell made it look very easy to sway out of the way.
I do wonder what Keaton Jennings has been thinking of the last hour, where his thoughts have gone. You know, you would have thought an hour ago he's thinking about, I'm going to be back soon, I've got to get ready for that. Now he's in a situation where, how do I pick up this last wicket?
I know. And then have to bat when you're 76 behind. And we're already thinking towards the tea interval. Spin will continue.
What's a shot?
What a shot that was from Abbott. It's gone for 6. I thought he'd stroked it rather pleasingly through the covers, but he's actually hit it, drilled it for 6. What a shot.
Little shuffle to the leg side, inside out. Surrey's number 9, everybody.
Yeah. And that's cut away again. They go through for a quick single, and boy, did they have to have a quick single. There's 2 if they want it, but Worrell had to put the afterburners on to make sure they got 1, let alone 2, and was in no position to turn back. He has got 100 in first-class cricket before. Abbott, 102 not out. Oh, here we go again, but straight to the fielder on this occasion from Worrell. Good hit. Almost hit it too well.
I think he was trying to play the same shot Abbott played.
Yes, anything you can do. And that hits the left hand of the unfortunate Morley pretty briskly, but he did manage to take the pace off the ball and keep them to a single.
Is that another chance? I mean, a screamer if he held on.
Yeah, I suppose statistically it was a chance. As Abbott settles for a single on the penultimate ball of the over. Hasn't bowled that badly, Morley, but 0 for 34 off 7. It is a harsh life in First Division county cricket.
And he tried to fire it in as well and kind of limit the damage these 2 are causing. Created a couple of chances as well, but just Lancashire just having that passage of play where it really needs to be ruthless. It's harsh, you know, calling those drops as well, but
the one drop at backward point
that's
was a
the
shocker.
one. Yeah.
Bailey is into the attack. Yeah, Jack Morley, brightish start really to his career. He played 4 matches before this, taken 17 wickets, which is encouraging in a left-arm spinner. Bailey up on his toes, punched out into the covers, another single. Abbott continues to move inexorably on. Partnership is now worth 130, so I think that means it is now the best 10th wicket partnership by 2 Australians in a county championship match, which is a pretty niche statistic, but is a statistic nonetheless.
As we get to the stage where Abbott's getting close to that 100, I wonder if Worrell just calming it down a bit is not only to do with, you know, getting to his half century and his first class best, but it's also, you know, to see his mate at the other end get to 3 figures.
No, absolutely, and there is still so much time left in the game, they can afford to do that. They don't need to look for a declaration at this point. And that is dabbed nicely. Oh, and there could be a run-out opportunity here. And he is gone. And what a shame that the partnership comes to an end in that style. But it was good work. Bailey managed to grab the ball and shatter the stumps before Worrell managed to get back into his ground. 360 all out. As we just watched the run out again.
I'm not sure what Dan Worrell's doing here.
Yeah, there was definitely a single and it wasn't his call. So the heady heights of 51. I have a feeling, though, that Sean Abbott might be reminding Dan Worrell of getting himself run out when he was on 87 for several years to come.
I think he's expecting the throw to go to the other end, and he's looking in that direction. Really, he just needs to get back to...
But it wasn't his call, and he stopped. It was good work in the end by Bailey. He had to throw the ball. If he hadn't, he would have made it back in. But that is the end. 130 run first innings lead for Surrey. Sorry, 130 run 10th wicket partnership. And a lead of 86. So an 86 run lead from first innings, thanks to that remarkable last wicket partnership. There were Lancashire were thinking, well, what do we have to do with this Surrey side? They got rid of Burns for 5, they got rid of Sibley for a duck, Latham for 10. They got Smith early this morning, Folkes last night. Then Jackson Curran got going, and then Abbott and Worrell got going. Well, at tea, John Surtees will be talking to Chris French, the chair and founder of Lambeth Links, the Lambeth LGBTQIA, about a special event at the ground today and Sunday's Pride Day at the T20 here. So listen out for that at the tea interval, which I don't think will be taken quite yet. There were 200 partnerships for Surrey that really did turn the game. And tea is being taken, so we will pass on to John and the team.
Thanks, Guy. Thanks, everybody. Yeah, an uncharacteristically early tea here in the county championship. An incredible afternoon's cricket that we've just witnessed there. Sean Abbott not out 87, 69 balls. Dan Worrell run out for 51. Surrey 360 all out, securing a lead of 86, which is going to make for a scintillating final session as well when we come back in about 20 minutes time. But I'm lucky enough now to be joined here on the Surrey YouTube channel by Chris French, who, as you'll have heard just now Guy talk about, is the chair and founder of Lambeth Links, which is the Lambeth LGBTQIA plus forum in the local representing the community within Lambeth. Chris, welcome.
Thanks so much, Sean. Great to be here.
Chris, I suppose to start off, we've got viewers from all over the world watching this. There'll be a lot of people watching this in Lambeth and in the nearby surrounding area, but we do have viewers all over the world. Tell us about Lambeth Links and what you do as an organisation.
Absolutely. So Lambeth Links is the LGBTQ plus forum for our borough, the borough of Lambeth. We've got the largest LGBTQ plus community in London, second in the UK actually. And our forum is about making sure that community is connected into local organisations, making sure that we've got the voice of that community into the right places.
Brilliant. You talk about Lambeth having the biggest population from your community within London. Also, if you take Lambeth at a slightly more macro geographical level, we're here, as most people watching, if you've been to the Oval will know, at the heart of a sort of crux almost of three communities in Vauxhall, Kennington and Oval as well. Tell us about Vauxhall and up the road from here and the community that we exist as a direct part of here at the club.
Yeah, so the census that was carried out in the UK 2021, that gave the definition of us having the largest population in London, and it's concentrated very much in the Vauxhall area. So you look at a map and it'll show dark shades of where that community is concentrated, and it's around Oval, it's in this particular area, so really close neighbours, really close by.
And talk to us a little about the history of that community. Obviously, there's been a lot of stuff in popular culture in recent years. It's a Sin, for instance, on Channel 4 during lockdown had a massive breakthrough. Ollie Alexander put in an extraordinary performance in that show. And we've got places just up the street. If you walk to the ground from Vauxhall Station, you'll be walking past the Royal Vauxhall Tavern, for instance. Talk to us a little bit about the history of Vauxhall and the scene there.
Yeah, since the Vauxhall Pleasure Garden, so going back, quite some time actually. There's always been a sense of community, and a community which is accepting and a lot more inclusive in this area. So the Royal Vauxhall Tavern, as you mentioned, Lily Savage actually was, a regular guest there, performed there quite often. The late Paul O'Grady, of course. Only recently this year we lost him. Also, really quite iconic films. So not too far from here on Wilcox Road, My Beautiful Laundrette was actually filmed in this area as well. So really iconic film linked to part of our community. So there's so much that goes on in this area, and it really is at the heart of the LGBT+ community in London.
Yeah, it's amazing, and they've just launched, of course, very recently the successful application for funding for the Vauxhall Nighttime Enterprise Zone as well, which again is a realisation that there's that 24/7 nature of the community in Vauxhall as well. Like, it really is, London's very much a 24/7 city, but that's particularly exemplified in Vauxhall, both from a sort of entertainment and clubbing perspective, and also just from the sheer amount of industry that happens in Vauxhall overnight. So it's a really beautiful, unique part of London. London's one of the great world cities, and we're here at the Oval incredibly lucky. The Kia Oval, I should say. The Oval, the Kia Oval. We're incredibly lucky to be right at the centre of that. I think there's an argument that the Oval is one of the most centrally located major sports grounds in the world, really, and that brings so many benefits around in terms of transport infrastructure and the way that people can get to the ground using public transport and more sustainable transport to get to the ground, but also the communities that have grown up around. We've been here since 1845, and the communities that have grown up around us and really made this place an amazing part of London for the club to live, if you like. Now, Chris, there is a reason that you're here, particularly on this day. I mean, I think you'd be welcome on here at any time, and I think it's always an interesting conversation to have to talk about the Oval and how we exist within London. But the particular reason you're here today, tell me about the event that took place at the ground just a few hours ago at lunchtime.
So I was invited here to talk on a panel about inclusivity, LGBT+ inclusivity in sport. Really pleased to have been part of that panel. And some great conversations around what it means to be inclusive. And I think cricket, and I think Surrey County Cricket Club in particular, has a really fantastic, sort of a reputation engaging with the community here. And that conversation did speak about how that can be even more enhanced, and what more can be done. Because there's such a large community here, it makes absolute sense that we should be working together and bringing that community into what's happening here at the Kia Oval. So there's a real focus on what it means. Sport is known to help with mental health issues, for example. We've got really high rates of incidence of mental health in our community. So that in itself is a real reason to be able to connect in and help people through that, and be inclusive in that way.
Absolutely. I was going to say that sport can play such a crucial role for that, and I think it's also when different aspects of the same community are working together. I think it was Hillary Clinton that talked about a village, and the need for a village to operate together, and when a community can take all its strengths and channel that together in terms, what Lambeth Links brings to the community is very, very different to what the Oval brings to the community. But when we can realise that and channel the strengths of Lambeth Links into the Oval and channel the strengths of the Oval into Lambeth Links, that's where you can really make some important breakthroughs and potentially show people that something they may not previously have considered for them, can be for them by bringing down those walls.
Definitely, it's the reason that I named the organisation Lambeth Links, because those connections are so important. There's real opportunity to help in terms of the community and make it as inclusive as possible in terms of sport as well. So we sit within a place which has a really vibrant community. We're in Pride Month, of course, so it's a really important time of year for us as well. But it's about beyond that also. Cricket is played here all year round, so it's about that connection all the way through the year, not just in Pride Month. And there's real work to maintain those connections beyond this also. We work together, of course, John, in some of the things that we do in the community. So there's a real kind of continuation and a real kind of like full year-round view of this.
Yeah, absolutely, and obviously shout out to Grace's Cricket Club who are based up in North London. Who are a LGBTQ+ cricket club who play all over the country, but particularly around London. My own club was supposed to play a game against them, but sadly the rain intervened with that one. But one day that fixture will take place. But yeah, even within cricket, and obviously Surrey, we're very privileged to have proud Surrey, who I know are linked in with Lambeth Links. How many times can we say linked in in the same conversation, but it's a positive word. But yeah, but Proud Surrey, who are an independent supporters group within the club. They're not a function that the club has set up itself, but it's a group of our supporters who wanted to feel representation, within their own community of Surrey fans, and the Proud Surrey flag is usually can be seen flying proudly indeed from the back of the Peter May stand, alongside some of the Peter May boy flags there that I can see hung over there now. I'm sure we'll get some shots later on this afternoon of those. But yeah, we was very lucky. I remember that when I first got the email from the people who wanted to set that organisation up, and how great it was to think that there were these people doing this of their own volition and wanting to sort of create this own community. I don't think they felt like they weren't being accepted within the club, but they just wanted to carve out their own little their own area where they could welcome other people in and build that community, which they've been doing wonderfully. Which leads me into Sunday as well. So again, part of the reason, obviously, we talk about it's Pride Month, which is one of the reasons the panel was being particularly held today, but also in the build up to Sunday, which is going to be I mean, I'm sure that the panel here on today was a lot of fun and very interesting, but also it was a panel and there was lots of talking and serious conversation, whereas Sunday I think is going to be more of a party, isn't it? So tell us a bit about Sunday, Chris.
So we've got the T20 match on Sunday, so it's the Proud Surrey match, and really looking forward to that. It's another opportunity to engage the community to something that we may not know a lot about. I'm not a particularly sporty person, and I think that comes from perhaps not feeling as welcoming sometimes growing up. So sport sometimes feels a bit of an intimidating place to get into, but in having the sort of match that we will have on Sunday, it really brings the two communities together and shows that this is a welcome, open space. We can learn about cricket as well. Do cricket extremely well here, obviously. So to be able to bring those things together and say, look, this is a space for you as well. Come and see what cricket is all about. Come and see what we do here. Come and see what goes on at Surrey County Cricket Club. How we engage and what we do. What we're so good at.
Absolutely. So, interestingly, some people would say that that invitation is always open. Everyone's welcome at the Oval, and we're always happy to have anybody here, whether you've watched cricket every day of your life or you just want to learn about the game and you think cricket might be something that you're interested in. Everybody's welcome. But talk to us about the importance of issuing a specific invitation, if you like. Tell from your perspective and the perspective of the community that you represent. Talk to us about the importance of the specific invitation.
Yeah, thanks, John. It's hugely important. It really is. It's a signal. It says that, as you say, everybody is welcome. And what I see this is an ability to have a continuation. It's coming along to learn about cricket, the sort of scoring, the way that things run, and then be able to have that relationship grow and build throughout the year. Not just that one day, not just that 1 month a year. That continuation. So being able to have that signal to say that this is a place for you. You are welcome here as well. Come along. And absolutely your point about being welcome all the time. But I think sometimes we do need that kind of specific invite from others to our community to come along and say, this is for you too, and to have that ability to sort of continue on as we come out of the game. Is one that I look forward to, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's going to be a great game from a cricketing perspective. Surrey need to win their last two games to secure that home quarter final. There was the extraordinary T20, as all Surrey fans listen to this will have it burned to their soul, from last Thursday, where we were beaten by Middlesex in one of the more incredible games of T20 cricket that's going to be played in a generation. And obviously we've got the championship stuff, and then back to it. Somerset on Friday night, then Essex on Sunday. But it's going to be a lot of fun. If anyone wants to come down Sunday afternoon, 2:30 start. It's going to be live on YouTube as well. If you can't make it down, there's going to be lots of all the fun of the fair is going to be on our YouTube channel as well. But we're going to have some drag acts from the local community. I think are going to be welcoming people. We're going to be flying the flag. The music's going to be great. There's going to be some maybe interesting pyros compared to what we have normally. The whole thing is. I know that the people who do this sort of thing at the club have put a lot of thought into it as to what that can all look like. And last year we had our Pride game on the Friday evening, which. From talking to people, I understand it's sort of like Christmas Eve for Pride, essentially, and there's a lot of traditions to be held. But this time it's on the Sunday, the day after the big Pride march in London, which is this Saturday, and it's kind of like a hangover session, possibly. Is that fair to say?
I think come out, chill out. Hope it'll be nice weather, and relax into the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, look, we're really excited about Sunday. As I say, tickets still available at surreycricket.com. Tickets.surreycricket.com. For that, Starts at £1 for under 16s, up to the normal prices for adults. Obviously, all Surrey members, do come in for free into the pavilion up on that. The Lock Terrace on a Sunday afternoon, I think, has been a pretty special spot for the last couple of Sunday T20s. So there's going to be, really great crowd. I think we're looking, 15,000 plus, really big game for Surrey, and fantastic, as you say, for us to be building on the success of last year and issuing a specific invitation, which we hope people will want to take us up on, and we hope when they come they'll love what they see, and then they'll feel free to come back more and more in the future.
Excellent. We look forward to it, and thank you so much, Sean.
Really
appreciate it.
Well, look, thanks, Chris, and thanks for the partnership with Lambeth Links and all the work you do in our community. As I say, I think it's really important what you do, and where we can make what we're doing cross over with what you're doing. I think it creates more power for all of us. So look, thanks very much indeed. The 5-minute bell has rung. There are still some fans just making their way off the outfield, and the players are just starting to come down. The Surrey players having a little warm up now down there. You can see at the bottom of the Bedford Stand stairs. The action will be getting underway again in about 5 or so minutes' time, where fortunately people who are professional cricket commentators will be back to describe the action to you. Until then, we will leave you with some match summary, and the commentators will be back on air in a couple of minutes. Thanks very much indeed.
Michael Goff and Mike Burns. Rory Burns getting out of Surrey field. Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells opening the Lancashire innings.
Welcome back. Well, this match has changed. Lancashire in control for so much of that Surrey innings now find themselves needing 86 just for parity. And you'd have thought to make a match of it, somewhere around the 400 mark would probably be what they require. So a big, big ask. They need Keaton Jennings, their captain, back in the team after his hamstring issue. He started this season so well. 3 matches, 378 runs, averaging just under 95. First innings though, just the 25 before he was trapped LBW by Abbott, who's having some match so far. It's the Australian Sean Abbott. And Jennings drives that back to Sam Curran, who's opening the bowling. Felix White comes in to join me.
Hi Guy, how you doing?
I'm good.
It's exciting, isn't it?
Well, we were just talking. What do you we thought Lancashire need 400 to make a game of this.
I think that might be a fair point, looking at it.
Which, no pressure then. Sam Curran in to his fellow lefty.
Well, we've just learnt that Surrey bat deep.
Yes, haven't we just?
We've learnt that.
And that Lancashire needed them to run themselves out to get the final wicket.
They'll be fuming, won't they? I heard you saying that Abbott will be fuming about that.
I think it might be mentioned occasionally over a beer.
He dawdled, didn't he, slightly down Morrill there?
Well, he did. It wasn't his call. He should have just gone. Anyway.
Highest first class score though, 51.
Was. Beat his previous by 1. Sam Curran racing in from the pavilion end. It's been very tidy so far.
Yeah, that was just an extraordinary hour or so, wasn't it, of cricket?
I was just watching the entire match turned on its head.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's like we were saying before, a lot of county champ games have been like that this year, where it's like an arm wrestle, but when Surrey involved, they can just go at any second.
Which is why they are winning the thing.
Yeah, exactly. And it looked, you know, I mean, they're heavy favourites to go back-to-back champions now.
Yeah, they'd need something very peculiar to happen in September for...
So much firepower. I mean, it felt like maybe Lancashire got out of jail with those slightly strange shots when Curran was going and Smith.
Yes,
didn't it?
Yeah, with the two dabs to short mid-wicket.
But you're never out of jail against this batting side.
Yes, Daryl Mitchell, for those of you just joining us, was on a hat-trick just before lunch.
Yeah.
Having snapped up 2 wickets in 2 balls, and Surrey were in real bother. They were 219 for 8, 230 for 9, and then we're all out for 360.
Amazing.
I guess the only problem is the 2 batters at the end there have now got to actually do the bowling, so they might be a bit tired after all their exertions with the bat.
They'll also be full of adrenaline though.
True.
And that positivity so often flows from one to the other, isn't it? I mean, Sean Abbott is a case in point because he's a bowling all-rounder classically, or he has been historically, but he's bowling so well this year that that confidence is feeding into his batting.
And over half his runs were boundaries as well, so he didn't have to...
I love watching him. He just stands so tall, hits the ball so purely with so little effort, or seemingly so little effort.
Well, maiden first up. Bowling to Wells for that first over.
And Rory's going to take the new ball. I've got a good fact about Dan Morrill and his run-up.
Go on.
You'll notice he bowls his first ball, he runs in at an angle, almost like the way Dominic Court used to run at an angle.
Malcolm Marshall.
And Malcolm Marshall.
May not be quite as brisk.
No, well, Still hoops it though, Dan. Here he goes at an angle, running in. Bowled. He's bowled really well this year. So that exaggerated angle that he runs in at, this might be myth, might be folklore, but I think it's true. He tells a story that where he grew up when he was younger, there was a tree that was badly placed.
Oh, brilliant.
Behind the pitch, so you'd have to run in, and he wanted to run in with a big fast bowler's like long runner.
Yeah.
And so he developed this angle just out of necessity to
so
run
to get
beyond
round the tree.
And that's what's created this angle that he runs in.
I so hope that's true. It sounds as if it should be, but it was working. 28 wickets at 22 this season. So yeah.
I mean, the great thing about this, we talk about them as a batting side, but as a seam bowling attack, they all offer slightly different things, which is exciting. They give different dimensions, and Rory's real skill is that he can move the ball, shape the ball, both seam and swing it. Others are slightly quicker, like Clark and Abbott, but he's an asset early on in innings like this.
Thickish outside edge. It was all along the ground. It was played with soft hands. They'll get a couple, and they decide 2 will do. Jennings is off the mark to continue his. So he looks to build on that interrupted start to his season. That dodgy hamstring after 3 matches.
Oh right, did he?
Yeah, played the first 3 matches, was averaging 94.5.
Right.
Then tweaked a hamstring when he was 189, not out.
And
hasn't played since.
I didn't know that. And he's back in that. This is his first game back.
First game back.
Oh. There's that shape.
Yes.
I've got so much time for Keaton Jennings mainly because when he was having that tough run in the England side, I don't know if you remember that.
Oh, I felt for him.
Yeah, he was under a lot of pressure, and he used to feel that bat pad while he was going through a real bleak run of scores. But he never stopped smiling through the whole experience. And if you remember that, I remember thinking, God, that is real testament to the character that he can still enjoy playing cricket even under that much pressure.
No, it's a funny one with Keaton Jennings. I kept thinking he was going to... I know he was in and out of the side, and that's never easy.
Yeah.
And he made a century in his first Test match, and we all thought, here we go.
We cracked it.
Alistair Cook's replacement is just waiting to come off the rank.
Looking for that shape against left-hander.
But he didn't play many tests against... No test is easy opposition, but he tended to play the very, very best in his career and have to cope with that, which probably is why his average is just over 25 in Test matches. So
right, yeah. They sort of identified him now as a sort of in the subcontinent, specialist opener.
Exactly, plays spin so well. Oh, fiery bounce.
It's a challenge here, isn't it?
I do love the oval for that it actually gives the quickies a chance to put a delivery in like that.
Yeah.
Because at other grounds you have to bowl the slow bouncer almost to deceive the batsman. Here you can still bowl quick.
Refreshing to see that kick off the pitch actually, isn't it?
Couldn't agree more. Well, he managed to survive it on this occasion. Luke Wells struggled a bit to get going this season. He's got one decent innings, made 82 against Somerset, but in average of 22 this season, which is way, way, way below his career average of over 36. Oh, and that's a beauty from Sam Curran. That's when the batter takes his bat away to make it look as if he meant it, but the ball's already gone past.
Trescothick used to do that. He used to leave the ball inside the line.
Yeah.
So it made you feel like he maybe was playing at it. But I think maybe in that case Jennings was searching for that ball.
I think the ball had gone past when he made the adjustment.
Was it you or was it Simon earlier in the day telling me that Ed Smith's just written a piece about how he thinks Sam Curran would be the guy to get in at number 8 in the Test team?
It was Simon.
So
but I now want to read the piece.
Yeah, me too. So it sounds like an interesting idea. But he was saying that as a point of difference seamer, and if Joe Root can bowl overs of spin.
So who would he replace? He would be in instead of the spinner.
Instead of Mo, I imagine so. I actually haven't read the piece, so.
Yeah. Oh, and there's a thick edge. It'll go for 4. But there's pressure on these Lancashire openers at the moment. You can feel it. Jennings has moved to 7. But that whole game shifted with that 10th wicket partnership.
It did. Must be a horrible feeling just because you're getting set in your head. Okay, we're going to go in, we're going to be 30 ahead, whatever it is, 40, 30 ahead, and we'll build a lead. Before you know it, you're suddenly under this much pressure. What is it, 79 behind?
Yeah, ridiculous. That was a nice defensive shot. Yeah, and also it's a mindset thing, isn't it? That if you're going to, great, we'll have a first inning lead of 30-ish. We probably need 300 to make sure we put them under some pressure.
Yeah.
And now it's 400. So someone has to get a ton.
Yeah.
Some other people have to chip in.
Yeah.
There's a big innings needed for someone for Lancashire.
But he's got big innings in them. Daryl Mitchell's in this side, of course.
Yes, there are some very good batters.
Daryl Mitchell's one of the most informed Test batters in world cricket in the last couple of years.
Yeah. I love his figures. I love the fact that he's 32 and has only just kind of broken into the team.
Amazing that, isn't it? I'd like to know the backstory there. Is that just because he, was it?
Well, yeah, New Zealand were quite good. They were the -- world Test team,
right.
So they had quite a lot of players. But yeah, it did take him a while to break in. But he's already, he's played 18 tests. He's got 500, 850s. Ridiculous. An average of 57.
57
in Test match
in
cricket.
Test match cricket. Wow.
His first class average is only about 40, but in Test matches he just goes
amazing.
But it's still, anyone who in first class cricket has an average of over 40 is class.
Yeah. Well, famously, like a lot of successful selections of players that don't actually average that much in county cricket.
Marcus Trescothick being the perfect example.
Vaughan was another one as well. I think Michael Vaughan averaged in the early 30s when he was fit for England.
God, he played some of the best innings I was lucky enough to see. And that's, again, a thickish outside edge. And there's a little bit of a look from Worrell, as you'd understand, to the batter. But on that Australian tour of, what was it, 2001-2, he was in a different place, Michael Vaughan.
What, on the winter tour of Australia?
Yeah, the winter tour of Australia.
So
when the team wasn't doing that well and he was still scoring 180.
Brilliant now, wasn't it? Lovely looking shot.
Oh, it was a nice looking straight drive, which of course Michael Vaughan used to be able to play and then hold the pose as he walked down the pitch.
Beautiful. So unfortunately for Lancashire, there's still quite a lot of time in this game.
Well, exactly. I was just checking how many overs are left today. There's still 40 overs today.
Yeah, so...
And plus 2 days. So, yes, if they can get in and the pitch doesn't do too much and they can then set a target, we're in for a cracker. Oh, and that swung away impressively, disdainfully.
Lovely shot.
For 6! What a shot. What a way to get off the mark from Wells. Picked the length and just kept going with it.
Came out of nowhere, really, didn't it? I don't know if he... Yeah, it's just gone slightly too straight. He's strayed a little bit down the leg side, Rory, hasn't he? He's looking for that big exaggerated inducker.
It's almost middle stump he's picked that off.
Yeah.
From. What a shot.
There's that tiny room for error, isn't it? Outside off stump, that's a lethal delivery, but if you get too straight...
And that's a better delivery. almost Yorker length. Dug out actually pretty well in the end by Luke Wells. Son of Alan Wells, who won a single cap for England.
I remember it incredibly well.
And that is very close to being a wide.
That's not too straight. That's the opposite. Perhaps not trying to make that error. Yeah, so I remember Alan Wells, Luke's dad, first test very well, because I was that age we were talking about with Jack Russell's playing for England.
Yeah.
And the thing that stays in my mind about that test is sometimes cricket gives you a situation that you can see happening before it happens, an apocalyptic one. And his first ball to Ambrose, that he sort of, do you know what I'm talking about? I remember him being quite an old guy for the metric of the game, in his mid-30s by the time he played the first test. Obviously Curtly ran in, he bat padded it straight to short leg was stationed there. But he walked off, and I remember being heartbroken by that moment, and he walked off and he found the camera as he was walking off, took his helmet off and said sorry down the lens of the camera.
Oh, that is cool.
And I remember being, as a child, we were talking about this earlier, about this sort of weird fantasy that you can interact with a television.
Yep.
So it felt at the time like he'd said sorry
to
me. So I was looking around the living room. And years later, only a few years ago, for a book I wrote, I spoke to Alan about this, and he said, no, you didn't imagine that. I did say that, and it was to my children, so I imagine it was to Luke.
Oh my lord, so it was to Luke, who's playing here now.
Yeah, and to his wife, and to say sorry. I mean, so heartbroken. What a big cinematic moment that is.
But I have to say that anybody who made their test debut against that West Indian side was... I was around with the great Australian sides, the 70s ones, and then the McGrath-Warm one.
Yeah.
But the Windies side of the early 80s, late 70s was something else.
Well, interestingly, Alan said that sort of fed into it a bit, because the ball actually wasn't as quick as he was imagining it to be. He'd built up too much in his head how quick it was going to feel.
And that's just nudged into the leg side. They thought about a single, which may have been possible, but why do anything daft at this stage?
Exactly. But yeah, so he said that he felt like actually, but by the time that his reality had clicked in, that oh no, it's not a sort of supernatural pace, it's what I've been facing, he was already halfway through the shot.
Oh. Yeah, I can believe that, because so much would go on in your head, and you're just making a debut for England as well.
Stomach clenching moment.
And then not to get a chance again. When you think, if Graham Gooch, who famously made a pair on his debut, if the same thing had been applied to him.
There you go. But I think about that with everything. Don't you think about that? Like I think about this England team. If Graham Hick was in this England team, would he have been given licence to play? Would he? You know what I mean? You think about that in so many different.
But then I watched quite a lot of Graham Hick.
God, tell me more.
Well, it was really weird. You'd watch him at county level, and he was a god.
He destroyed.
But you watched him at Test match level, and it was almost as if he lost that aura. It was really I saw him play some great innings. I saw him got a wonderful ton against Sri Lanka here.
Mm-hmm.
But it just didn't carry that. He looked about 3 inches shorter when he played Test match cricket.
Interesting. But I would argue, I haven't spoken to Graham Hick about this, so I'm putting words in his mouth.
There you are, your next book.
Start writing it now. I would argue that might have been to do with fear of failure.
Yes.
Which, of course, Baz Ball's principle is taking that away.
No, that is a very interesting thought, that if he was just allowed to just go and be you and fail a couple of times, doesn't matter.
Exactly. If he was to be told, like clearly Zach Crawley has been told, and other players in this side, if you fail for a whole summer, you're still in this team. They're probably not using the word fail, but
Yeah.
if you don't score runs across this whole summer, you will still be picked. If someone like Graham Hick had been told that, would that have changed his output? You're not convinced, are you, Guy?
I'm not quite, but I like where this is going. I quite like the idea of nicely fenced away in the end, waited for it. I quite like the idea of going back through players and going, would Bazball have sorted them?
This is a great game.
This
is a great game. All right, try to think.
Ramps.
That's the other case in point from that era. Definitely is would Mark Ramprakash have thrived in this Bazball team? And I can't imagine that he wouldn't. After every time he didn't play for England, I mean, he averaged in his last few years at Surrey in the 90s.
Yeah.
In county championship cricket.
He was just absurd. It was absurd. His hundreds.
And that I would argue that came at a time in his life when he realised he was never going to play for England again. So that fear of failure and that tension was alleviated from his being.
Could that have been winning strictly have been part of that as well?
And there's nothing more Bazball than winning strictly.
There really isn't.
Oh, okay, he's going to go round the wicket down wrong here, so he's going to try to get that shape back in from a different angle, going the other way round the tree.
He must have to kind of almost loop round if he's coming, which he does really. He starts from almost behind the stumps.
Yeah.
But that's right wicket to wicket, and it's just played out very safely.
What other cricketers from history would didn't thrive in their careers would have thrived in Bazball? This is a brilliant game.
I think Graham Thorpe could have been even better.
Yeah? Do you think so?
Because he was brilliant, but he could have been even better.
I wonder if this makes a difference here for Keaton Jennings, is that you don't really get sight of Dan Morrow until he comes through.
So I was going to say, he's almost turned the umpire into that tree you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, exactly.
Comes running round.
Talking about pairs on debut, what about Gavin Hamilton?
Oh, there's a dredge.
Would he have... He popped into my head when you said... who were you talking about? Graham Gooch getting pair on debut. Gavin Hamilton famously got pairs on debut, I believe, in South Africa.
Yeah, that rings a bell.
So and Gavin had a great World Cup for Scotland, very attacking cricketer. Would he have thrived in Bazball?
There are some people, you do suddenly start thinking about the Bothams, who would have gone even more bozo in Bazball. He kind of played it on his own.
Yes. Can I just quickly say a big thank you to Ian Angus, who's just tweeted me with an article proving it is true that war will run around a tree.
Ah, excellent.
I'm just going to scan this article as he walks back to his mark. To see if I can get any sort of... When we were kids, and my brother will attest to this, Rory says, we've got a tree in the backyard. So if you wanted to come off a longer run up, you had to run around the tree. And it was as simple as that.
How cool is that?
And he's still running around that tree to this day. In the form of my golf.
It's like a Kate Bush song. Driven out into the offside before. What a lovely shot.
That's what it was about.
Running round the tree.
With no problems. Thank you, Ian Angus, for getting in touch. And if you are listening, while we also, in terms of correspondence, we are searching for cricketers from history who didn't have necessarily successful test careers, who would have done so in the Bazball sides. So get in touch with us with any
any
Gavin Hamiltons that pop into your mind.
Yeah. I'm now racking my brain. There will definitely be some.
You on Twitter, Guy?
I am.
What's your
at Guy WSC.
There you go, Guy WSC or Felix White on Twitter. So one of the things I love about the Oval is that obviously it interacts with actual London going outside.
Oh yeah.
And as Sam Curran ran up to bowl then, there was a motorbike outside that sounded like it was Sam Curran's engine running in. There are moments where it synchronises perfectly with
yes.
life outside of it.
Yeah, we should introduce sound. We'll talk to Jake, the producer, see if we can introduce sound effects for bowlers as they run up.
Can you clip up that engine, Jake?
And it's punched out into the covers nicely, and this is good steady start as far as Middlesex are concerned. As far as Lancashire are concerned. I like the fact Luke Wells has now faced 14 balls. He's scored off one of them. That was a 6. And that's it.
Guy, I'm delighted to say they're already flooding in the suggestions for cricketers that didn't thrive but would thrive in Bazball. It's a long hashtag.
That did take some time. Well, there's a big shout for LB.
I think he's hit that. This will be interesting. Oh, he's giving it leg byes.
So he didn't hit it. Sam Curran looks a little bit on the miffed side. We'll watch that one again with some interest.
Oh.
Ooh.
That's quite close, isn't it?
I can see why it wasn't given. We'll watch it from this angle, which will probably give us a better idea. Possibly going down leg. It was tight. Benefit of the doubt.
It's an umpire's call one, isn't it?
It really is, and you get so used to being able to shove it upstairs. But the umpire is supposed to give the batter the benefit of the doubt.
There's maybe enough doubt in that.
Just enough.
Maybe.
Because he was flicking he thought he was flicking the ball. It was leg side. Who have we got?
Yes, so the aforementioned cricketers who didn't thrive but would thrive in Bazball segment of the show. David Close suggests Mark Lathwell.
Oh yeah, he's 2 matches for Somerset. The Somerset opener who broke all sorts of records at the beginning of the season was picked. Only got 2 matches. He was very shy man and didn't like leaving Somerset much. But yes, with that kind of inclusive, the way that the kind of mental side of things with Stokes and with Brendan McCullum, that he would have been given a very different introduction to the team.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be, oh, who are you? You're the new boy. Go out and score runs, thanks.
I remember reading a piece about Mark Lathwell saying that he was actually relieved when he was dropped, but he just did not enjoy that experience at all. And that's why that's quite a good suggestion, actually, because the whole principles of a modern England team are to enjoy it above anything else.
Yep. And that is just punched out into the cover. And you can see that that's true. The way they all stay out on the balcony, they're all smiling, they're all enjoying it. There are times you want them to be slightly more upset, having got themselves out cheaply.
This is the argument that a few friends...
But then at the same time,
exactly.
Isn't that better?
Well, a few friends are putting that to me, is that they don't like a England side that aren't afraid of losing for that very point, but once the jeopardy leaves...
I have just been texted by Mark Barclay, who says, if you're as ancient as I am, which I very nearly am, you'll remember Colin Milburn.
Okay, go on.
Who he claims, and with a certain amount of justification, invented Bazball. He was a Northamptonshire and England batter in the 60s.
Oh!
Huge inside edge. Lucky boy.
Keaton's got away with that.
Lucky boy.
Go on, sorry.
And it was awful. He lost an eye in a car accident, and that was what ended his career. But up until then, he didn't play Test cricket like anybody else in the 60s. He came in and just smashed it everywhere.
In what era was he playing?
Mid to late 60s.
Mid to late 60s, okay.
And I think that's a very good call, that he would have fitted right in.
I'm getting some really left. I've got a good one from Mark Trainers. Thank you, Mark. He reckons Ali Brown.
Oh, yeah.
Alistair Brown to open in Bazball. I don't know.
I like that.
Mark, I love the idea of that, but we're getting into Jason Roy territory here with Ali Brown opening in the Test team.
I'm not sure opening, but I kind of like the idea of Ali Brown.
I love that idea, and John Surtees at Surrey loved that idea as well.
Yeah, he
Surrey
bought you
man.
a cup of coffee.
Mark Trainus has tweeted in, John, saying he'd like Ali Brown. We're talking players that didn't thrive in their Test careers but would thrive in Bazball situations. We've got Ali Brown in. So, Gary,
you'd have him at number 1 in the batting order, or just?
I think you have to ask Mark Trainus. John Surtees would. Here comes Dan Morrell round the metaphorical tree. Right, Gary Nunn's got in touch. This one is from before my time as well.
Go on.
Gilbert Jessup.
Oh my lord, that's even before my time.
Is that before anyone's time?
But Gilbert Jessup, he's the man who hit the fastest ever century for England. 76 balls.
There we go. Simon Mann's to my right saying in 1902.
And and we've had Harry Brook and Bairstow get very close to breaking the record. Oh! This is a good over. We've seen the inside edge, we've seen him beaten on the outside edge. Terrific bowling from Worrell. And it's a mantra of surviving currently as far as...
It is. I love this angle. Okay, look, I've sparked too many people's imaginations with this, clearly.
They're going back a long way too.
Yeah, thank you to Jonathan Norman of TalkSport.
Go on, John.
Yes, John.
How are you, mate?
Oh, that's that angle. Got to be watchful outside of stunt one coming back. John said, how about Joss Buttler? And
well, we saw that. But would you think that it would... Oh, I can see where John's coming from. That was it a mental issue that meant that the way that England were playing their game that meant Josh Buttler didn't fire, or was it a technique issue?
Maybe there was a tension element. Very interesting, I thought, with Simon's chat with Jack Russell and Alex Stewart, where Jack was saying his advice to Alec back in the day was have no tension in your body, which maybe Josh might have had during that period of time.
Yes.
Oh, that's...
That is a good shout. Okay. I'm going to have to go away and think about that.
Thank you to Daniel Shaw, who has finally, someone's used the hashtag, would have thrived in Bazball.
Have they had to write it out again, or can they copy it?
He's also shouted Joss Buttler.
Okay, so Joss is getting some love on this one.
I think that's a fair shout, I mean.
That's almost the first time he's come off the middle of the bat in the entire over from Worrell, who has batted well. Simon, are you all... Simon Mann has come in. I'm going to have a little break after.
I'm looking forward to playing hashtag would have thrived in Bazball with Simon Mann any minute now.
Yeah, because he knows lots more players than I do.
Thank you to M. Cook 1983 for suggesting that Ian Austin would have been a shoe-in for an all-round position in today's England Bazball team. I think even in our deepest fantasies and imaginations, that might still be a stretch.
Jake has just said Martin Moxon.
And we have a shout from producers. That's for Martin Moxon. Jake, would he? What number are you batted?
No. Preposterous. That was an inside edge there by Wells.
Good to see Simon.
No, I don't think Martin would thrive in Bazball. No, not particularly. He wasn't that sort of opener. A man whose highest test score off the top of my head was 99 in New Zealand. I think that's right.
All right.
I'd have to double check that.
Here's another one for you. Matthew Maynard, Simon.
Yeah, Matthew Maynard. He'd have liked playing in an aggressive way, definitely. Ali Brown was he made 260 odd in a one-day match here.
I love it, yeah.
But whether he'd have thrived with the red ball, I don't know.
Oh, that's well bowled.
I once played a It's a corporate day here with Ali Brown at the Oval, and it was remarkable just to bat with him a bit the non-strikers end, because he would just keep hitting the ball into the road.
Really?
Yeah, and without any apparent effort at all. And it's really weird when you play with a pro and the cleanness of their striking.
Yes,
it's stunning.
It's sort of exhilarating, isn't it, to be near it? Terrifying as well.
You think, how can you do that? How can your eye be so good and and have so much power in your stroke, even though you don't appear to be hitting it that hard? Yeah, they keep having to get the ball out of the road. Edged and caught. Sam Curran. He's got Keaton Jennings. And that's a significant strike for Surrey with that first innings lead behind them. They wanted to strike with the new ball. It's taken them 9 overs. And Curran has done it again. He did it in the first innings as well, getting the first wicket. And Surrey on their way second time round. It was a nice, comfortable height. And Jennings on his way.
Keaton Jennings caught by Tom Latham off the bowling of Sam Curran.
Yeah, well bowled Sam Curran. These are the issues he's causing, which Ed Smith was talking about in his piece, but you mentioned, Simon, earlier in the day. Just that different angle, especially to the left-hander, offering to move a touch. And that will be soul-destroying for Keaton Jennings, who would have believed his side were going in front of the game only a matter of hours ago, and now he's back in the hutch with a deficit of 61 still.
Jennings just putting the bat there, really. And yeah, with the angle, just a fraction of movement. And Tom Latham. Well, you like them like that at slip.
Yeah.
Nice catching height. Saw it early as well. Got a good view of that.
I'm going to say, nice to see a conventional long form wicket as well. Just felt nice, rather than slapping it down people's throats.
Well, there was a bit of that one then in the Surrey innings. 2 caught at mid-wicket, 1 caught at deep mid-wicket. There was a run out at the end.
Exactly, yeah.
But also there was some mayhem. And it's not been a great afternoon for Keaton Jennings, really.
No.
That 10th wicket pair taking control of the match. It's never easy for a captain when that happens, when you're really challenged in the field. And then you've got to come out and try to back your side back into the game.
Sort of put one down as well. It's harsh to say that, but he got one hit straight at him at cover.
Yeah, that was a really tough chance, wasn't it? Right, Josh Bohannon, new man for Lancashire. It just shows you how quickly a game can turn around about 2 o'clock today. Lancashire were thinking, aye, first innings lead here, useful first innings lead. And now they're battling to stay in the game and set Surrey something meaningful in the 4th innings of the match. And we've seen lots of sides try to do that this season. And they've been unsuccessful, just put it like that. Surrey winning 5 matches, batting second this season.
Is that right?
Batting second and last, yeah.
We'll chase anything 500 plus even in Kent.
Yeah, anything from a handful to 500. So you don't feel that secure.
Fair play to Mark Trainers, who's got back to me saying Ali Brown could also bat 6 in a Bazball side. He really wants him in there.
4. No one at home at fine leg. Bohannon underway. That ends Curran's over with the initial breakthrough. So the game is players of a different era who would have thrived in Bazball.
Players that didn't necessarily thrive, but would thrive in a Bazball team. So I can't remember why or how that came about. I think we were talking about Graham Hick.
Yeah, I wonder. It's funny. I was just about to mention Graham Hick. I wonder whether Graham Hick would have really thrived, because he was one of those players, very talented. He had to wait a long time to make his England debut because he had to go through the qualification process. But he was tearing it up in county cricket, scored heaps and heaps of runs, and then just found the pressure, I think, of Test cricket.
Exactly.
An expectation of Test cricket. It weighed very heavily on him. Here's Worrell to Wells.
So it does make you think, if you'd have taken that pressure, if you'd have said, like has clearly been said to Zach Crawley, even if you score no runs across the whole summer, you will still be selected in this side. Would that have changed Graham Hick's output at Test level?
Well, you'd think it probably would have improved it, really. I mean, for his talent and his achievements, I mean, they didn't really tally up. And for a guy who had such a high output and occasionally showed what he was capable of in Test cricket. That's good from Worrell. Drawing Wells forward. Just enough there. Well, the early days with this Kookaburra ball as well. Now, I was there the day that Mike Atherton declared on him on 98.
You were there.
At the SCG.
I can't believe that day's real. You saw it with your own eyes.
Yeah, we were there on the hill. I was working, but I went to see some friends who were sitting on the hill and we were chatting away, and we knew the declaration was coming, and they all walked off. Others has just declared on Graham Hick on 98, and I think it meant so much to Graham Hick and Ash's 100 as well.
Yeah, of course.
And I think if you speak to others now, at the time there was some absolute sort of ruthless cricket logic about it, because I think England wanted a bowl before tea, and they told Graham Hick that this was going to be, we're close to the declaration. I think he even told him this is the last over. So he knew, but I think he blocked a ball.
Oh wow!
I think he blocked the sixth ball of the over because he wasn't there for the shot. It wasn't quite there for the shot. It was too risky. Whereas these days, he sauntered down the pitch and whacked it into the Bradman stand.
Yeah.
And he's done him again. Round the wicket angle.
Yeah.
Angling it in, and if you can get it to go away a fraction.
Exactly, straightening a touch.
And there's that bounce as well.
I didn't know that bit of information, that Graham Hick had been told and blocked a ball. So they were almost playing double bluff with each other a little bit.
There was definitely one ball towards the end of the over. Wait, it wasn't a block as such. It wasn't like, dead bat it. It was, couldn't.
Yeah.
It was sort of almost playing the ball on the merit from memory. Sure. I'd have to go back and look at the over, but I think when I go in my own mind, what's locked in my own mind is, if you knew that was the last ball, you would have played a more extravagant shot to it.
Yeah. Interesting.
But I don't think, a bit like, well, not like Joe Root the other day, that I think Joe Root was a bit surprised that Ben Stokes declared. I think Graham Hick was surprised that he declared at that point. And if you speak to others, he regrets what he did, because he recognised that the 100 for Graham Hick was so important for his career development. And he realised that although the team needs were different, and what it did was it divided the dressing room. They went in, and there was a sort of division in the dressing room about the decision. And I think Graham was very upset, emotionally upset about it. And so they went back onto the field, not as one really, as a team. And
wow, it's such a big moment, isn't it? It's
and Australia, Michael Slater was there. I think they put on 200 for the first wicket. England nearly won the game. Curran striving for that second breakthrough. Bohannon new to the crease. Yeah, England. It was a bizarre day. Rain was involved. The game, and it had a bizarre end to it as well, where they bowled the overs. I think it was 15 overs in the last hour, even back then in 1994-5. They bowled the 15 overs, and so they all walked off. And then Mike Atherton had his watch and said, well, actually, we bowled 15 overs, within the hour, so there's time for one more over. And so the umpires had to put the bails back on again. Anyway, those are the things you remember from way back when.
It's amazing that you were there, because it's become so mythical and folkloric, that moment and that day. But I haven't actually spoken to anyone who's actually there.
So you could see it from both angles. You could say, well, get on with it then, or you need to be a bit more sympathetic to a player for whom it means so much.
Exactly. Interesting moment here. We talk about, I don't know if you're fond of the phrase, Simon, but we talk about matchups these days, and it strikes me that Sam Curran is creating the same angle and philosophy to the right-hander as Dan Worrell is to the left-hander at the other end, a mode of dismissal, if that makes any sense. So Sam Curran's coming in at an angle, left-handed, and he's looking to shape the ball back in almost. And Worrell's doing the same at the other end.
Well, the game, that's what the game is about. That's what it's about, isn't it? Angles, and that's what Sam Curran gives you.
Yeah.
That left arm angle, something different, and it was the point that Ed Smith was making about a different angle. England's pace bowling attack at Edgbaston was quite similar. Right arm seamers, four of them, all of a similarish pace as well. Slightly different styles, but Sam Curran, 2 wickets and a half century to his name in this game. Oh, that could have gone anywhere. Bohannon looking to hit that through extra cover. Got it down towards fine leg. Diametrically opposite to where he was trying to hit it. Talking about angles.
I've got one from the old school in that would have thrived under Bazball.
Okay, go on. Give us a. Don't give it away straight away. See if you can do 3 questions or something.
Well, I don't.
Is it an obscure one?
Yes.
Who's that from?
For me, it is Chris Tavares, basically, or Tavares. Sorry.
Chris Tavares.
I can't even pronounce it.
Would have thrived in Bazball.
I don't know anything about Chris Tavares really. You'd have to.
Luke Wells squared up by that one. Chris Tavares, well, he was a player that could block it for the rest of the world, or Mars, or whoever he was picked for. But also in short form cricket, he could smash it.
Interesting.
So he was a very defensive player, but not always. So he had sort of 2 gears almost, which was block or smack it. And in Test cricket, he blocked it, and in short form cricket, he could smack it.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's who's sent that to you?
Thank you, Gary Nunn.
Gary Nunn. Well, yeah. Well, Gary, it's an interesting one. Would Chris Tavares being totally transformed by Bazball, played in a completely different way?
That just made me think of. I always thought it was interesting. Paul Collingwood in Test cricket could just brigadier block, but he was actually quite a forward-thinking one-day captain, wasn't he? And scored at a rate.
He helped England, but he was the captain when England won the T20 World Cup in West Indies. He was their white ball captain. Oh, that's good from Worrell. We're Hannon in that channel.
Producer Jake's in my ear saying, Mark Stoneman, Simon, put that one to you. Would he have thrived under Bazball?
Well, I think you need to define your parameters now.
Bear in mind you've hurt his feelings with Moxon earlier, so
we'll have to talk about that off air. Martin Moxon. Well, what's your parameters for saying someone?
Oh, exactly. It
could be more expansive. Worrell wants this. It's one of those unconvincing appeals. Not much from behind, really. One of those arms in the air support the bowler, but do you really believe it's out?
Heights live looks like, oh.
Yeah, it's quite straight, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was straighter than it looked like.
And he's quite a short man, Bohannon. It was difficult to tell probably from those behind where that hit him. Let's have a look at the side on. He was a long way back. Just slow it down a bit. Probably going over the top.
I think it looked live. It looked really high. So
yeah, might have been a bail trimmer. Umpires have changed ends for the 3rd innings of the match, so Michael Gough umpiring at the Vauxhall end, giving that not out.
Thank you to Chris Dennis, who clearly is a Lancashire fan on the stream, who has suggested would have thrived in Bazball, Fairbrother, Hayes and Watkinson.
Frank Hayes.
Neil Fairbrother's a good shout, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Neil Fairbrother played in
he thrived anyway.
He thrived anyway, and especially in one-day cricket, perhaps not so much in Test cricket. Frank Hayes scored 100 here against West Indies in 1973, his first Test match. going to look for 2 here down towards fine leg. Curran with the throw. Curran always thinking, his brain is always ticking there. He went to the non-strikers just to keep Luke Wells honest.
Good fact about Mike Watkinson, Chris Dennis, you probably already know this, but he taught Jimmy Anderson how to swing the ball. And was of course a medium pace bowler who turned off spinner, wasn't he? And got Test cricket that way.
Yeah, he played Test cricket as an off spinner. So are we saying would have thrived under Bazball that they were quite defensive players who would have been, who you think were potentially could be very attacking players? Or were they attacking players who were just, they had the demons and couldn't really play their natural game in Test cricket? So well, I don't think Martin Moxon would come into that category. I think he was quite a steady sort of opening bat, and I would say possibly Mark Stoneman. Yeah. I feel like I'm a High Court judge here. It's another shout from Worrell, half a shout really.
That looked closer to me live, but
might have got inside edge on that. Let's have another look at it.
Oh, I like that new element of the game, that you're a High Court judge.
Well, I feel as if I'm being asked to be one, to judge on all these players. I hope they're not all listening.
I'm throwing it to you, and I'm going to throw another one at you. Don't take any offence to this. Tim Mansfield's got in touch, and I don't have any frame of reference for the next name I'm going to throw out. What about Percy Fender?
What about him? Yeah, well, Percy.
He apparently played the switch hit in the 1920s and was a more than serviceable leggy.
Right, well, I'm just going to adjourn the court on Percy Fender.
Okay. I've got more coming in, so just while court's adjourned.
Percy Fender
I'll stock
played
him up
13 Test matches for England. Captain of Surrey between 1921 and 1931. Belligerent batsman. 1920 hit the fastest recorded first-class century. Only 35 minutes. Sounds to me as he one of those who thrived already.
I think there might be an 11 in this, Maybe we should put together our would have thrived in.
So I think it's players who sort of had the potential, didn't quite make it, but set free would have been an exhilarating player. It's that set free element, I think.
Were they burdened by something psychological?
Yes, yeah. So I would think someone like Graham Hick would be. I think you would definitely have him in your.
I'm doing it. Would have thrived in Bazball 11. Simon.
Upper middle order, Graham Hick. Yeah, Graham Hick, I think would definitely qualify. Whereas someone like Gilbert Jessop already thrived. Fastest 100 ever for England. The croucher. He used to smack it around.
Yeah.
He used to, that's the way he played.
All right. So, apologies to whoever came in with Gilbert Jessop, but the High Court judge.
I'm not declaring myself a High Court judge. I'm just saying I feel I'm being asked to play that role.
I am asking. Yeah, I am asking you to play that role. So what do you think about Ali Brown? I'm tempted to put Ali Brown in, or do you not think he would have thrived? Because he didn't have a psychological issue, really, did he?
No, he just played very aggressively most of the time. So, but would he have been able to thrive at the top of the order against high quality Test match bowling?
It's a Jason Roy type situation, isn't it? Where he'll butcher a one-day attack.
Exactly, it's similar. They're not the same sort, but similar. They had similar attitudes to playing the game. Yeah, so that's quite a good comparison to bring it up to date. Those who don't remember Ali, I'm sure lots of Surrey fans watching will remember. I'm sure Lancashire fans watching as well.
I think
will remember him.
Jordan Clark. I think Jos Buttler is a good shout. If Jos Buttler was given free rein.
Well, the fascinating thing about that is they could pick him, couldn't they?
They could still pick him.
There's nothing to stop him saying, come and do your thing. So I think what we have to have is players who are not currently playing, but in the past.
Yeah, okay.
Really.
So we've got 11 Graham Hicks so far.
Matthew Maynard's not a bad shout.
I think, can we put Maynard in?
Yeah, he's not a bad shout. He's a player that might really thrive.
Yeah.
And we're tidy over.
What do you know of Trevor Ward, Simon?
Former Kent.
Someone suggested
player.
Trevor Ward.
Yeah, I can't.
Will said had all the game to have thrived in baseball.
I think you've probably got to have someone who would have been able to make the step up as well. So there's a difference between. I mean, Trevor Ward would have been, a good striker of the ball in county cricket anyway. Would he have been able to step up? I can't say that one way or the other.
The High Court judge.
I think it's people who play, perhaps dabbled by playing for England, who didn't quite didn't quite fit, didn't quite work for them. Here's Abbott, who's been the player of the day so far. He nearly gets a wicket there, and he got a wicket with his first ball in the first innings, and he was so close to doing it there. An extra bounce against Bohannon, who was looking to go up and over.
Mark Church, next door doing the radio, said to me that so far with the Kookaburra ball experiment, we've learnt that Australians are good with it.
What, both batting and bowling?
Yeah. So I don't know if that's been a useful experiment. I could have told you that beforehand.
Yeah. Well, that's because they've had more practice with it. So the point is to get practice with it.
That's true.
And use it in Australia et al. You get to play with the Kookaburra overseas. Well, that's the theory behind it anyway.
Yeah, you're right about that.
I just wanted to make it work, or at least for the experiment to come up. I mean, is it too short a sample size just to play 2 matches with a Kookaburra?
So.
You'd almost have to play half the season with a Dukes and then half the season with a Kookaburra, so you really get to play a certain type of cricket with it, if that's what you're looking to do.
Yeah.
Yesterday up and down the country, not all batting sides thrived in those what you would think are good batting conditions. Sunny, warm afternoon. There were some wickets knocking around as well, notably down at Taunton, where neither side made 200 in their first innings in that Somerset Notts game. Wide of the crease there, Abbott.
I tell you what's great about this Surrey attack with seam bowlers is they all offer something slightly different to the other one. Rory running with the angle, swinging the ball. Sam Curran left-handed, moves it. Jordan Clark, that extra bit of pace. Sean Abbott similarly very quick. When they had Kemar Roach here, with that expert seam bowling nous.
And then there's the youngster as well,
Tom Laws.
We saw bowl that excellent Yorker to get rid of Daryl Mitchell yesterday. As a fine delivery. There's a lot of cricket left in today's play. 30 overs to bowl after this one. This game can go a long way before the close tonight. Surrey's target, what will it be from here in those 30 overs? 3 more wickets minimum.
Yeah.
Oh, obviously they'd love more. Lancashire, well, 1 more wicket probably, and 100 more runs, something like that. 140 for 2 by the close of play.
Well, the problem is that Surrey scores so quickly, but there's so much time in the game as well, isn't there? So they're staring down a mountain a little bit at the moment, Lancashire.
Yeah, not easy for them. And they know what Surrey have done to other teams this season. But you just play the situation in front of you, see how it develops. The weather forecast, as I understand it, is pretty good for the next 2 days. So one of these teams is going to take the points for winning before Wednesday evening, you'd think. At the moment, Lancashire being forced to battle hard against these initial 15-20 overs with the Kookaburra. Jennings the man out, caught by Latham, that slip off Curran.
Oh God, I've got one that would have arrived in Basball from Andrew Lee. Chris Schofield, Simon. I don't know, I've got a feeling from the expression on your face that the High Court judge is not going to pass that for our 11 here.
I suppose it's harder with bowlers, isn't it, really? With Basball, I know it's a total philosophy, if you like, and you have the spinners bowling with fields up and you attack and go on, hit me over the top.
Yeah.
The problem with leg spinners is, and one of the reasons why they're not played, why T20 teams like them, is because they're quite hard to hit over 4 overs, but over 15-20 overs often there's a bad ball along the way somewhere per over, so you can sort of sit on them a bit. They can't control, it's harder to control the game unless you're a genius like Shane Warne, who's brilliant. It's harder to control the game as a leg spinner because often there's a bad ball and over.
And you suggesting that Chris Schofield would have definitely bowled you at least one of those?
Well, where's this going? Luke Wells going for a big booming drive. For a moment I thought that was going to cover in the air. Abbott went away to his right to stop it.
Simon, I'm going to leave you in 2 balls time, so while I do, and before I come back, make sure that people are still coming back in with hashtag would have thrived under Basball, because we're compiling an 11, okay? So when I get back I want to have more names than just...
I've knocked a few off, haven't I, really, rather than the lag?
Yeah, we've had a lot rejected, but there's a high bar.
Threaded that one through for a single. Rory Burns with the fielding.
So we've got Graham hit, we've got Matthew Maynard.
It's harder to pick bowlers in a way. What are you looking for?
I don't know.
Well, I
really.
suppose you're looking for out-and-out tearaway quicks, possibly. You might have been able to bounce a few out. Well, that's one strategy that England use. But
yeah, so maybe for example, would Devon Malcolm have thrived under Basball? I think he would have played more cricket.
Yeah, he might have done. Yeah, that's not a bad shout. We can have Devon in.
Yes, Simon.
Yeah, because
he'd have had buzz to get that in before I leave.
Devon have had 6 on the leg side and been bouncing them. Nicely played by Bahan. A couple of runs here.
All right, so I'll be back soon, Simon, and let's try and get a few more names in that team by the time I'm back, yeah?
So we think we've got 3 so far.
We've got 3.
Guy Swindells suggests Adil Rashid. Yeah, well, I think that's a good shout as well. I think they'd have liked him to play some Test cricket, Adil Rashid. Whether Brendan McCullum spoke to him and said, "Do you want to go to Pakistan?" I think the shoulder's a bit of a problem there. One thing about leg spin is you do need a lot of shoulder.
But you definitely could have seen him, Stokes encouraging the fields, tossing it up.
Yeah, I agree with that. So we could have him in as well. So that's 4 in our team. Here's Abbott.
And it's funny because when he did have that sort of last in Test cricket, there's a brief period where England were playing really attacking cricket. They won in Sri Lanka 3-0. They won against India that summer here, 4-1. When Rashid was part of that side.
Yeah, he bowled that ripping delivery here against KL Rahul. Magic ball. Oh, talking about a magic ball, that's a good one from Abbott, who I thought bowled really well in the first innings. You can say there that Wells didn't need to play at that, it was across him. Let's have a look at the angle of this delivery. Yeah, he probably didn't need to play at that. Nicely struck. Burns in action again.
So which other names have we had in this?
Well, we've only got 4 on our team at the moment. Unfortunately, I've had to reject a few.
Okay.
As sort of High Court Judge Chairman of selectors, which I had the role thrust upon me rather than seeking the role. So we've got Graham Hick, Matthew Maynard, Devon Malcolm and Adil Rashid.
I guess usually when people talk about Graham Hick, then they also talk about Mark Ramprakash. Does he come under it or no?
It's an interesting one because I think Ramps would have definitely thrived in that era where he was allowed to not fear failure the whole time, but he would have still, he would have. I mean, he's a lovely player, lovely technician. He'd have played in his own way. He wouldn't have played belligerently. Well, swung away as a man out on the deep mid-wicket boundary, so it's only a single. Dan Worrell out there, contemplating his highest first-class score earlier today, making 51 in that dramatic and entertaining last wicket stand of 130 in 21.2 overs. Turned the game on its head. Lancashire were looking at a first innings lead of, say, 40. I think it's players who, it's not that what we're looking for is not players who are naturally aggressive players, because that's the way they played anyway. It's players who perhaps just were inhibited by the pressure of Test cricket and would have thrived if they'd been freed up. So Ramps is quite a good example of someone who might well have thrived in that freeing up era. He always said, I just felt that I was always playing my last Test match, or felt that pressure.
I guess that's sort of a running theme of players who played for England in the 90s, right? Before central contracts, you're always you sort of had one foot out the door already once you're in the team.
Well, there's that one Test wonder tag, isn't there? Lots of players who pick for one game. Well, how can you be picked for one game? If you're good enough to play once, surely you're good enough to play 2 or 3 times. The sheer mental and physical energy required to play a Test match, it's not something you can just switch on, become accustomed to. Good from Clark, right on target.
I guess one interesting player, he could still play Test cricket for England, and he's been playing in this match. Keaton Jennings has had a really good few seasons for Lancashire, been a prolific run scorer, and kind of had an odd Test career in that made a couple of hundreds in the subcontinent, but kind of struggled significantly in England, but seemed like someone who put a lot of pressure on himself. But in the last couple of years with Lancashire, he's kind of freed himself up. He can play his strokes, quite an attacking player as well.
Well, he did go to Pakistan, and we thought he was going to play in Pakistan. You think, well, those pitches, spinning pitches, subcontinental pitches, he was the obvious shoe-in to open the batting. But of course, that didn't happen. They went for Ben Duckett, who really did thrive.
But yeah, I'd say he's a player who's still, if England did want to make a change at the top of the order, he'd still very much come into the reckoning, because he's put up, really decent record in the last few seasons, and he can play that way. I think he can, bring out his strokes. And there were times when he first came to Test cricket, he'd be a bit mechanical, and kind of you could sense that the game was sort of getting to him, and he's talked about that himself. But I think he's freed himself up a bit playing county cricket in the last few seasons.
I haven't seen enough of him this season. What I would say is the way he got out today was the way he has got out quite a lot in his Test career against the pace bowlers just around that off stump, edging to second slip. Latham with the catch.
In terms of this Bazball 11, obviously talked about potential tearaway quicks in English cricket that could have thrived, but it's hard to kind of think of too many, right?
Good stop. Down Worrell. Keeps it down to 1. Yeah, if you're a tearaway quick, you got to play really, because there was that call for pace.
In terms of other spin bowlers, aside from Rashid, I mean,
I'm thinking hard. It's difficult. It's harder to put together the bowling attack than easier with the batting attack, I think, or the batting lineup. Well, batting attack really. You're talking about that mentality of going out there and playing freely. Overcast at the Oval. The clouds are fairly high, but it's quite still now. That breeze has dropped. Mild afternoon. Lovely cricket watching weather. A very enjoyable afternoon if you're a Surrey supporter. Surrey today scoring 290 runs before an early tea. So those 360 coming in 71 overs. 5 runs and over, which is above the Bazball rate. It's 4.85. Well, it was before the Edgbaston Test match. I've seen the new calculations. No, this feels like an arm wrestle at the moment between this Surrey pace bowling attack and Lancashire trying to resist in the 18th over. They know that, so they know in theory it should get a bit easier. I don't think it's our imagination. The pitch does look a bit browner. Compare it to the first day. There's still that tinge of green there, and that bounce in it that keeps the pace bowlers encouraged, keeps them going. Abbott testing out the middle of the pitch. There is a man back at deep forward square leg, but Hannon not interested.
Yeah, there's been I guess a healthy combination of, you have this pitch with a tinge of green throughout and then sun shining as well, and so you get a bit confused about, you know, who exactly this is all in favour of. But so far, you know, we've had I guess we were having sort of a neck and neck match, and then Surrey pushed through with that lead, but now again it's tight once more. Lancashire fighting hard here.
Oh, through third slip, no one at home there. And away for 4. Close but not close enough for Sean Abbott. Lovely bit of catching practice for a third slip. Too far away from Latham.
He pushed just hard enough at it so it could kind of get through that region. A little bit more indecision, and maybe that's going to first slip or second slip.
So 44 runs behind Lancashire. Jordan Clark to continue. Wells battling away. I think people supporting other counties in the First Division who would have looked at the score around about 2 o'clock today and thought just possibly Lancashire might be able to break Surrey's stranglehold, and then an hour or so later, yeah, well, same old Surrey. No matter what challenge you put up against them this season, they're able to defeat it. Got away by Wells, he's got that through. Not anything timed away on that offside, the left-hander there towards the gasometer side of the ground. You're not stopping really. Short boundary.
Yeah, that's a lovely bit of timing from Luke Wells. He's been hanging in there. It's just a nice punch on the front foot through the covers.
He doesn't need to go too hard at it. We had 10 overs of slow bowling in the whole match so far. I wonder whether that might be a factor as the game goes on. You'd like to see it. Third, fourth innings, third, fourth day of the game, if we get that far.
That's part of this Kookaburra experiment, really, is to kind of promote spinners with that less pronounced Duke seam. Slightly tougher job for the seamers, and then you hope that the spinners come into the game. Haven't really seen it so far, but yeah. Young spinners on both sides as well. We've got Will Jack still developing for Surrey, and then Jack Morley at Lancashire.
Well bowled by Clark, nicely dug out by Wells. Yeah, when you've got a bowler like Jacks, who has played Test cricket, you want him to be bowling really as an England hierarchy, but if you're Surrey, it's, and I'm sure Alex Stewart, director of cricket, he obviously wants to progress Jack's career as well. And Surrey's head coach is a spin bowler, former spin bowler, so it's just that what you've got in your arsenal brings you success.
Well, it's very much similar to, I guess, Surrey used Will Jackson the same way that England used Moeen Ali for such a long time. It's a case of having someone who's batting low down the order, and batting is still very much, I guess, Moeen, I guess bowling what did become his primary duty, but for having that guy sort of lower down the order and isn't, really just comes into the game when required. Really, you're not forcing his use because of the seamers you have at your disposal, and Surrey have quite a lot of seamers at their disposal, and so they don't really ever need to force their way into using Jacks.
Yes, look at the balance of their side. Their wicketkeeper bats at 5, the spinner bats at 6, so you've got lots of opportunity, and you've got lots of all-rounders, bowlers who bat, so you can pack them all in, gives you lots of options. Rather than some teams, as Wells picks up another single, some teams who the wicketkeeper might bat at 7 and their spinner might bat at 8 or 9. Sorry, got a different configuration. Now the lights are coming on. As I say, you've got 5 o'clock. It gets dark about 9:45 at the moment in London. Well, fully dark about 9:45. Obviously the light fades, but 1 or 2 dark clouds over the ground. Really nicely played by Bohannon off the back foot, and that short boundary benefits him as well. Bigger boundary, the fielder Burns from mid-off might have chased it back and kept it down to 2 or 3, but threaded through 4.
Just gets on top of the bounce here beautifully, Josh Bohannon. Really delicately done through the covers.
where the weather's coming from. Away to our right hand side, we're watching from the JM Finn stand at the Vauxhall end of the ground. So away to our right hand side, it is brighter. One or two dark clouds over the ground at the moment. So it doesn't feel as if we're in bad light territory when the lights flickered on. The umpires are out there, they've obviously called for them. A nip there for Abbott, not threatening the stumps. So 20 overs gone, still 24 overs left in the day's play, and for the next passage of play, Guy Swindells is going to take over from me.
Thank you, Simon. Hi. All good, Taha?
All good, Guy. Any other names that have popped into your mind over the break for R11?
There was one, and I've reached the age where things pop into my brain and then pop out again, unless I actually write them down. But yes, there was. Oh, I know, it's Chris Lewis, who I thought might have been, with the mental issues, that would have, if he had played in a kind of very positive mindset, he was a very good bowler, and two, he scored test centuries, so that was who I was thinking of.
Right. I guess there must be other all-rounders out there as well who kind of showed bits of promise and then
there was David Capel, Derek Pringle. I'm not sure Derek Pringle's Bazball, though. He's many things, and he's a good mate of mine, but I'm not sure he was a Bazballer. Well, this is very much the antithesis, isn't it, of the cricket we were watching this morning. There was Surrey bowling along the Tailenders at a run a ball. Now we're down to a run rate of 2.5. Wells, who hit his first runs with a 6, has gone back into his shell, though he helps that one round the corner for a single.
You still feel like this is what Lancashire need, having kind of lost so much momentum at the sort of back end of that Surrey innings. Just a period of calm. You don't want Surrey to get right on top of you with the first few overs of the new ball.
You're right. They want you. This is rebuild time and come back tomorrow with damage limitation. Yeah.
Especially with the lights on now as well. It's not straightforward here.
Now the weather is coming from the west, which, as Simon Mann was absolutely right, is to the right of us here in the Vauxhall end, and it squirts off a thickish outside edge perfectly safely, and it does look a little bit brighter over towards West London, but the breeze that was quite strong earlier is not quite as firm at the moment. The flags are fluttering gently but not fully, and Clark is keeping up the pressure that his fellow seamers set up earlier in the proceedings. That's a nice shot, though. Times that beautifully, and that will help break the shackles of it for Bohannon.
Played a lovely couple of strokes in the last few balls, Josh Bohannon. One off the back foot this time. It was full from Jordan Clark, and a lovely punch down the ground.
He's having a fantastic season, isn't he? Josh Bohannon, more than 500 runs, averaging 55 coming into this one, and it's vital for his team that that kind of form continues. I'm so glad that this is television and not radio, so you could actually see that. to try and describe what happened would have been ludicrous.
Well, he just sent one down the ground before, and he's looking the part.
And when he had the easiest hit in the history of the world, he swung and missed it, to everyone's huge amusement, including his own.
I feel like this is one of those deliveries that terrifies you as a batter, because everyone expects you to absolutely smash it.
Oh, I love it. Loopy bouncer that just is waiting to be hit and is missed. You gotta love moments like that.
Yeah, he's not much of a slogger, is Josh Bohannon, so that doesn't really suit him.
There is quite a lot of smiling though going out on the ground at the moment. Happily laughing at himself is Josh Bohannon as well. And that'll be on social media, I think, that one.
Yeah, that one's getting clipped up.
Exactly.
Obviously, we're having this discussion about players who, could have thrived on the baseball. I'm quite interested by players who had a bit of kind of baseball within them and did well in Test cricket.
The kind of Ian Bothamy approach, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, someone like Graham Swan.
Yes.
Kind of typified that mindset as a player himself.
Yeah, I guess Kevin Peterson could be included in that as well. He played very much his own way and didn't let anybody stop him playing with how he wanted to play.
Yeah, I mean Swan, as a spinner, give the ball a rip, toss it up, and he talked about cricket as an attacking way. I remember he used to talk about England's one-day cricket and just explain how backward it was.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Until Owen Morgan came in and just shook the whole thing to within an inch of its life.
Yeah.
It was. I remember talking to Peter Moore, and I'm sure he was just following the party line, but everything was based on statistics going back a very long time. So, a score of 250 after 50 overs, you usually won a match, which if you went back to 1980 is probably true.
Yeah, a lot of talk about par scores.
But exactly. But if you look back 2 years, no one had won with 250, and it was that leap that was needed. So Laws into the attack for the first time in this innings. Took 8 for 63 against Kent, so man in some form in the match.
I don't think he's been out of form yet in his Surrey career, really.
No, you're right. No, 15 wickets in his 3 matches this season. That is a beautiful shot. That is timed within an inch of its life. Lovely way to finish. And Luke Wells will be pleased with that shot. Certainly should be.
Beautifully done through the covers.
Rory Burns always thought he had a chance to get there. One of those sprinted it after it, but sorry, skipper couldn't get it. And perhaps he will deserve a drink now, as everybody else appears to be getting one. But he's got to run an awful long way because the drink's being served at the other end of the ground. So, having just sprinted 50 metres to try and drag in a ball and not getting there, he's now got to go back even further to get the drink he deserves for the run in the first place. Well, here we are. This is the match summary, and at the moment Lancashire minus 25 for 1 effectively. Wells and Bohannon though are playing very, very sensibly, as Taha mentioned, and really they just need to get to parity, and then we'll see where we are then.
Yeah, pretty much. I think Luke Wells has done a really good job there. Having also seen his opening partner go, he stayed resolute. The lights are on. It's not straightforward here for Lancashire, but yeah, just having had all that momentum, into the back end of their innings, Lancashire just needed a bit of a period of calm, and they've got that so far here. Just cutting into that lead, which became a substantial lead. I mean, it looked like it was going to be a one-inning shootout, really.
It really did, because they were 230 for 9. Anybody who's just suddenly turning on and wondering how on earth they got to 360, we're still wondering that, and we watched how they did it earlier in the day. Abbott batted absolutely brilliantly, and he was given superb support by Dan Worrell, who by 1 run recorded his highest ever first class score, 51, before getting himself involved in a rather unnecessary run out. We've had some great moments today. We've had hat-trick balls, we've had collapses, we've had recoveries from the 10th wicket. We are just seeing just how that horrible big grey cloud that is currently sitting over the ground, which is why the floodlights are on. But it is, you feel, moving over. I'm just trying to see round the corner of the stand, but yeah. That is why the floodlights are on. That big grey cloud you can see there.
You talk about Worrell there, gave brilliant support. It's such a shame that it ended the way
I
it
know,
did.
I know. Comedy run out with Sean Abbott 13 runs away from only his second ever first class century. Brisk from Clark, that delivery, but allowed to go through to the wicket-keeper.
Good comeback after the triple bouncer from the previous over.
Yes. There's still a decent crowd in today, enjoying some excellent county cricket again. Nicely played. All timing, barely any backlift, just clipped it away as easy as you like. 4 more runs to Bohannon, who now overtakes his batting partner, who's been in a little bit longer.
It's a lovely little flick of the wrist.
Made it look so easy, didn't it? Just all timing.
Luke Wells running down to get a run, and Bohannon just knew straight away he did it for 4.
We do have one shorter boundary side, and that was it, but even so, he timed it beautifully. There was only one man out at mid-wicket who could have done anything about it, and he's in quite short. That is the man at short mid-wicket who finds that. Sean Abbott.
Seems like we're still scratching around for our 11. I feel like I've got another name.
Go on.
And I wrote about this a few months ago as well.
Nicely played defensively into the covers.
And he had he played more than 50 tests, but I do sometimes wonder what Joss Buttler would have been like under this regime.
Has been mentioned, Jonathan Norman from Talk Sport got in touch and suggested Joss Buttler.
Yeah, sort of peculiar test career, definitely had its moments.
It did.
And a record that's better than I think people should talk about.
Well, hello. There we go. It was short, it wasn't particularly quick. Bohannon was on it like lightning. He moves to 27 from 38. When you consider it's been pretty hard going, suddenly Bohannon's scoring rate is going up.
Nice.
That was buffet bowling, really.
Yeah, but he's played some lovely shots in the last few overs, Josh Bohannon. We'll forget about the miscue of Clark,
Yes,
and I think he'd like to forget that one as well.
Booming bouncer.
But he's driven down the ground and punched off the back foot, and that's a pull shot, so he's kind of showing off all his tricks now.
He's got 103 50s already this season, so decent nick. And that's played defensively. That's the end of an over, but there were 2 decent boundaries. One lovely piece of timing and one rank long hop that got what it deserved. 69 for 1. The lead is just 17 now for Surrey. That black cloud overhead is continuing just to move very slowly over. So who do we need in our team? We've got Lathwell opening, Mark Lathwell opening.
I think we said Hick and
Ramprakash, so that's a pretty good middle order. It's probably 3 and 4.
Yeah. Butler taking the gloves.
Butler taking the gloves.
Or is there are other keeper options out there?
We need to find a keeper.
Yeah, one interesting name.
Go
potentially. He never ended up playing Test cricket, and sadly had his career cut short because of an injury. But I wonder if Craig Keyswetter would have,
Yes, yeah, an interesting call.
I wonder if he'd played Test cricket, what that would have looked like.
James Foster, Essex.
I guess I didn't see much of him. I mean, what was he like?
He was a brilliant keeper, but he was quite a shy man, and he played in the Ashes series of 2001-2. And as a kind of example of now, under Bazball, there was one edge that he took, but because of the noise of the Barmy Army, he looked around and saw whether anybody else had heard it. So he didn't really bother to appeal. And then, of course, the TV replay showed there had been a nick, but nobody had heard it because of the crowd noise, and that's driven and bounces off Rory Burns' knee, but they go through for a single. So again, it's using that Bazball, bringing out the confidence in people. But he was probably the best wicket keeper of his generation. I think he played 2 tests.
But don't you think he might be cast in the sort of Ben Folkes mould?
Yeah, maybe we need it. Okay, then it has to be Joss Butler who plays, who has to take the gloves, doesn't it, in a Bazball team?
Yeah.
Yeah, he would. He was the Ben Folkes before Ben Folkes.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's a tough ask picking out bowlers. I think with batters you can kind of see a bit more clearly.
Yes, I think you're right. And I was just, you were right, we were trying to find some sort of tear-away batsman who, tear-away bowlers who might have done better under Bazball by just being allowed to go, which I thought was really interesting.
That's a lovely shot, again from Luke Wells, down the ground. He's driving really well now.
That was a cracking shot. Absolutely beautifully timed and placed. Poor old Rory Burns has to go and get the ball again. He's a skipper, he's finding himself doing an awful lot of running around at the moment. Just stick himself in the slips and let someone else do it.
Feels like we've had a slight tempo change since drinks.
Yes. Nicely placed. They go through for a single. The lead is now down to 10. And these two have played very nicely indeed. And that is the 50 partnership has also come up. 51. These two have now added. Laws grabs his cap.
Change of bowling at the included end, Sean Abbott.
We were talking earlier about sound effects that go over the ground as a bowler is running in. and we had a motorbike as Sam Curran was running in, which seemed quite apposite. We had an aeroplane then as Abbott came into bowl, so as he glided into the crease, but they flickered away for a single anyway. Moved to 77, and the run rate has suddenly moved above 3 as these two you're absolutely right, since that drinks break or fractionally before, they're now just freeing themselves up. They've got the head down, they've put on this 50, they've virtually made sure that the scores are level. Nice, but not quite timed drive. Nicely placed, but didn't get the full middle of the bat.
Just seems to be sort of sensible, grown-up cricket being played.
I know, we've been bashing on about Bazball, and I'm quite enjoying kind of 3 and over and sensible cricket, and still 2 days to go, no need to rush.
I guess you like to see a mix of things, you know. Yeah, you like to see that kind of...
I like the crashing around earlier as well. Yeah, very entertaining. No, I think whoever came along to watch either of the first 2 days of this match will have got their money's worth. How many overs have we got left in the day? Still got 19 overs after this one, so don't know whether we'll get them all in.
In terms of bowlers for our 11, I'm going to pick out a name that, you know, someone who took more than 200 Test wickets, but I'm sort of curious about.
Ooh.
Just had a
a decent shout from Jake, the producer, Liam Plunkett, who was, I actually really agree with that. He was one of those bowlers who was flogged rather than actually using him for what he was best at, which was short bursts, and he could bowl very quick indeed, and then he rebuilt his career really for one-day cricket. But when he first came onto the scene for tests, I thought, hello, we've got someone here, and perhaps with a better use of him that would have been interesting.
Yeah, he had an interesting career where, you know, he was a bit of a tearaway as a youngster.
Yeah.
But then by the time he did become part of that England one-day team, he was a lot older. So, you know, still quick, but not, you know, not electric pace. And then was, you know, England used him for his kind of change-up. So there's slower balls, really.
Exactly. And possibly one of the unsung heroes of that win in the World Cup final. His spell that day was pretty good.
Well, yeah, I mean, halfway into that match, he was player of the match, really.
Yeah.
But I was going to mention one of his old Durham teammates.
Go on.
I think Steve Harmison had a great Test career, but you sort of wonder if someone who maybe he could have been used even slightly differently as like a just, you know, pure.
Might have to ring him and ask him.
Purely frightening quick. You know, people talk about how terrifying he was to face.
And the attempted expansive drive comes off a thick inside edge. I did see when he bowled well, he was extraordinary. I saw him, he and Monty Panesar bowling together at Old Trafford against Pakistan. It was just breathtaking. It was so quick with the bounce, and you're right, but it was head in the right place for Harmy. Great stop. The crowd think that it's a crowd catch, but it was hit into the ground by Bohannon. But a fabulous stop at Gully. Stops 4 runs.
Brilliant piece of work there from Paul Jacks.
Yeah, the other great England fast bowler of that time, but I don't think Bazball would have made any difference because he would have injured himself anyway, but Simon Jones, used to love watching him bowl. But I'm not sure Bazball would have made any difference to his career, so I'm not going to add him to the list.
But I think it's interesting, we're talking about express quicks that could have done well under kind of Ben Stokes' captaincy, but really so far what we've seen from him is how he's using bowlers who are operating in the sort of low 80s, really.
Yeah.
And how on flat pitches he still manages to make them more effective because of his field placements, really. It's not about those guys with extra pace. I guess Mark Wood has played a couple of tests, really. Not been a heavy, featured heavily
low,
in the Stokes.
Played defensively. This is a good over so far from Laws. Caused a few issues. Oh, can he complete his first maiden of this second innings? That'll be a no. As the ball just topples over the boundary rope for 4. Bohannon continues to enjoy himself.
It's another really good shot from Josh Bohannon, riding on top of the bounce, getting that, not even a full-blooded cut, really, just a bit of a punch, really.
No, exactly right, and I think the fielder, even at backward point, may have actually got a little hand on it, but still couldn't stop it as it just popped over. But Bohannon moved to 32, played really well, had a few problems as you always do against a new ball and a very good bowling attack early on in his innings, but has grown in strength as his innings has gone on. And as Sean Abbott will be bowling. The sun has come back out, the large black cloud has largely passed overhead. And that's a bouncer that won't even trouble pretty tall Wells. It's been around for a while. Sussex for some time, of course, Luke Wells. England under 19s back in the day. The attempted strangle. Wells, although he had a prod at it, got nothing on it.
Lead now just 4. I feel like they've cut into it really well.
Yeah. Just, as we said, just increased from sort of 2.5 runs and over to over 3, and they've got themselves nicely set. Though we've seen so many players in this match get themselves nicely set. And the highest innings by some distance is Sean Abbott's.
Yeah, I mean with Lancashire, I mean all of their top order, middle order, all got starts in that first innings. Only Phil Salt went on and got 50.
Yep. No, Jennings 25, Danny Velas 39. Daryl Mitchell 27, Balderson 33, Blatherwick 35, yeah. So everyone made a few. We did see some pretty decent bowling from Jordan Clark and Abbott again, who's having a cracking match, 4 for 71 in that innings, and then 87 not out. This will be a match he'll remember for a little while.
I feel like he's had a lot of matches to remember.
That's true. Yeah. He's had a pretty good summer over here.
I wonder if there's still a chance he sneaks an Ashes appearance this
Well,
summer.
people keep mentioning it, yeah. If there's an injury and they're looking for someone who's in form. But he's got some pretty stiff competition in that particular department in the Australia team, hasn't he? I suppose his batting is a plus, but when his skipper plays match-winning innings in the first test.
Yeah, sort of I guess slightly unfortunate in terms of the generation that he's part of.
Yeah.
They've had that big three of quicks for quite a long time now. Have come in, Stark, Hazelwood. Look how well Scott Boland's done to kind of get himself into the team.
And he's 32. That's left comfortably outside off stump. It's a maiden over from Abbott. I think we're going to have a switch alongside me. As Taha Hashim takes a rest and Felix White comes back into the chair.
Hi, Guy.
Felix.
How are you?
We're good.
Good.
More names have...
Come on, tell me.
No, we're kind of running out a bit. The one I did think was Chris Lewis.
I love that. I've had a lot on Twitter, so we can maybe do a bit of housekeeping.
But then we were getting slightly off the beaten track, I think.
Chris Lewis by the way, Lancashire have batted brilliantly, haven't they?
Haven't they just? After a really sticky start and some fine bowling. Sam Curran was excellent early on, as was Dan Worrell. And that's flicked away into the leg side, and they are now just 3 runs behind with just that 1 wicket down, Lancashire.
Some lovely compact driving down the ground.
Yeah, I like this wicket. Is a really good cricket wicket, because if you're just slightly off, the batter's in control.
Nice.
If you put it in the right place.
Yeah, does a bit.
Yeah.
Right, so we're all agreed on Graham Hick in the would have thrived in Bazball 11.
Yeah, Graham Hick and Mark Ramprakash seem to be solid.
Ramps, I like ramps.
3 and 4.
When I was on with Simon, who called himself a High Court judge of this.
But didn't you invent it?
He gave himself the title. He passed Matthew Maynard.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice call.
We had
with Mark Lathwell.
Lathwell hasn't been. I haven't run that through, Simon. So
you need to run it past the High Court judge, obviously, before.
Devon Malcolm is in the team.
Yep.
And who have you? What a High Court judge has been off.
Well, the other person who got mentioned, despite taking 200 Test match wickets, was Steve Harmison.
Interesting.
Which I immediately thought, well, he'd had a brilliant career. Which he did. Oh, this could and should be out. And finally, the patience goes for Bohannon. And not the first player in this match who has seen the short ball, has had a swing, hasn't timed it, and that was the wicketkeeper racing forward, I think, to grab it.
It's got a bit big on him, maybe.
Yeah, not quite there, tucked him up.
Took it on.
I have to say, Ben Folkes made a very difficult catch look pretty easy.
Yeah.
Sprinting in and taking responsibility for that one. But again, just because the ball's short, if it's on you, and that one was.
Yeah.
Good short pitch bowling. Good delivery.
Been a good game of cricket, hasn't it? It's like every time you feel like the narrative has set its course, it
there we
shifts
were,
again.
exactly. Lancashire batting well, going to build on this, and suddenly there's still a run or so behind.
They've kept us
2
guessing.
runs behind and 2 wickets down. Just watch that one again, and it did get big on him. I like the way Bohannon was waiting for it to be dropped.
Yeah.
And was even giving himself, just checking his mark.
Yeah, it was like he was giving the impression he didn't hit it, but...
I know. Bowler, you can see the bowler thinking, please someone else go for that, please someone else go for that. And very well taken, very well taken.
That was a great little quirk that Bohannon started making his mark and go for it. It's if it had happened. Denial.
Yeah, it's safe, it'll fall safe, it'll fall safe.
Stage of grief, isn't it? Denial.
Yeah. Yes, that place in Egypt. Well, Dane Villas is in. What a career. More than 10,000 first-class runs at 40. 2400s. Not that many of all of those runs have come this season, it must be said.
Really outnicked slightly.
154 runs at 19.
Oh, wow, okay.
High score 64, not out against Hampshire.
Really struggled then comparatively for the rest of his career.
Well, not that 38 is old, but it's towards the top end in one's career.
Yeah. I'm 38. I can't believe I'm the same age as him. I feel like I'm 20 years younger than Dane Villas.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay.
Thank you for breaking this to me, Guy.
I apologise. I hate to be the bearer of bad tidings.
I've got a lot of names on this list.
Oh, fantastic. Just watch this delivery. Help round the... Oh, dear, and that grew on him as well. And that short ball from Worrell is proving very, very interesting at the moment. Yes, other names.
Tell me though if I'm distracting from the cricket, because the cricket, we're in a gripping phase of cricket. So don't let me.
End of the over.
End of the over. I think that's a good shout.
Particularly as Worrell running round his tree, as we found out earlier today.
Yep.
Running in at his angle that he had to do in the garden to get round a tree. And that stayed with him for the rest of his career. He really has bent his back for this over. He's taken one wicket and caused problems with that short delivery. That's Fuller. And it's a very respectful forward defensive.
Good cricket.
And we come to the end of the over, 84 for 2, trailing by 2. Fascinating period of this game, could go either way very quickly, you feel.
Absolutely. And this could happen very quickly. It's on a reel off all the names we've had in for would have thrived in Basball 11. I'm going to scan Twitter. Sorry if I'm not going to name check you, but I'm going to reel off these names, see if one sticks for you. Paul Johnson, Luke Wright, David Gower, Alan Lamb, Gilbert Jessup, Tony Gregg, Mike Gatting, Rampakash is in, Mike McKay, Dominic Cork, Mal Lloyd, Nick Knight, Ravi Bopara, Stephen Finn, Samit Patel. Bowling. Oh, God, catch your breath now.
Luke Wright and Ravi Bopara, I'm certainly fans of in that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Ravi, I think Ravi's a good
3 tons, and still playing brilliantly. Would have done more.
I think we can get Papara in this 11.
Yeah, because he's almost an all-rounder.
There was no one more beautiful to watch than Ravi when he was flowing.
No, I like him. Luke Wright is a decent shout too, though. Would he have red ball cricket in again? Oh, and it's a brilliant catch. He's just cut it straight to the fielder, who's managed to hold on to it.
It's Tom Latham.
He's got big hands, and he's managed to just keep that ball under control. And Wells, who have played so well, and suddenly they were literally 2 runs behind.
Yeah, I know.
With only 1 wicket down, and are now 2 runs behind with 3 wickets down. Wells batted so well and so patiently for his 30 from 85, but what a good catch. As we're seeing the players show just how tough that was. It was in front of his face. I suppose it's one of those you have to catch, isn't it?
You know what? Luke Wells nailed that, because Tom Latham was like, he actually propelled himself backwards by the force of the ball.
That is some catch.
That's a great catch. It was just completely instinctive.
Wells can't believe it. If he put the ball 6 inches either way, that was 4.
Yeah, you know. It was almost self-protection more than anything.
It was coming straight at his face, and he held on. And Luke Wells, who batted so well and so patiently.
Wow.
And that man...
It's like the Matrix. Tom Latham there. Third slip.
Yeah, we need to see it in slow motion.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He'll be sick with himself, Luke Wells, because he's almost hit that too.
Oh, here we go. Slow motion.
There we go. Let's have a Matrix. I mean, that's still quite cinematic of Sean Abbott.
It is, isn't it?
I was hoping for a slow motion of Tom Latham there as Keanu. Can we, if we can get
poor old Jake, he hasn't got much to do
Jake,
back there.
bless you for getting that, mocking it up. That was great. And do you know what? There was something beautiful and elegant about watching Sean Abbott in slow motion.
It's his hair, isn't it? Oh, here we go.
If we could get
Here we go.
Let's get Hans Zimmer on this.
Yeah.
Matrix sound.
Do you know the Matrix theme? Oh, yes, it was. It was bending backwards. It was very Keanu. Oh, that's a good Yorker to start. Thanks very much. And very nearly ran himself out first ball. Daryl Mitchell very nearly ran himself out first ball. Went for the single because he just wanted to get off the mark immediately. It was to Sam Curran, of all people, who's one of the better fielders around. And he's a very lucky boy still to be there, and that would have been catastrophic for Lancashire. As it is, Surrey have suddenly taken a very firm grip on this match.
Yeah. Amazing how it happens, isn't it?
Martin McCaig was a big shout.
McCaig, did he? Oh, sorry. Yeah, I reeled those names off very quickly.
No, you did, and my brain has just been trying to.
Well, I liked it.
Click them through.
It stuck there for a reason.
It
McCaig.
did. Yeah, he was a very interesting character, and you thought he was going to be really, really a big player for England for a long time, and wasn't. And maybe that would have been.
I've got a nice one. Give me 1 second.
I want Chris Lewis, and
Chris
the judge nodded when I said Chris Lewis earlier.
High Court judge. Oh, he
High Court judge gave. I think he gave me the nod of approval.
Like Steve Buckner, the nod of death.
Exactly. The white wig was moving up and down when.
All right, we'll get those. Chris Jordan is another shout from Toby Draper, which I like.
I like that. And that's allowed to pass outside off stump, but Sean Abbott has just, you feel, got an extra spring in his step after that wicket.
Okay, we're going to get McCaig in. We're going to get Jordan in. This team's shaping up now. We've got 7 names in the would have thrived in Bazball 11. You can use the hashtag and tweet us if you've got more suggestions. Graham Hick, who I imagine will be batting 3.
Yeah.
Matthew Maynard, who I imagine will be batting 4 or 5.
Where does Ramps bat?
Oh, Ramps. No, I'd take that back. We've got 8 names.
We need openers. It's the same whenever you're talking about an England team, whether it's in Bazball or any other time.
Yep.
Always need your openers. That's why I'm going to put Lathwell to the judge.
Well, Lathwell and producer Jake very kindly gave us the Matrix slow-mo on Sean Abbott and Tom Latham. Suggested Mark Stoneman earlier.
Oh, yeah.
I think Lathwell's nice. I think Lathwell's a nice one to get in there, isn't there?
Yeah, because he should have been better. And as you were saying, it's a thick outside edge. There'll be runs, but it's not convincing. Yeah, when he was relieved to go home after his 2 test matches, it did break your heart slightly.
Oh, God, yeah. Okay, so bear with me. I'm just mocking up a little batting order here for us to deal with. So we've got Lathwell and another opener. That might be Mark Stoneman. We've got Graham Hick at 3.
Yep.
Maybe Bopara could bat 4 and Ramprakash could bat 5 at the moment.
Yeah, and then we've still got Matthew. Could Matthew Maynard open?
In Bazball, anything's possible.
Of those, I would have him opening above the rest.
I think we should find an opener. I don't think we should
Okay, we shouldn't
that.
just
but let's
push one in. But that is quite Bazball-y.
Let's have... Yeah, well, that's true, actually. We could have Maynard at 6.
Yeah? Who's our keeper? Butler keeping.
Yeah. Oh, what a team this is. And then we got Chris Lewis.
Yeah,
we got
8. He'd be a hell of an 8. Have we got a spinner?
That's what we need.
Oh, Monty.
I would say Monty did thrive.
Did he? But not as long as he should have done. And that was played out into the cover. Oh, Adil Rashid, someone had mentioned earlier.
I think
maybe Adil. Yeah.
I think that might be a team. So wait. Where's Jordan? Bear with me, Corner.
Oh yeah, and then Chris Jordan's and Devon Malcolm.
Yeah,
lovely.
Yeah, this is the side. Okay. So and we wanted Rash, do we? 2, 3, 4. Okay, so if it's either a spinner or an opener.
Okay,
is a situation we've got ourselves into.
Which is
Bazball.
Yeah. We need a spinner. We need a spinner.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm happy to put someone who didn't open all the time into open.
What about?
Oh, we should have Martin Moxon. That was another one of.
Oh no! Don't get started on
don't
Martin
get
Moxon
Jake
because Jake suggested him twice to Simon, and that was not.
And he was knocked back, wasn't it? The judge said no.
Yeah, and he said no even harder the second time. Actually, if anything, he didn't relent on you, did he?
He sent the suggestion down. Oh, well, he got hold of that one. Okay, let's go for attack is the best form of defence. So that is launched back over Worrell's head, and Worrell has bowled beautifully, but that is just smashed back for a 6 by Daryl Mitchell.
Charming, take him on. It's brave.
Well, if anybody can, Mitchell can in this team. He likes batting in England, as we know. Most runs by a New Zealander in a 3-test series, and that was over here against England. Nicely played again, well timed. Just steered away into the leg side for a single.
Okay, so as we nearly conclude play today, we are working out whether we're going to pick an opener or a spinner for our would have thrived in Bazball 11. Oh, you know the name that keeps coming up?
Go on.
But the High Court judge knocks it back. Ali Brown.
I like Ali Brown. He's your wild card player. I know you were comparing it to picking Jason Roy.
Yeah.
But I think Ali Brown's got better technique. I think he might thrive more.
I know he's a High Court judge in the room. He's not in the room.
No.
All right, I'm getting Ali Brown in.
Sheer
weight of numbers.
Opener.
Yeah. Okay. Producer Jakes.
Yeah.
Approving it. Just don't tell him.
No. We'll say we played the spinner when he comes in.
All right, I mean, part of Bazball is popular opinion. It's entertainment, and I think you can't deny that Ali Brown would be good entertainment.
Absolutely, a man out of water in many ways. He was playing way ahead of his time.
We haven't got a spinner because of ration.
Do we have anybody who
we could drop mine? Sorry,
we could drop
Martin McCaig.
Yeah, sorry, Martin.
And we could pick
Adil Rashid.
Rash.
Okay. Have we got enough pacemen then? Yeah, we've got Chris Lewis, haven't we?
Have we got? Well, we've got our 3 seamers are Devon Malcolm, Chris Jordan, and Chris Lewis.
That's cool. With Ravi Bopara backing up.
Bowl a bit medium. Graham Hick can bowl a bit of part-time off spin.
Yeah, you got a leggy in.
Okay, shall I commit this to paper?
Commit this to paper.
All right, bear with me, Guy. I'm going to write this team down.
I'll keep talking. Leave Felix White to get the would have done better under Bazball 11 down on
would
paper.
Would have thrived in Bazball 11.
Would have thrived in Bazball 11. Hashtag.
We need a captain, by the way, is the last thing. But
ooh, that's an interesting one. Allowed to pass through by Mitchell to the keeper. These two, you feel, absolutely crucial to any chance of Lancashire posting any sort of competitive total. Effectively, they are 98 for 3, but that's effectively 12 for 3. With Bohannon and Wells, who batted so well, both out.
Guy, quite an important question, just while just sorry to interrupt. Who's batting higher, Chris Jordan or Adil Rashid?
Ooh. Is this 9 or 10?
9 or 10. I think Jordan's batting.
Jordan 9.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, as you were.
No, it's a good question. Still waiting for the judge to come in. See if we get it in before then.
I'm trying to get it down and in before he does.
I know. Nice defensive shot into the covers. Mitchell taking no liberties with Abbott, which is understandable.
And as you say, that guy, the High Court judge, has re-entered the room. So I think I'm going to leave the final decision eventually when he joins us on the comms to choose a captain of this. Would have thrived in Bazball 11.
Yeah. Run through the possible captain candidates.
This is very Bazball. I don't know if there are any. Would Ram Prakash be in?
Butler.
Just Butler would be a good...
Butler, definitely. Should have always been a captain.
There we go, guy.
One of the best cricket brains around.
Simon, would you agree with me? We're saying Joss Butler might captain would have thrived in Bazball 11. I don't know. I hate to break it to you, but we've been bowing to some popular opinion while we've been away.
Oh,
but that's in the spirit of Bazball. He just said of Mike, he's not sure about some of those selections. I made sure Moxon isn't in it. For you,
one more. We've had to knock several back from Jake, Simon. And Simon's going to take over from me in what end of this over from Abbott.
Shot.
I didn't manage to get the 11 past the jury before the judge came and resat. I feel like one of those really flouncy barristers who's trying to... Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I think in the strongest possible terms that Ravi Bopara should be batting at 4 in this team.
I've got a last minute shout as well in messages, direct message from a personal friend.
And that's played up to mid-off by Mitchell. He's managed to play that maiden from Abbott, who has the great figures of 1 for 18 from 8, 98 for 3, a lead of 12, and after the next wild card member of our 11, it will be Simon Mann who will be joining Felix White.
Thanks, Guy. Yeah, so as I say, Dan Norcross has been in touch. Hello, Dan. And this has been a popular opinion from a number of people, and it's just a little bit out of my range of cricketing history, but Norcross has said Tavares to open the batting. And Dan, if I could show you the face Guy's doing now, and he's just used the phrase in my ear, anti-Bazball. So Dan, if you've got any reply to that, please do correspond with the show. Hi, Simon.
Hello.
You're right.
So have I got to make some final decisions
Things
here or not?
Moving at,
Things have been moving at high pace. I'm not sure about one of your openers there.
All right. I don't mind you changing this, Simon. This is where we got to in the would have thrived in Bazball 11. This can just be a framework, okay?
Oh, this is our working 11, is it?
I don't mind. You're the High Court judge.
I'm being heckled by Dan Norcross as well about Chris Tavares, but we
Can you see that's in there? At home. That's our framework to work with, okay? This isn't set in stone. We've got till close of play to set this in stone. If you can read there. What are you not happy with here, Simon?
Let's watch this ball from Worrell first to Dane Vias. There'll be a single down towards fine leg. I'm not sure about Mark Lathwell.
Oh.
But I don't think Mark liked playing cricket that much.
Interesting point.
But he might have done under Bazball. Yeah, I'm debating him. I'm debating that with myself. He played a couple of Test matches. I saw him play 2 stunning innings for the England A team in Australia in the early 90s, and that propelled him towards the Test match team. And then he played against Australia in that Ashes series. Didn't really enjoy it. Just didn't like the whole focus of playing. So whether Bazball would have freed him up, I don't know. It's an interesting one. So Dan's going for Chris Tavares.
Well, yeah, I mean, Dan's corresponding so much now that he's going to start demanding an analyst fee for this show. But he said on Tavares,
I think he's going to implode as well by the looks of it. Some of the messages he sent me.
He said he was a fast-scoring monster hitter for Kent.
He was.
Changed his grip to be boring for Test cricket.
Yes, he was.
He is what Bazball was made for. That's not a bad case he's made.
Yeah, what we talked about though was slightly flawed characters who didn't thrive when they perhaps should have done. Slower ball, and he's nearly deceived him there, Mitchell. And Mitchell's going to get away with it, picking up a couple of runs to wide mid-on. Well, that was a clever piece of bowling from Worrell.
So frustrating because you've done your job. He was so through the shot, wasn't he? He's deceived him.
Yes, you're right. He absolutely did his job there, the bowler. Mitchell didn't quite play ball. 100 is up for Lancashire. You're trying to fight here, but they're behind the game thanks to that last wicket partnership between Worrell and Abbott that entertained the Oval crowd earlier. I'm not sure Lancashire supporters watching on this stream would have been so enamoured by it.
Oy.
2 men back, short ball from Worrell. Mitchell not taking it on. So I like. Have we got Chris Lewis in there?
We've got Chris Lewis.
I think that's not a bad. That's not a bad pick.
Is a great one.
Yeah.
Because I think because Bazball's about letting personalities behave as they want to, not uniforming it too much. And Chris Lewis definitely had a problem with lateness occasionally, but he was punished for. I like Bopara. Do you not like Bopara? I think fear of failure burdened Ravi Bopara.
To think about that one.
Oh, Simon, got news for you. Dan Norcross is typing.
I don't think we should let him take over the show. Just press block on your phone.
Dan, I'm going on airplane mode in a minute.
You have to be quick.
Oh, he stopped typing.
Right. I think I'm right. Actually, we might need Dan to confirm this. Didn't someone bring a seat out for Chris Tavares in a Test match at the Oval? I think it was Worrell and Mitchell defending. Tempted by that one. I think it was Stato from Fantasy Football League.
Right.
Angus Loughran, who was at the Oval and brought a chair out for Chris Tavares. I think it was for Chris Tavares, or he brought a seat out.
Sorry, what? When he was batting?
Yeah, I got something in the deep recesses of my memory that he did that in a Test match, perhaps a break or something.
Okay.
Chris Tavares, Dan is right. Chris Tavares would block it in Test cricket, and he would bang it in county cricket, and he was a devastating one-day player. And he also played for Somerset for a while as well. And would play some devastating one-day innings.
I didn't know I was going to learn so much about Chris Tavares today. Dan's still typing, so I'm expecting an essay. You might Dan, if you're listening, you might as well record audio, and we'll just put you on the, just get you on.
Curran is going to bowl to Vilas. Curran, who started it off this Lancashire innings by getting rid of Jennings, taken by Latham. What a catch by Latham to get rid of Wells in that gully region.
Amazing, wasn't it? It felt like it was self-protection more than anything. Wells hit it so hard, nailed it at him.
Yeah, he might have broken his nose if he hadn't stopped it. It's been another high-octane, riveting day here at the Oval. Wickets and runs. Wicket for Abbott, wicket for Curran, and a wicket for Worrell in this second innings.
Nice to see the pitch be quick enough as well to rush people occasionally.
Yeah, there's enough to work with for the bowlers.
Yeah.
There's some bounce in this surface. The only type of cricketer who's not thrived on this surface is slow bowlers. Barely seen any spin today or yesterday. 10 overs of slow bowling the whole match.
Right, Simon, he's sent his essay. His case for Tavare is, if it's about character, then Tavare fits. An ebullient, how do you say
ebullient?
Ebullient. Dan should probably have sent an audio note instead of writing that.
I think it's about flawed, though. I think it's about players who are flawed, who felt the pressure too much. And I just think Chris Tavare is far more methodical than that. So an intelligent, thoughtful man who worked out a way to play, how he wanted to play.
Yeah.
Whereas the team we've got are players who perhaps felt the pressure too much and couldn't thrive, but perhaps under a different type of atmosphere would have thrived.
No, I agree with you. I'm just between a rock and a hard place now between you and Dan, so I don't. He does say yes, re-chair though. Confirms the chair story.
Turned away by Vilas for a single.
So look, just for my peace of mind and sanity, when you look at this 11, Simon, Lathwell, Brown, Hick, Bopara, Ramprakash, Maynard, Butler, Lewis, Jordan, Rashid, Malcolm, just cross out the names you think don't fit there and we'll work from there, okay? Well, Simon.
Well, I think you can make. I'm happy you can make a case for it. I don't totally see Chris Jordan in there personally.
Okay.
No.
Come on, it'll be fun. I want you to feel like enough ownership of this team. So let's get rid of Jordan.
I feel, Chris Jordan probably played how he wanted to play anyway. He wasn't restricted. He didn't feel restricted by the environment in which he played in. That would be my hunch anyway.
Yeah.
He might say differently, but.
And do you want Lathwell out?
Well, he's an interesting case. That might just come back to that feeling that he didn't enjoy the spotlight that much. Full stop.
Cricket. I was always quite touched by that. But he said he was relieved when he got dropped for playing for England.
Yeah. So the point being, he might not have thrived under anyone because he liked playing. I think he liked playing county cricket and he liked playing club cricket, but he found the spotlight of international cricket, the glare, too fierce.
Yeah, it's really interesting, isn't it? Because we project that everyone would want to do it if they could.
Absolutely. Yeah. Curran looking for another breakthrough.
It's almost, that made me think of like almost a musician like Nick Drake, who just didn't want to be in front of everyone really successful, and that didn't make it any less brilliant.
You've lost me now.
Have I just compared Mark Lathwell to Nick Drake? But okay, I think you make a point, and I think Ben Stokes being Ben Stokes and McCullum being McCullum would say, look, you clearly don't want to play at this level, and if you're not going to enjoy it, let's not have you in. So I'm going to take Lathwell out.
So we're looking for two more cricketers, are we now?
We're looking for an opener, and we're looking for a number 9.
Looking for a pace bowl and 9 type.
Good bowl
cricketer.
spin, if we want.
Yeah.
You happy, Vaddy Brown?
How about Tuffers?
Batting number 9.
Not batting number 9, but as a bowler, you might have loved playing in the ultra aggressive era.
I heard him saying it the other day that he would have loved to be in the mix, and it made him slightly jealous. And you want Rashid and Tufnell?
Well, depends where we're playing.
if playing at Edgbaston in 2023, then maybe.
I think Tougher sort of qualifies as someone who might have.
I agree.
Enjoyed that whole atmosphere, not being the straight jacket on him.
I agree.
So now we're looking for an opener. Goes the pull shot, 2 men back. He's found the gap between them. It's really well played by Daryl Mitchell, who was thriving in the first innings. He was looking really good, and then he was cleaned up by that superb Laws Yorker, reminiscent of back Cummins at Edgbaston to Ollie Pope. Morrell trying it out. Go on, take it on. We've got 2 men back. That flashed away off the middle of Mitchell's bat.
He's a revelation of a cricketer, isn't he, Daryl Mitchell? Were you aware of him until the last few years? He's struggling at first class?
Aware of him, but not expecting necessarily him to come up with the numbers he came up with last summer against England, where he just seemed to be batting every day, all hours.
Incredible.
It was, at times it felt like Mitchell against England last summer.
Yeah.
Right, now it's a very different field. 3 men back now. Latham is 2/3 of the way back at backward square leg. There's a deep forward square leg and a fine leg as well. And inevitably, Worrell bowls the full delivery. Strange scene at the Oval. The lights are on, the sun is out. We had a passage of play about an hour ago where it got quite dark. Not that dark, but dark enough for the umpires to say, come on, okay, let's fire them up.
Aesthetically, it's nice because it casts a shadow, the players' shadows now across the pitch, which I think always looks beautiful. And the lights fading at the Oval.
A romantic image at the end of a hard-fought day of Championship cricket.
Exactly that. That's better put.
Right, has been an excellent day's cricket.
Simon, Guy's just passed me his phone. It's all got a bit manic in the box now as everyone's up in arms about this team. He's saying Dermot Reeve to skipper, courtesy of Daniel Whitehead on Twitter. Thank you, Daniel.
That's not a bad shout.
Yeah, I think he'd be a good captain of his team.
That's not a bad shout at all, that.
He invented T20, didn't he? Do you know that story? He Dermot Reeve was suggesting T20 cricket before it happened. But his
professional T20 cricket, because there's a lot of, people are watching this stream. They'll,
play 20
older would have played a lot of 20 over cricket, when they were younger, and a bit older as well. You started with 20 cricket when you were a youngster. You played it on a Wednesday night at knockout tournaments, whatever, in club cricket.
But his idea was 20-20-20, where you'd have 20 wickets as well. Did you know that?
Go on.
No, so Dermot Reeve's idea a few years before, I think there's televised footage of him suggesting this, is that you could have a short form of professional cricket, but it's 20 overs each, but the batting teams, each batter would get 2 wickets.
Right, so you get lots of opportunities basically.
Yeah,
you can
so
really go out swinging.
Fireworks was his idea.
Yeah. Goodness me, who'd want to bowl?
Yeah, exactly.
Just be flogged everywhere.
Yeah, right.
But that was it. But he did have, does have that sort of left field.
Yeah,
looking at things. Yeah.
I think Dermot's not a bad captain for this
team. So who
team.
did we have as our captain? Josh Butler, was it?
I think Dermot's a better captain of his team.
If we're looking for that, would have, didn't necessarily thrive, but might have thrived. Yeah.
Can
sort
Dermot
of left field
bat down the order and bowl a bit? Can he bat night? No.
It's probably not the strongest 11 we're going to put out, but we have a sort of certain criteria for our team, don't we?
Exactly. You got yourself to blame for that, Simon.
Well, by narrowing the parameters of the 11.
Oh, just had one. Graham Fowler.
To open the batting.
What do you think? Oh, opening the batting.
Yeah. Well, Foxy played in quite an aggressive way. Anyway, so he felt he played his natural game and had some success. Yeah, he might have enjoyed it. Yeah, he might well have enjoyed the climate. I remember him talking about playing series against the West Indies. What year was it now? Possibly 84 summer, where he walked off at the end after being dismissed in the final Test match and thought, "It's Curran." Oh, I had a dabble at that one, Vias. So close to a 4th Lancashire wicket.
Oh, he's a bit out of touch. You can feel that in that shot. He's just searching for it where he doesn't need to be. I guess the problem is Curran brings it back in, so you're always wary of that.
Yeah, that's the danger. Yeah, Graham Fowler walking off at the Oval, the final Test match, dismissed for the last time in the summer against the West Indies, and his first thought was, "I've survived alive." The physical threat of that great West Indies side. They've got through it.
So, like Latham, but a different sort of relief. His playing days being over.
Well, he hadn't had, been physically injured.
Yeah.
Or, he got through it.
Imagine
that relentless West Indies bowling lineup in the 1980s that were at you the whole time, high pace.
Can't even imagine. Were you batting it with a helmet at that time? Yeah, it would have been. Yeah.
Andy Lloyd would have suffered did suffer a very nasty injury in the first Test at Edgbaston. England opener. I can him again. It's good from Curran. That's struggling. Lancashire fighting hard here, but can they hold back the tide? 21 for 3. 9 overs left in the day's play after this one.
They've got some massive problems, Lancashire. One being the amount of time left in the game. The other thing being knowing how deep Surrey bat.
How many can they set them? How many can they set them with a realistic expectation of winning the game? And strange things happen in cricket. You think you're going to win batting 4th and get rolled out, but you'd think they need minimum 250.
Yeah.
To give yourself a chance, something to bowl with anyway.
Just thinking to myself, watching Sam Curran bowl, like Ed Smith might have a point. If the pitch is offering something, that pitches can't be flat, can they, for a Test? Because then I think it really nullifies someone like Sam Curran.
Well, the last pitch at Edgbaston nullified just about everybody. It was hard work.
Well, that's another good point, yeah. I mean,
apart from Nathan Lyon, I suppose. He had something to work with. And if England had Nathan Lyon playing in that Test match for them, if he could have quick transfer, I think England would have won that game reasonably comfortably.
Yeah. So how come Stuart Broad made it work for him? Or was it just the little spells that he tends to have? Or his height? Maybe it's height?
He got the ball to go a little bit as well at times. Just hard work for everybody. Scott Boland, who was had a tremendous amount of success so far, as Worrell begins a new over. Tremendous amount of success in his Test career so far. He had a difficult game.
He did, didn't he? I don't think anyone's expecting that. I've had a great one on Twitter, Simon, for the would have thrived in Bazball 11. JP has said, how about Rob Key himself?
Yeah. Yeah, we might stick him at the top.
I think Rob Key in that environment would have thrived.
So produce the philosophy and pick yourself.
Exactly. It's going to end up happening anyway.
Well, we're nearly there then, aren't we, with our team? Whether it will win anything, I don't know. It might be entertaining to watch it.
very much like the England Test team at the moment. Although they've won a lot, sorry, that's harsh.
I feel Daniel Worrell's going to be a tired man tonight.
I know.
After his efforts today. He only joined the action after lunch, but he's been at the centre of it since then.
He has. What do you make of his run out?
Well, I don't think it was his best cricket of the day.
No. Slightly dawdling, wasn't he?
It was almost as if he just couldn't get himself going to the other end. It's a bit like sometimes, I don't know if you ever have cricket dreams, where you're trying to run a single in your dream and you just can't make it to the other end. It just seems to get further and further away, and it was a bit like that for him.
Yeah.
So there should have been a run there, and even then he just didn't seem aware of the danger. You felt he shouldn't have been run out, but he was.
You're right, it was like a sort of cricket anxiety dream.
Yeah. Low bounce there, slower delivery or not taken cleanly by Ben Felix. You have seen one or two low balls outside the off stump, but generally speaking there's been enough in this pitch for the pace bowlers to work with, and the scores show that. 274, 360, it was 230 for 9, 107 for 3, so we've already had 23 wickets in the first 2 days of this match. But it's not been a impossible track, not by any means.
No.
What we haven't seen is a century so far. Closest, Sean Abbott, 87 not out.
It says on the scoreboard 8 overs to bowl. Will we get through all of those?
Yep. Yep, the light's fine. We'll go on playing until those overs are bowled. Saying earlier, Lancashire's goal would have been something like 140 for 2 by the close of play when they started out, something like that. They probably accepted they'll lose a couple. That would be the perfect for them, but realistically a good effort. And Surrey 4 down for 120. Second slip catch, no one at home. There's a gap between first and third. Curran causing problems to Dane Vilas.
He's really struggling, isn't he, in that fifth? Oh, have we got another find the ball situation? Been like Crystal Maze all day. Yeah, that sort of 4th, 5th stump line, that's where Vilas isn't sure, is he? Is he playing, is he not?
Yeah, it would have been a low, comfortable catch to second slip. Very difficult for Dom Sibley to get across and pouch that one.
I've had a shout for number 9 in the would have thrived in Basball 11. I
thought we'd picked our team now. I thought that was it.
Who was at number 9? We seriously want Dermot Reeve at number 9?
No, I thought we wanted Tuffers in there, didn't we?
Oh, we want Tuff? No.
Well, not necessarily at number 9. So Rashid 9.
Oh, I tell you what, why doesn't Ram Prakash open like he tried to do in Test cricket? Oh, guys turned up with an open look. What? Paul Parker? I don't.
No, I'm not going to allow that.
I don't know, but you have to fill me in on Paul Parker.
Play for Sussex.
Right. Sydney Barnes was at number 9, someone said. Again, I don't know.
SF Barnes? Well, I'd like to have him in our team because he was a very fine bowler.
But yeah, he thrived, did he?
Well, he thrived a lot, although he did.
Okay, he thrived too much.
He was quite a difficult. He didn't always see eye to eye with the powers that be, so he would take his bat and ball away.
Got a very animated guy, Swindells, writing names over our shoulder.
Yeah, I like that suggestion from Guy. It's Harold Larwood.
Okay.
Who I think would have, I think he would have loved it, because he'd been given free rein to bowl as exactly what he wanted. He'd have loved the short pitch bowling with 6 men on the leg side at the tail.
Yeah?
Yeah, because he would have, definitely. I would put him in. Yeah, we're going to have Harold
Can he bat
Larwood.
9? Or can Rashid? Would Rashid?
Well, Rashid 9, yeah.
Larwood 10, Malcolm 11?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Yeah, okay. I like that because it's adding a bit of depth to the...
So Larwood in body line won the Ashes for England in 32-3, and then was ostracised after that for the tactics that he was asked to employ.
Brilliant.
But he would have, he'd have loved it.
There we go.
Yeah. And that gives our attack a bit of bite as well.
It does.
Malcolm and Larwood.
Malcolm and Larwood, hello. And you're talking about Mavericks there. I can't remember who
good
was
from
opening.
Curran that over. It's asking questions. Nearly getting the outside edge to slip off the bat of Dane Vilas. So Lancashire effectively 25 for 3.
Thank you to the tweet I've just received, who simply says, I don't often tweet Felix, but if you don't put Ian Salisbury in a team ahead of Adil Rashid, I'm going to have a major meltdown. Let me just put that to the High Court Judge, Simon Mann.
What's his name?
I can't, I'm afraid, I think it's a made up name for the... Or Annie GT.
Okay, well,
Onagiti.
You're going to have a major meltdown then. Because I'm not going to allow that.
The High Court Judge has spoken. Can't do anything about it. I can only put it to him.
You can sack the head selector if you want, or the High Court Judge.
Go on, give me a reason. Your Honour.
Too many bad balls.
Right.
Leg spinner bowled. Did well here. Took wickets for Surrey and for Sussex as well.
Him and Sack Lane.
Yeah. That's not a harsh judgment. I'm not sure he would necessarily have thrived in that environment.
No, I understand that argument because it's not about fear of failure. It was just that he just couldn't bowl for long periods in Test match cricket.
Interesting suggestion. I hope we're not offending people, but players we're leaving out.
We've got a final shout for opener Chris Broad.
Well, I think he had enough success as it was. He thrived in the environment which he played in. Chris Broad, Ashes winner, Australia 86-7, 300s.
I don't think we're offending people.
Well, not so much the people suggesting the people we're leaving out. I mean,
well,
it's just a bit. It's just a bit of fun.
Great
Yeah,
bowler.
Yeah, just a bit of fun.
Sarah Ann's got in touch saying, please tweet the final decided team. My husband is working and can't follow the coverage anymore, so we'd love you to show him what you all decided. Don't worry, Sarah, we will do so.
Well, aren't we there now? I thought we were there.
Still need, I don't know who's opening the batting. We've still got Ali Brown. You kicked Laffer out. Oh.
Didn't we have a suggestion?
I think we've just had Chris Broad. I'm just going for Paul. Nick Knight's been shouted. Rob Key himself.
Well, yeah, I thought we had Rob Key in this team.
We want him batting number 1.
We can have him opening, yeah.
With Ali Brown.
Yeah, possibly.
And you're 100% sure about this?
Not 100%, but
I like the idea.
The game's got. We're playing the game fairly soon, so we've got to pick an 11. No, is that out? Ben Folkes likes it. Michael Goff does not. Well, they went up. Concerted appeal.
I feel like he hits it.
What did it flick on the way through? Well, the bat was away from the pad. Let's have a look and slow it down a bit. No, it's very difficult to tell. Perhaps it did just flick the pad on the way through. Yeah, difficult to tell.
They seemed semi-convinced, didn't they, in slip calling?
Well, there must have been a noise. Similar delivery. No contact that time.
I actually had the pleasure of getting on the train completely accidentally after the Edgbaston test. Been doing writing, so I was at it. And after day 5, I got on a train and bumped into Rob Key. And it was one of those things where we sat for the whole train journey back from Birmingham to London and talked about the test. And it was such a lovely thing because he was as enthralled. We just talked about how good it was.
Was he disappointed?
He was disappointed, but what sunk home for me is that he's very vital to the whole thing because he was very calm, and I was all kinds of emotions and sort of over emotional about it, and you can see how, forgive the pun, how much of a key part he is in the whole thing because he was very sort of anchoring about it and laughed about it and talked about what a great game of cricket and how in awe of people he was. And I kind of felt by the end of the train journey, I feel a lot better about that.
You were from Sam Curran with 6 left in the day's play. He does it again, this time to Mitchell. Well, he's bowled really well in this spell, Sam Curran. Trouble Dane Vilas, and now Mitchell. Mitchell there drawn into play, and you can see him withdrawing the bat after the ball had gone past. Couldn't resist playing at that.
I'm just looking at our team now and I like this now. It's just got a nice, just something feels good about it, Simon. Do you want me to read it out to you?
Go on, this is our final 11,
well,
is it?
We said that about 2.5 hours ago, so potentially not, but Key and Brown opening the batting. Approved? Middle order, Graham Hick, Ravi Bopara, Mark Ramprakash, Matthew Maynard. Thank you. Joss Butler's wicket keeping. Let's go back and see Sam Curran. Hanging it out there. And our bowling attack, our frontline bowling attack is Chris Lewis at 8, Adil Rashid at 9, Larwood at 10 and Devon Malcolm at 11. High Court Judge?
Yeah, I'm happy with that. We could probably pick a completely different 11.
Well, exactly.
Players we haven't thought of, but we can go with that, I think.
Are you here tomorrow?
No.
No, neither am I. That's for another day.
Right, we'll send out the invitations as they used to do in the old day, and you get a letter through the post.
Yeah, what a selection letter.
Your presence is requested at the 3rd Test match between England and Australia.
Yeah.
At Headingley Cricket Ground.
That's how you got picked.
On the 4th of June.
Yeah, and there's a lot of
RSVP.
There's a lot of disappointed cricketers from the 90s that will be finding out on Teletext when they see the score.
Exactly.
Jake, can I show people the team, please, on the camera? So everyone at home, if you can read that, look at this. I'm not being funny, but that is entertainment, isn't it? Personified. Thank you for everyone that tweeted in. We'll send that out on Twitter as well.
And there'll be lots of people disagreeing.
Yep.
Which is fine.
That's cricket.
Because everyone has an opinion these days. Maiden over from Sam Curran. 10 overs, 1 for 17. He's trying his best to force another wicket for Surrey before the close. And it's been a really hard-fought game, this, and if you think about it, that partnership between Worrell and Abbott this afternoon, well, it is the difference between the two sides. They've been able to get away, Surrey, but the rest of the cricket has been to and fro, almost like an arm wrestle in this game, but that one was a really decisive hour's cricket. Stunning batting. 130 for the last wicket, 21.2 overs. It was some way away from the Surrey 10th wicket record, which Andrew Sampson dug out, but actually someone tweeted me that as well, which was, let's have a look.
You just, as you find that, Simon, you just pulled out there, John Clark. I'm not sure exactly what happened.
.43 short of the record partnership for the 10th wicket for Surrey. Just stood since 1921, so actually quite a way off. Thanks to Mark Trainis for that. Although Andrew Sampson had tipped me off before that, just to say what it was, because I wondered whether we were getting into record territory.
Oh, you know what, they'll be heartbroken about that, because it didn't look like they were getting them out either, did it? Other than that run out. And Abbott looked nailed on for 100.
Nice shot for LBW, and given. Well, it's been a rather tortuous innings for Dane Vilas, and Jordan Clark has broken through as we move towards the close of play. 4.4 overs left, and that was the 4th wicket that Surrey were looking for to nail down the day, really. Talking about this earlier, Lancashire hoping 2 down at the close for 140. Surrey 120 for 4, that'll do. Effectively 26 for 4.
Yeah, he scratched around like a man out of touch, really, didn't he, for a long period of time, and kind of ironic, but it's actually the ball that's come back in that has eventually been his downfall, because he was so wary of nicking off around that 4th, 5th stump, and then the one that's come back in, he's just missed it. I don't know whether he'd have felt that height was slightly an issue, Simon, then. He feels like he's in front. I don't know if it's just hit him quite high and he's going to...
Let's have a look square on. He just take a step down.
Oh. I think he might have a bit of reason to feel aggrieved about that. Taking a step down the pitch, hit him above the knee roll.
Michael Gough giving it as he sees it. Umpire's call, possibly. And we'll never know because we do not have the technology. But you can see what it means to Surrey. Yeah, they wanted one more. Now they want another one. You always get greedy in this game. And Will Williams is coming out, promoted to number 6.
Wow. This could be problematic.
The Nighthawk roll.
Yeah.
Well, I suspect he won't be looking to hawk it around.
I've got a name for that. It's Night Watchman.
Yeah, that's the other name you can use.
Yeah.
Well, it looked like Curran at one end was going to be the biggest threat to Lancashire in these closing overs, but it's Clark who's nipped him with a wicket. And with Williams in, possibility of another one. Williams, who wasn't dismissed in the first innings, 8 not out.
It's been a hard day for Lancashire, hasn't it? They would have had real designs to be in the game at this point when they turned up this morning.
Well, it started well for them when Smith was out, 107 for 5. And then 230 for 9. But Surrey aren't clear at the top of the table for a very specific reason.
Yeah.
For no reason, they aren't clear for no reason at all. They've got something about them, and they've got that. It's very hard to control them.
Yeah, exactly.
And stay in control against them.
Exactly, and you referred to it then at the fall of the wicket. They just got that sense of, those sort of winning teams that are almost like a pack of wolves. They're just always thirsty. No matter, they just want to dominate games constantly, and they really feel like that. They've got a kind of taste for it.
Clark to complete the over.
Keeps pulling out here, and I'm not exactly sure what the problem is.
Williams nicely in behind that one. So 4 overs left in the day's play. Burns rushing to get through. Where are we in terms of over rate? Surrey are 2 behind. Okay, we've got 4 overs left in the day's play. Guy Swindells is going to come in. Replace Felix.
I'm not sure after selecting that 11 anyone can replace Felix today, but the judge adjudged correctly at the end, but that was fun this afternoon. But this has been an extraordinarily brilliant performance from Surrey today. As you said, when they were 107 for 5, 230 for 9, you never have thought they'd have been in this strong position by the close of play.
Yeah, Lancashire's day up until 2 o'clock, although there was that 100 partnership, and a very entertaining one it was too, between Jackson and Curran.
Yep.
And then a whole clatter of wickets. Curran looking for another one, trying to take it right to the limit here, push Lancashire over the edge.
He's bowling really well in this spell as well, isn't he? I think it's slightly better than the spell when he opened. I know he took the wicket, but he's caused all sorts of problems in this.
There's purpose about everything he does on a cricket field, Sam Curran. I know that sounds, well, all players must have that, but he's sort of at you the whole time. Bat, ball, field. Edge to it, short. It wasn't a chance, he went down. Genuine edge from Mitchell. Even the field earlier, there was one that went down to fine leg. They came back for 2, and Curran threw it to the non-striker's end. The obvious end was to throw to the striker's end because the batter involved thinking they were running to the danger end, but Curran just hurled it to the non-striker's end. Yeah, even the brilliant Ben Folkes wouldn't be expected to get across and take that. It was short of him.
No, Mitchell at least managed to keep the hands as soft as possible in the circumstances, and had to, because we're now in glorious sunshine here at the ground, but it's always difficult to turn the floodlights off, so they're still on, but certainly you feel Lancashire needs some light to lead them out of the hole they find themselves in at the moment. I think you and Felix were right. It's the way that not just Sam Curran but the entire Surrey team just keep coming at you. Just when you think you've got yourself in a decent position, suddenly someone will wrench the initiative away again.
Just can't relax against them.
No.
Another maiden from Curran.
One for 17 from 11. This is pressure bowling, isn't it? It just not allowing Lancashire to free their arms, look to escape, look to crank up the scoring rate at all, which is 2.73. It's gritty stuff out there at the moment.
The other point as well about Surrey's attack is that they do sort of hunt as a pack. It's a wicket for Curran, a wicket for Abbott, a wicket for Worrell, a wicket for Clark. It's Clark to bowl. 3 overs left. Right watchman Williams in behind that one.
Yeah, it's got a top score of 30 this season against Surrey, funnily enough, in the opening match of 2023. So
high scoring draw at Old Trafford earlier in the season.
Absolutely.
And Lancashire made 247 for 3 on the final day, set 444 to win. Cameron Steele and Ben Folkes making hundreds in that game. Bohannon making 100 for Lancashire in response on the final day. Field closing in on Williams.
Someone has to make 100 for Lancashire in this innings if they're to have any sort of total to defend.
It's in one of those situations where if there were one day left in the game rather than 2, you'd still think there's every chance of a result.
Yes.
Play well to take it into a 4th day, Lancashire.
To be up on his toes to keep that out.
And a good all-round team performance from Surrey today. Several stars. Curran with 52, Jacks with 64, Abbott with 87 not out, Worrell with 51, Smith making 48 as well. Lots of contributions today in that 360. And then the bowlers have got to work. A brilliant catch from Latham as well to get rid of Wells.
That was incredibly sharp. Though there was an element of self-preservation as well, because the ball was coming like a rocket straight at his face. So elsewhere, Essex 457 in their first innings. Warwickshire all out for 158, following on 74 for 1. Still 225 runs behind.
Warwickshire starting this round of matches in 2nd place in the table, under pressure in that game then.
Hampshire made 419 in their first innings against Middlesex, who are 142 for 8 in theirs, so trailing by 277 with 2 wickets remaining. There's quite a lot of one-sided games going on, but Somerset against Notts is a decent, looks set for a decent finish. Somerset 163, Notts 186, but Somerset in their second innings 268 for 4. And finally, Northants 237 all out. Kent in reply 550 for 5 at the close of play.
Kookaburra Ball's taking a bit of beating in that game then.
Daniel Bell Drummond 271 not out. Mayaye made 179.
Well, he's a very aggressive top order player.
That's their T20 top order, and
Right, 2 overs to go. It's going to be Curran to bowl around the wicket now to Mitchell. Change of angle.
And this is tough because Mitchell's a naturally attacking player and he's having to dig in and defend. Stepped out of his crease some way on that occasion just to ensure the ball was passing by the off stump without any issue.
Williams coming in to protect Phil Salt, He was Lancashire's leading scorer in the first innings.
He's done pretty well since he started again, hasn't he? Got 100 in the last match as well. He'll be another interesting throw into the mix at some stage, possibly. Internationally.
Well, if you want to catch the selector's eye, you've got to be playing, haven't you, really?
Yeah. Which is great for county cricket, because it means all the big guns are now playing in this form of the game, including Sam Curran.
Rory Burns making another change in the field. After consulting with Sam Curran, he's bringing a leg slip in by the looks of it. Will Jacks has come to leg slip.
Mitchell has decided, let's just get to tomorrow, perfectly understandably.
Curran changing his angle again, go over the wicket.
Not a bad idea, push the ball across the right-hander. Mitch will try and pinch the single here. I suppose it doesn't really matter. If Williams is out during the next over, we'll come off anyway.
No, I think the ideal here is you block this and you let the night watchman take the final over.
Yes, there hasn't been much night hawking, has there? Williams not out from 10.
I don't think we really expected it,
no,
did we?
No, absolutely.
There we go. Play it out and come back tomorrow. Mitchell can lean on his back handle the non-striker's end. That's the logical thought going into this final over. Williams needs to take it all. That's why he's there, really.
Yep. And has looked, in fairness to him, remarkably confident so far. Competent.
So 1 over left in the day's play. We got to this stage last night, and Surrey lost a wicket off the first ball of the final over, and Ben Foakes played on. Now at that point there was 70 for 4, and it felt like Lancashire were in control of the game, but 24 hours later Surrey machine has not quite flattened them, but subdued them.
Ben Foakes was still playing his shots, wasn't he, in the final over? He was a little unlucky to get the big inside edge into the stumps, but he was looking to keep scoring even if it was the last over. I think this will be a very different final over as far as Lancashire are concerned this evening.
A very attacking field. Silly point, short leg slip. A one orthodox slip. Man back on the deep backward point boundary. Well, there we go. They could easily take a single there, but they decide against it. That is his job, to protect the batters for tomorrow.
Daryl Mitchell didn't even stop leaning on his bat for that one. He just, thanks very much. I'm done. I shall stay here, thank you. 4 or nothing. Well,
the day dominated by 2 Australians for Surrey. Worrell with 51, his highest first class score by 1, and Sean Abbott with 87 not out. It's ending with 2 New Zealanders at the crease for Lancashire, trying to see it out and perhaps come back tomorrow and do something special.
I think there's some due for South Australia cricket tonight as well here at the Oval, so they'll have had something to celebrate earlier today. But yes, this, of course, one of the first of the two practice matches where we are using the Australian Kookaburra ball rather than the Duke, just to see whether that could be something that we do more often going forward.
Two slips in now. One of those balls that can be a danger delivery, short into the ribs. Leg slip is there. Possibility of a glove through. Sometimes it's known as a strangle, but you can bowl for it as well.
Yeah, Williams played it pretty well actually, didn't he? Managed to get everything out of the way. Pretty close in the short leg. Short again, but ducking and just getting out of the way. 2 balls left.
Umpire Goff telling Clark he's getting close to that front line. Very little in cricket is more dispiriting than for the fielding side than a wicket off a no ball, as England found out at Edgbaston.
Boy, did they.
Yorker attempted, well played by Williams.
Yes,
He's come out and look well organised.
Set him up nicely though, didn't he? The 2 short deliveries, then the Yorker. He's trying everything, but absolutely Williams is looking. He's not trying to be big, he's not trying to be clever, he's just trying to be there tomorrow morning, and he's done a pretty good job. 15 balls he's faced now.
Right, last ball of the day. 2 leg slips, short leg, silly point. Dan Worrell's coming in close as well on the onside at short mid-wicket. Looks like a 9 down field this. Another Yorker, and Williams is going to take that because Mitchell will not have to face, because that is the final ball of the day. Williams off the mark. Well, Lancashire have been in the game at times today, but the day's play ends with Surrey in control of this match. There was a ruthlessness about their cricket from 2 o'clock onwards today. There was a game in the balance at 2 o'clock. In fact, Lancashire were ahead, but Surrey have shown their mettle again, shown what they're about. Runs down the order, and then that pace bowling attack getting to work and restricting Lancashire. 27 runs ahead, 6 wickets in hand. Mitchell surviving to the close with Williams, the 2 New Zealanders. But Surrey will feel pretty happy with their day's work. They are in a much better position this evening than they were at this time when they walked off 24 hours ago.
Absolutely, and all down to that 10th wicket partnership. 230 for 9. Lancashire are in control, 360 all out. Surrey are in control. We can see that innings of Abbott, 87 of 69. It was superb. He gave 1 chance, and then
that was in reply to Lancashire's 274 yesterday.
Decent innings from Salt, but lots of starts, but no one went on for Lancashire, and well, really the only person who has gone on in the entire match is Abbott, bizarrely. And yes, those innings of Curran and Jacks were most encouraging as far as England are concerned as well.
Yeah, they played nicely before lunch, really entertained, and then Surrey taking that first innings lead of 86. Lancashire won 13 for 4. So enough work done by that Surrey pace bowling unit to put Lancashire under pressure when the play resumes on the 3rd morning.
Yeah, the big moment, wasn't it? It was Wells and Bohannon going in very short order when they were just 2 runs behind Surrey at that stage. But 2 wickets falling for 84, and the whole complexion of the game changed again in favour of Surrey. Curran's figures are decent, as are Abbott's. 1 for 18 from 8, 3 maidens.
And the match summary then: Lancashire 27 runs ahead. They would have expected at around about 2 o'clock today, they've expected something much better than that.
Put a 1 in front, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. If not more, the way the game was going. But 27 run lead, skinny lead with 2 days left. Surrey looking for 6 wickets tomorrow when play resumes at 11 o'clock. We'll bring you coverage on this channel from around about 10 to 11 tomorrow morning. Please do join us for the 3rd day of this match. Lancashire having a lot of work to do to resist the league leaders. But from the Kia Oval for now, it is goodbye.